Hello, gamers. Welcome back to this game that is totally Starsector, but with just a very advanced mod. That's all it is, and nothing more. It could not possibly be anything else. Oh man, it feels so weird without the... When you go to Super Melee and the music turns off. It sounds weird. Hold on, I gotta adjust my chair. There we go. Alright, let's pick up where we left off. And hopefully, we've done everything right, and we should have no issues on the lag front. Oh, wait, there we go. The audio was a bit low. Help, my brain is too big and my skull hurts. Well, that's, there's actually a new medical procedure being invented for that. It's called a brain siphon. It's kind of like siphoning gas, but like, they siphon out the gray matter. You can keep the, the denser white matter, the important stuff. So they'll just take off a little bit of the extra. And then they give that to somebody else. Make them a little smarter because they've got the extra space in their skull. Yeah, tube through the nose. Jupiter, that's what I'm talking about. The process is very humane. Okay, I gotta push the mouse away. There we go. Now, what were we doing? I don't know. Let's ask Commander Hayes.
I hope the battle fares well, Captain.
Let's get a little more information. Did I get all the historical data, or did I not?
Which group of aliens? None that we had made formal contact with. The Chen Jesu implied that they had met two other star-faring species, one near the Gickless constellation and the other directly coreward from Procyon. The Arilu once mentioned having some fun with an alien race in Draconis, but like so much else with the Arilu, they never revealed the whole story. I'm sure there are hundreds more alien races in our galaxy, but beyond what I've told you, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, I think I heard that. Did you lower the resolution? No. Of course not. This is exactly the same. The graphics have not changed. The graphics have not changed at all. I did not change it from the HD graphics to the original graphics. That didn't happen. That's a conspiracy theory. Managed to finish making food in time to actually catch the star for once. Well, that's good to see a hit with bricks. Yeah, so I think I've got enough information on the aliens. Or the classic early fleet or the Spathi and a couple Earthlings. Yeah, I did actually go into the Super Melee and practice a little bit. And something I found that was really weird is that the AI actually changes depending on which graphic setting you're using. Because if you use the old graphics for the original game, the ur-quan dreadnoughts will not launch their fighters against a human cruiser. But if you play the HD graphics, they will launch their fighters against a human cruiser. So oddly enough, it's not just the graphics that change, but the AI in combat changes. Which I kind of understand. Yeah, old AI knew better. Well, that's the thing. I understand the logic behind not launching the fighters, because the human cruiser has a point defense laser that can wipe out the fighters. So it seems like that's the best choice. But having played against both pretty extensively, I have to say, The newer version with the newer graphics is harder. Because I found that you can pretty consistently kite, like, unless you get an unlucky spawn and just spawn in next to the ur-quan cruiser, the human cruiser can kite the ur-quan ship and just destroy it with missiles from long range, no problem. Like, you have your 11-point cruiser destroying a 30-point dreadnought, easily. It's very easy. Which is probably why in the HD version they changed it so that it actually launches its fighters. Because yes, you can wipe out the fighters, but what the AI does is it launches them and then it turns around and flies at you from the other direction. So now you're kind of in this situation where you're being pincered from both sides. One side you've got the dreadnought coming in, and one side you've got the fighters coming in. And then if you burn all of your energy on the point defense laser, you can't actually fire any missiles at the dreadnought, and it closes the distance and kills you. And I found that strategy was way harder to deal with than the other one, where you can just kind of kite it forever. Yeah, I do think you can beat them with the Ispathi more reliably. That's probably fair, but it also just takes forever because it just does less damage. Like, you have to close distance, you have to, like, spin around so you don't hit anything, and then fire off a couple missiles that do half as much damage. But missile loss, most humiliating. That's right. Yeah, I found it... You can definitely do it with the Ispathi ship, and it's definitely reliable. It just takes a while. It's a lot more sad, and the human cruiser's a lot cheaper anyways, so if you lose a couple of them, well. I still beat it. It's like I still blew up all those dreadnoughts with my human cruisers that are 1/3 the cost. And that feels pretty good.
What about the war?
How did the war with the ur-quan start?
Earth got involved late in the game in 2112 when the Chenjesu arrived in our solar system for the first time. So let's back up a few years to 2098 when the Chenjesu super-sensitive receivers detected a strange signal from the Ophiuchi constellation. Though even the Chenjesu didn't know it, it was the first sign of the ur-quan's arrival. The ur-quan, having detected the presence of many sentient species, were beaming out an exulting, hunting cry. The first direct evidence of the ur-quan's intent was the sudden conquest of the Umga, a solitary though not unfriendly species in the Orionis constellation. The Chenjesu, distraught by the invasion, were further angered when the ur-quan turned their fleets on the hostile but weak Ilrath race. A hastily assembled defense force of Myrna Hermann Chenjesu vessels turned the ur-quan fleet aside, but the invader moved into Spathi space, rapidly subjugating that race. With each new conquest, the ur-quan fleet grew larger as it added slave vessels to its ranks. Earth joined the Chenjesu to form the Alliance of Free Stars at about the same time as the Androsynth stars fell to the ur-quan armada. Before the ink was dry on our agreement with the Chenjesu in 2116, a new race appeared in orbit around the moon and asked for admittance to the Alliance. It was the Arilu Lalile. The timing seemed unusual, and the Arilu were definitely weird, looking like saucer men from Mars, but we were too busy cranking up our mothballed heavy industry, and we really didn't pay it much attention at the time.
Also, the flagship itself is kind of busted, so why would we resources on ships? Yeah, that's definitely true, which is why I think for most of this run, maybe towards the end I'll change, but I think for the majority of this run, I'm not going to use the flagship for combat. It's way too easy to get a few upgrades from the Melnorme, and then get like a really powerful flagship and rely on that, because I mean, you can like my flagship currently has 100 crew, and maxed out, like it's got maximum speed, maximum maneuverability, which is going to make it faster and more maneuverable than almost any other ship. Not quite every ship, but most of them. While also having 100 crew, which is like an insane amount of health. And then you just throw in a couple decent weapons, especially once you get access to tracking modules, and it just dominates the sky. So yeah, for the most part, I'm not actually going to use the flagship for combat. I'm just going to outfit it for gathering resources, and I'm going to throw my smaller ships at the enemy. And I'll just I'll just accept the losses. I'll pay for them. Those crews' lives matter too. Not true. They do not matter. Their numbers on a screen. Oh, this is definitely, absolutely, surely a mod for Starsector, but when was it made? 1992. It's 1992 that one lasts. They made the mod for Starsector, like they used their psychic powers to see into the future, and they knew that Starsector would exist in the future, so they started making the mod before it came out. That's what happened there. Yeah, so for the most part, I'm not actually going to use the flagship, just because every combat ends up being the same, where you just fly around with the flagship and completely obliterate everything. You know, getting a little more into the variety of different ships that you can use, like switching between human cruisers for some enemies and Or's Nemesis for other enemies. That can be pretty fun. And man, I was a little worried because the Or's Nemesis, I remember liking it a lot, like a decade ago. But I was looking at it and I'm like, man, this thing is expensive. Is it really worth $2,300? And the answer is yes, actually. It is really good. It has some very good matchups. To think Alex is working ahead of time so long. Yeah, exactly. Alright. What happened during the war?
At the start of the war, here on Earth, we were working like crazy, churning out hundreds of heavy cruisers and smaller support vehicles. The ur-quan were busy too. Unbeknownst to us, they had moved down towards the Luton Star Group and were attacking the Vux, who only the Yehat knew existed. Our botched first contact with the Vux took place in 2119, and it was the biggest single mistake we made during the war. After defeating the Vux, the ur-quan fleet ran smack into the combined might of the Yehat and Shofixti, supported by the first wave of our cruisers. Again, the ur-quan turned away from the hard spot to attack the weak, though we just thought they were running away. In fact, the ur-quan had found another independent alien race, the Mycon, in the Brahi constellation. The Mycon's voluntary submission to the ur-quan brought the return of the ur-quan fleets, now swollen with 100 devastating Mycon pod ships. The last entrants to the conflict were the Cyrene, a race of space gypsies who had escaped the hierarchy by moving their vast fleet of slow-moving habitats into human space. With the side set, the last ur-quan offensive began.
Wars has cannons, but also boarding marines. Yeah. So it's somewhat RNG. I believe the boarding marines, when they hit the enemy ship, they always take at least one crew. And then after that, it's somewhat RNG. But the odds are in your favor. And depending on how lucky you can get, sometimes all it takes is one guy to wipe out like 12 crew on a ship. The cannon itself, honestly, even though it's the main gun, feels kind of secondary. For the most part, it's the boarding marines that are really deadly, because there's a big issue with the game, which is that ships can actually only face in 16 fixed directions. This isn't like a smooth 360 degrees, because the game is just that old. Which means that for like a lot of main guns, if they don't have tracking, it can be really hard to hit the enemy. So the cannon often feels secondary, and really you want to use the boarding marines because they track the enemy, which means that unless the enemy can outrun them or shoot them down, they're getting onto that ship. The 16 fixed directions is still in, yeah. Yes, it is. I don't even know how you would fix that. Is this a game, a AAA open world game? Yes. Yes, that is what it is, of course. Well, I mean, given the time that it came out, the studio... No, I don't think it was AAA. Actually, I'm not sure how you would qualify what counts as like AA versus AAA. Especially like 3 decades ago. But open world? Yeah. So how did the war end?
The ur-quan came roaring through Vux space and tried to push past the India and Mira star systems. Their onslaught was barely repulsed, and our counterattack made hardly a dent on the hierarchy forces, but we held the line. The coreward front remained intact. Over the following 10 years, there were many great battles between the combined Alliance Starfleet and the ur-quan and their hierarchy of battle thralls. Then in 2134, a dramatic shift in the balance of power took place. This must have been about the time the science research mission was sent to the planet of Vela. Our fleets were pushed back from the Indy-Mira line beyond Raynet. Holding Rigel caused grievously in Chenjesu forces, and the ur-quan, recognizing this weakness, shifted to focus the brunt of their forces on Procyon. That was the last we heard from the Chenjesu and the Murnaher. A few weeks later, waves of ships hit us from all directions. When Ceres Station, our outpost on the asteroid belt, fell to the hierarchy, we knew we were beaten, but we fought on anyway. 3 days later, the ur-quan vaporized our last remaining laser forts on the moon, and the dreadnoughts took up geosynchronous position above Rome, Moscow, Beijing, Tokyo, London, Buenos Aires, and Washington. We'd lost the war, and we knew it. But the ur-quan decided to make it real clear. And that's why if you check any of our most recent maps, you won't find Buenos Aires.
Not Buenos Aires. I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill 'em all. That's fitting. Yeah, AAA didn't really exist back then. That's what I was thinking. Starship Troopers reference? Never heard of it. I just came up with that off the top of my head. I completely made that up. I've never heard... I mean, putting troopers in starships is kind of an insane concept, really. That sounds like a Halo. You know, like a Spartan from a John Halo. Wow, is this game a Starship Troopers-like? No, it's a roguelike, you fool. Obviously. Can't you see it's roguelike inspiration? So what happened after the war, Commander?
After the UN submitted their formal surrender, we were given a week to decide the nature of our servitude. The ur-quan demanded that the decision be made through popular vote. When all the votes were tallied, Earth had chosen not to fight for the ur-quan. We had become a fallow slave world. We were given a month to withdraw all of our people and equipment to Earth. Anyone or anything left off-planet would be destroyed after the shield went up. Then the ur-quan broadcast an odd message. All objects of human construction more than 500 years old were to be abandoned. We didn't know what the ur-quan meant until they moved their dreadnoughts into new orbital positions and opened fire on the surface with their fusion weapons. In seconds, large sections of London, Paris, and other European cities were incinerated. At first, we thought they were going to annihilate us after all. And we noticed they were also striking such targets as the Giza Pyramids, the Parthenon in Athens, and Stonehenge. Curiously, the United States was almost untouched. The flaming rain lasted 40 hellish hours. It took days after we crawled from our smoldering shelters to realize what the ur-quan had done. Our new masters had targeted every building, monument, or other man-made construction older than 500 years and destroyed it. In those 2 days, we lost most of the history of mankind. In some cases, the ur-quan destroyed places we did not even suspect were significant. From their positions in orbit, the dreadnoughts blew away a kilometer of land in central Iraq, vaporized several targets in the Amazon rainforest, punched a big hole through the Antarctic ice cap to destroy something deep under the surface, and melted a broad swath of the ocean floor in the southeastern Atlantic.
Atlantis?
Just a couple of days later, the shield went up, and our contact with the outside world stopped. The next time I saw the stars was 8 years ago, when I was transferred up here to be the new commander of this starbase.
All right, sounds good. Ever played the Starflight games?
On any other aspect of history?
No, I have not played the Starflight games. No, that's enough history for now.
Sure. Anything else?
I do not require additional information.
Fine. Is there anything else?
No.
Try to avoid getting gruesomely killed, Captain.
That was the plan. You know me. I'm not a big fan of getting gruesomely killed. Now, did I have any resource units left over? I had 18, so no. Just that one line makes several references peak. True, this is peak. Thank you, some dude, for $2. M2. Well, given your name is Schizo Monster Lover, that's kind of appropriate. Starbase Teach Commander wanted to be a teacher growing up. Yeah, he just seems to have a lot of this information in his back pocket. I mean, to be fair, he was there during the war, but he also just knows a little bit of everything about a lot of stuff. So it might not be too far off. Yes, so I believe at this point, there's a few things that they mentioned. He said something about Procyon, which is over here. I know that Fwifo does mention the bug squirt star system, which, you know, if you rub two brain cells together to generate some electricity, you might realize he means Beetlejuice. But the moon and station is moving. Yes. They move. Very slowly. It's 4:20 a.m. Well, thank you, Whale Lord, for $6.9 at 4:20 a.m. That's very epic and cool. That's hilarious. I'm laughing so hard that it's louder than what the microphone can pick up, which is why you can't hear it. Incredible. They move now? They fly now? They fly now! That's the immediate thing that came to my head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for reminding you of that traumatic incident of bad marketing. Well, to be fair, that's also a sci-fi property, so it's kind of not that far off from the subject matter. That was the reference. Nailed it. Yeah, so Procyon, Beetlejuice are definitely interesting. The Spathi homeworld, which I think is this one, if I remember correctly. Zokfot is right under the O. I've already kind of talked to the ores. Now, if I press F7, yeah, this is the old map, which there's an unknown right here. I might want to visit Shofixty Space at some point. Even though they supposedly died out, it might be something valuable in the air. Like, all of these circles are worth exploring at some point. And then there's the constellations. Given how close these are, I think I'm going to visit here. Yeah, these two are really close. I'll probably do Unknown, then hit up the Shofixty, come back to Earth, and then I'm going to go visit, like, the Spathi homeworld, and then the Zokfot homeworld. Call it a day. Let's get down there. Skedaddle. Missed the ores talk. Anyone mention how creepy they are? I absolutely did. The ores are very, very unsettling, but also really funny and, well, you know how I feel about that. I like them. I do believe that a lot of the tracks are also remasters, and I think this is, yeah, if I remember correctly, it's still using the remastered track rather than the original track. There's probably a setting to change that somewhere. Although, look at that grid over the star, where instead of it just being a simple portal into the system, there was like a weird grid over it. I mean, I'll see it again when I leave the system, but that's something that's not in the HD version. It's just that's unique to the original version. I'm not really sure why. When you realize what the ores are implying with their words, they're terrifying. Yes. You know, Lovecraft would be proud. I mean, I would like to go after these, but Class 3 and Class 5, I don't really have any survivability upgrades. Aside from maybe the biological shield. But I don't really have anything for environmental hazards. Also, the planets are moving. Are you sure that's new? I could have sworn they always just moved. It seems completely normal to me. Yeah, for some reason it feels kind of faster. Just because the screen is smaller, I guess. Like even though it really shouldn't be any faster. That was not a lot. I guess I do have a doubled cargo space, but still. For the Mega Mod, I know it's not in the original versions. Really? So in the original version of the game, the planets didn't move at all? Huh. Because I've only ever... The HGD version that I've played, they've always had the movement. Yes, Mass Effect must have ripped off the planet scamming from this. Yeah, that's... If you're wondering why the first Mass Effect game had the planet exploration, it's probably because they're inspired by this. Yeah, they just sat there. It was a 92 snow. Interesting. I always just assumed that they moved, but I guess that was something that people added later. Because it's just the moons, right? It's not like the planets are constantly moving. I wonder how they even added that in the first place, because if the original game didn't have that functionality, it's kind of impressive to add it after the fact. So that looks like a good planet. Yeah, that's a treasure world. Let's get some gold. No, the planets move too. Oh, I guess that's... Yeah, they just move slow enough that you don't really see it unless you wait a while. Gold. Platinum. Oh, that's true, because I believe in the original game, if you took... Like, if you only had, like, 5 storage space left in your lander, and you ran over something with 20, it would eat up the whole 20, and it would only give you 5. Whereas in the mod, they added some kind of change where it just takes what it needs, and it doesn't waste the rest. There's a lot of extra functionality, just like little touches. Interesting. And then they decided, let's make it worse and remove the planet exploration. Hey, look, you gotta experiment a little bit. You know, when you're making new games, you gotta try new things. You know, you don't want the formula to get stale. I wonder. I think I'm probably gonna double the fuel capacity, just so I can have an insane amount of fuel. Double the crew capacity, because one thing that's going to be really useful is if, because effectively crew is health, so if I just have like 200 crew on the flagship, then any time one of my smaller ships take damage, I can transfer crew out of the flagship and into the smaller ship to basically repair it. That's going to be pretty useful. But the thing is, even if I have 4 fuel tanks and 4 crew pods, and then I've got like 6 resource bays, after that point what do I put in the remaining slots? I don't think, like everything else, I think everything else is just combat related at that point. So I might as well just get more even more crew pods and more resource bays. We'll see. Okay, well, we came all the way out here and did not find anybody in the first system. Okay, hold on. Let's point this way before activating autopilot. Do you think the crew just gonna get down Mr. President incoming shells to save the ship? Yeah, that's basically what it is. I don't understand how it could possibly be any other way. Like, how else do you explain how the crew is the health bar for the ship? It just is. Oh boy, these guys.
We bring greetings from a friendly species.
Let's see from the... Is this the HD version, but using some of the 3DO graphics? Yeah. Yes. I did play the HD graphics on the first stream, and right now I'm playing with the original graphics. I don't know, I just felt like doing a little bit of both. Doesn't hurt. Because I do like both. The crew is duct taped to the hull as a blade of armor. Exactly. Can't wait for Starsector to take more inspiration from this game and do exactly the same thing. You know what? That should be the Luddic Path version of the Invictus. They just get it's like a blade of crew instead of a blade of armor. Like, the more crew you have, the more damage reduction it gets. But every time it takes damage, you lose crew. Simple as. Yeah, the Siren could steal the health bar of the enemy by hypnotizing the crew. Yes, I remember that. Makes it weird to explain how damage works, though. Yeah, It does make the whole thing simpler in some ways, though, right? Because I guess... Yeah, it's like rather than trying to like track the health bar separately, it's just like, you know, when the ship takes damage, crew die. So it's all kind of like a pooled... It's in a way it makes it like a pooled resource because like the crew that I lose in my landers is crew that I could have used to like repair, quote unquote, my ships. So it's all like a pooled resource, which from a gameplay perspective is pretty interesting. Getting based Luddic Path versus Multiple Orders video. We'll see about that. I did dip my toes into maybe making the Luddic Church, but that is going to be pretty difficult. That's going to be pretty difficult without, unless I go with S-mods. What can you tell me about your species? We are from Earth, on a mission of peace. Yes, peace.
2418-B, we are on a peaceful mission of exploration. Priority override. New behavior dictated. Must break target into component materials.
I have to say, these pixel art fonts are easier to read than the fonts that they put into... They're somewhat easier to read than the fonts they put into the HD version. I don't know why. Like some of the fonts they use in the HD version are just very difficult to read, whereas the pixel art fonts in the original game are perfectly easy to read. Now, I could try throwing a bunch of cruisers at it, which I should be able to kill it with 2. And then, you know, killing it gives 550 resources, so the half pays back the lost cruiser. But really, it's not worth fighting these guys. We're just gonna get out of here. "12 crew. Not a big deal. See, look at the shape of that entry point. That is weird. Right? Instead of, like in the HD version, all of them are circles, but in the original game, they're all like funky shapes. They're out here trying to make Lucky Charms out of the goddamn warp entries. Ooh, so the weather's not too bad. There's gold and it looks like... I think those are biologicals. Let's see if they move. Okay, no, those are just green. Yeah, this is good. This is a decent resources. Let's take it. One thing that's a bit annoying is that it can be kind of hard to tell between green resources and biologicals on the minimap in the original game. So it's a little bit hard to tell. Just gotta get it and get out. So once again, we're not finding anybody here. Maybe in this trinary system. The weather ain't too bad. Zeus was not amused. That is nothing, my friend. Zeus, that's Zeus when he is just chilling. That much lightning? Zeus is chilling. He's not mad yet. He could be so much worse. There we go. Now we've got aliens. Interesting. So the outer orbit's all green. Oh, hello. What's up, freaks?
Welcome to our home stars. We are the Bekunk. Bekunk we are. Seekers of the deepest truths. Askers of interesting and significant questions. Even now, a question of great transcendental significance comes up into our minds. Who are you and what do you want?
Hey, bird brains, got any Fruit Loops? No, we're here to be friends. I sleep. Take care, everyone. Take care, real lord.
Recognize that some of the souls in that universe have lived many lives, while others are but two chickadees. I, Captain, have lived 38 lives, a paltry number compared to those wise and ancient souls who guide our race. You must consult them, Captain. They will help you to understand yourself, and in doing so, understand others, who in turn may or may not understand other things. Seek those wise birds at our home world, at Gamma Kruger 1. They have all the answers.
Okay, now I'm gonna make fun of you.
Ah, an insult. A sometimes necessary and constructive release of tension. Now perhaps you feel better and we can deal with your real problems.
No, you're supposed to be mad about it. I made fun of you. Why are you not angry about it? This is unacceptable. I am going to massacre you unless you get angry right now. Now I'm gonna leave.
By all means, if duty is calling, I am sure we'll see each other again. Perhaps when the stars are aligned in an appropriate configuration. Yes, my inner voice is telling me that is correct. When the stars align, Captain.
Yeah, the Bakunk ships are like the fastest ship in the game, I think. They might be. There's a lot of battles that they're bad at, but the final battle, they're like the one ship you can use that can outrun some of the tracking attacks that get shot at you. You know, they're pretty good for certain stages. A magma world, yeah, worthless, garbage. You serve no purpose. That's just a gas giant with no moons. You serve zero purpose. I don't think this one's probably going to be bad. Yeah, their guns have an insult button. Yeah, I know. They're silly little Tectonic 7? Yuck. They're silly little guys. They recharge their energy by insulting the enemy. Which is honestly kind of annoying. It is kind of annoying. Like, it would be nice if they just recharged normally, but instead you have to mash the shift key. Worm. Just collect some radioactives. And maybe kill some more worms. Ah, it's a balloon on a stick. Of course. Very common in the galactic ecosystem. Come on now. There we go. That's all the bios. Of course, as soon as something is called radioactive, people are... I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my ass and I slap my nuts. You know that song? Yeah. What is this? I'm new. This is definitely a starsector mod, and not an entirely different game from 1992. I would never lie about that, so you can just trust me and take me at my word. Is this how the game looks like without the HD mod? Correct. I'm in my late 20s, I'm allowed to do the song. There's no excuse for doing radioactive. If I was in charge, it would be instant death. Just like League of Legends. So I've got to deal with earthquakes and tentacles. Cool. My favorite. Oh wait, that's just Japan now that I think about it. Okay, you need to hit something. Come on now. There's no way I'm missing this much. Oh yeah, I do have the shield against being bitten. That's right. It's not 100%, but it does negate most of the damage. I feel like this is harder somehow, even though All I did was change the graphics. Okay, we got 7 biodata. Yep. Come on now. Yes, this is the high energy hunting. This is big game hunting right here. High octane action. Start playing the Doom soundtrack. Whoa. Things are getting heated in here. Fire flower from Mario. Okay, this thing is just ignoring me, I guess. Bold strategy. Oh, now it's not. Now I've aggroed. I don't know what changed. There we go. Gotcha. Fire flower from Mario. Perfect. I could also grab some of the common metals, which I do have a lot of cargo space, so I might as well. If I really need to, I can just dump them later. I'm never playing Monster Hunter again. Yeah, why would you play Monster Hunter? This game's got everything you need. I think that covers everything. Yeah, let's move on. Your limiting factor is your crew here. Yeah, I should be a little more careful with them. Is what I would say if I cared about strategy. Is it a mod? Well, it's a mod of something. Ah yes, the classic pellucid world. With the one tiny little bit of something good. Seriously, why does it sound like a hawk when it takes off? Who at the studio is like, yes, this is the sound we need. Like landers taking off, this is absolutely the sound we need. I can't think of a better sound, honestly. So you're telling me it's 1,200 degrees Celsius, and there's one little piece of metal. Because you're a screaming eagle going to space. Yeah, I wonder if they named the lander something. You know, it's the kind of thing where I can easily imagine them being like Eagle-class, you know, landing vehicles or something. I could easily see that being like in-universe explanation. Dust World. More like, I'm getting out of here. I don't need no dust bowl. I only need the bubble bowl. What about this one? Iodine. Are those biological? Hold on. Yes, those are biological. Okay. Although the tectonics at Class 6 makes it a bit dangerous, so we're going to pass. Alright, well, let's go to their homeworld. What did they say it was? Somewhere down here. Delta Kruger. Gamma Kruger. Was it Gamma Kruger? Hold on. Let me... Where are you guys? Where are you guys from? Say the name again.
Do not be frightened. We are powerful creatures, yes, but we could not hurt you any more than we could squish the helpless poopworm. We love the poopworm. We are one with the poopworm. We are one with you. Of course you realize this means you are one with the poopworm. Rejoice! To be one with the poopworm is to be alive! And why not be alive? Is that not what living is for?
True! Wow. I forgot this game existed. It's so good. It is very good. Do you think it's possible to make There's No Sound in Space cool for strategy games? That's an interesting question. I mean, maybe. Like, you could have a situation where when you're clicking on a unit, they talk and they make noise, right? Because you're getting transmissions from the inside of the ship. And then when the ship dies and explodes and gets ripped open in the vacuum of space, instead of there being the scream or an explosion, it just goes radio silent. It just spontaneously, all of that background noise that you get when you're normally in contact with them, just cuts out and goes dark. That would make it kind of spooky. And that's pretty cool. So potentially. Alright, yeah, so we're gonna where's your homeworld again?
We the conk have no rank. We do. I cannot. You must consult and it...
Gamma Kruger 1, that's it. Duty calls.
Yes, by all means, if duty is calling. I am sure we'll see each other again. Perhaps when the stars are aligned in an appropriate configuration. Yes, my inner voice is telling me that is correct. When the stars align, Captain.
Yes, that one last. That is correct. That is what I'm talking about. So it is Gamma Kruger. That's a hell of a name. Beta Kruger. Delta Kruger. Eta Glickus. Epsilon Kruger. Alpha Kruger. Zeta Kruger. Theta. Okay, I'm just going to have to enter this in. I can't... Gamma... Oh, it's right there under the U. I couldn't see it. So that's the kind of thing that would be a bit easier to find with some of that HD action. Let's get in there. Yeah, that's one of the downsides to playing with the original graphics. Sometimes it can be a little hard to find a planet that, or a star that's nestled under a word. Between the Dipbits, the goofier species give you, the serious species give you, and the serious species giving lore dumps, it gives a nice balance. Yeah, I do think that absolutely, I think the balance is pretty good. The game manages to be funny without being, like, annoying about it. Yeah, I did use the search function. Man, to think that Gemini has no idea about the ur-quan masters. Now, someone said you might be able to zoom in and out on the star map. I'm going to have to check that. Ah, yeah, there is. And they don't do anything. No. Hitting plus and minus is not doing anything. That's weird. They must have been broken by some kind of change. Yeah, the goofy species also do have a ton of lore. Like, everybody's got lore. It's just like they all deliver it with different tones. Some of them are goofy, some of them are scary. Some of them are just normal. Like, Commander Hayes is just like a normal guy.
I sense that you are cautious.
You might have to see if it's the
You
numpad.
ready to enter into the fullness of our compassion.
Oh yeah, there is a plus and minus on the numpad.
Go! Travel to our planet of love at the star you call Gamma.
You call your home planet love?
Of your soul with us. Unburden yourself of fears. Become as a child once again. Release yourself to tears of joy. Go!
Hello there. Game looks different from last time. Why is that? Because I'm using the old graphics. This is the game's original graphics. The other one was like an HD remaster someone made. Yeah. At least they don't call it some variation of dirt. Yeah, that would be fun. That would be embarrassing. Imagine naming your planet after some kind of dirt. Okay. I think I'm going to change back to the original graphics. Or not the original graphics. The graphics I used last time. So we saved. We exit. Now we go to Setup. Graphics. Yeah, 1080 by 960. Which is going to cause the game to restart. Which is weird because, like, it opens up and then it's fine. Hold on. Yeah, I've got to change this in OBS. Give me a second. Alright, we just snap that in place, get that in place. Center. Yep. And here's the thing, right? It just changed graphics, no problem. But as soon as I try to open something, it's like, oh, actually, you have to restart. Kind of weird. I'll be honest, kind of weird. Like, it changes graphics, and the menu changes, no problem. But as soon as you actually try to play the game, it's like, actually, you need to restart. Very strange. And there it is. Beautiful. It gets some of that HD action. Have you played Nebulous Fleet Command, and what do you think about it? I have not played it, but I've seen it on YouTube, and it does look very cool. In fact, it was on sale recently for quite a lot, so I did buy it. I've not yet touched it because it is a game with a lot of depth, and it's not something right, especially with the 3 dimensions. So, it's something I'm going to look into, but I have not actually played it myself. As an observer, it looks very cool. Yeah, it's numpad plus and minus for the Mega Mod version. Okay. So if I go to the star map... Wow. It is plus and minus. Look at that. It's just on the numpad. Look how smooth everything is now. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm already in the right system. I just need to, I think this is a radioactive world. Let's have a look. It is. Barely any tectonics. Nice and smooth, just like our brains. Well, that's true. That's why you're here. You're here so that I can give your brains a few extra wrinkles by imparting my knowledge and wisdom. No, we're not making a seed and feed store. Uh-huh. The Simpsons made that joke like 2 decades ago, and everyone hasn't let go of it since. Only my face is getting wrinkles. Age without wisdom should be a crime. Like, what are you doing here being old but not knowing anything? What's wrong with you? Like, if you're getting old and you're getting wrinkles on your face, you've been around for like 70 years. Like, what business do you have being alive for 70 years and not learning anything? I might as well grab these. Graphical fidelity was a mistake. I think, depending on how you look at it, I like this level of graphical fidelity. I don't care much for hyper-realistic 3D games, though. Like, wow, Call of Duty. Now you can see every follicle on your fucking foreskin. Because this is the most realistic graphics to ever graphics. It's all about the graphics. Okay, but what about the gameplay, though? What about actually making a game that doesn't take 5 hours to download? What about having, like, reasonable system requirements? What about optimization? Oh, and let's not forget, the gameplay. But no, when it comes to AAA games, the selling point is very often just, look at the graphics. Yes, should I attack the infinite number of ships, or should I talk to them?
What? A spirit voice rings within my soul. It tells me that I must give you something to aid you on your noble quest. What, spirit? What must we give this young human? Mineral resources? No. Important secret? No. Starship? No? Then what is it, spirit? Spit it out. What? That there? Are you sure? Okay, here you go, Captain. Take this clear spindle. It is an ancient and powerful device, built by the precursors hundreds of thousands of years ago. What does it do, you ask? I haven't the slightest idea. Auspicious portents and serendipitous omens have foretold your arrival.
Omens?
Welcome, alien guests, to the home of the gentle and playful Peacock, children of the cosmic light, hobgoblins of joy, seekers of spiritual truth, and other neat stuff like that.
Avast, delinquent alien birds. No. Avast, delinquent alien birds. I'm a pirate now or something. I don't think I can... Yeah, I've never really practiced a pirate accent. I wouldn't even be able to do that. But who the hell says avast? Come on. Let's get serious. Perhaps we should introduce ourselves. I'm Captain Chedicus Rex, in command of the Red October.
Yes, we know all that. We are not known throughout the galactic sector as powerful psychics for nothing. Of course, we already know the answer to this next question too, but we enjoy conversation. Why have you come here?
Games nowadays force you to download 4K textures that take up like 200 gigabytes of space. Yeah, they don't even bother trying to make the game a reasonable file size, or making it actually optimized so that it can run on like older hardware. But the thing is, you can do that. You can do those things. It just, it requires you to not take a little extra time. But they're too busy, forcing developers to work on such a time crunch. They're too busy crunching the numbers and the people. What can I say? We have come to your homeworld to offer you aid and assistance. This vessel and its crew are at your service.
I am forming a psychic link with you. I sense that you refer to our conflict with the ur-quan. I sense that you are offering to venture single-handedly deep into ur-quan space and do battle with their vast numbers.
No.
And I can see that you give not even a thought to the danger you would be in. You
Lies.
are noble indeed, and I accept your offer of aid. But in spirit alone, the karmic burden of your gruesome death would be too great. Still,
Nah, I'd win.
thank you, Captain. Let us unite and form an alliance. We will provide you with all of the crew, ships, and resources you desire. We will give you... Wait! I sense that you are offended by our crass material offer. Yes, I am ashamed. Any warmongering species could offer this. We are the Kunk, children of the stellar breeze. We shall give you what all others could not, the greatest of gifts. We shall give you our love. Ah, you are speechless. Do not talk now. I can feel the energy connecting us. Let us part while the silence remains. Farewell. But wait, before we go, as a small token of our love, not as a material gift, mind you, we give you 4 of our mega ships, fully crewed. Good luck.
It's quite the roller coaster, isn't it? What have I joined in on? The best game from 1992. That's what you joined in on. Well, we just got 4 ships for free. That's pretty good. We also got a clear spindle, which I think its purpose is very clear. We got the cargo manifest. Devices. Yes, we have the shield. And we get a nice little sound when we try to use them because they don't do anything. Cool. Well, I think that's enough Pakunk for now. They explicitly told us not to go to Ilrath space because we would die a gruesome death. Now, on the one hand, nah, I'd win. But on the other hand, to what end? And I think I'd rather go somewhere else. Spindle mentioned starsector. Yo, it's a Scalar Tech reference. You mean like Scalar Tech Solutions from starsector? That's crazy, man. It's clear spindle, a reference to the spindle. That's insane. They're so good at this. I don't know how they do it. They even said Omen, you know, like my favorite ship. Crazy how they knew that. That's so awesome. Yeah, I could talk to them more, but they're also, like, weird. And I don't want to be seen hanging out with the weird kid of the new alliance. Although, technically, they don't even join the alliance. That's how weird and strange they are. They don't even join. They just give you ships. And to be honest, I don't think the Pekunk ships are super useful up until the end game. Like, they're good for the final fight, but they're not really good up to that point, so these 4 I'm probably just going to sell. Take the resources and buy different ships. Also, not quite neat as if you've already played before. Honestly, I am kind of, now that you put it that way, I'm kind of curious as to what information they give. Because I know where a lot of stuff is in the game, but I forget where you're supposed to learn it. Right? A lot of the game is about, like, breadcrumb clues that you get from, like, listening to the species talk about stuff. And I forget some of it. I mean, really, it's not about breadcrumb clues. It's more just...
What a good day I am having! First, my nestmate surprises me with extra fat and spicy grabs for early meal. Then I am complimented on my fine display of ceremonial tongues. To top it off, I encounter the human friend, loved by all Pekunk. Can things get any better?
No. Yeah, what was I saying? Right, I was saying something about how I just forget where the information comes from, but really, it's not about finding breadcrumb clues from everyone, it's just about buying the information from the Melnorme. Because if you rack up enough space bucks, enough V-bucks, and you just talk to the Melnorme, you can buy the information you need to basically do everything in the game. They know everything. They have all the information. You just need enough. You just need enough V-bucks. That's all.
Big omens and mysterious portents, tangled webs of fate, intertwined with the branches of destiny, blown by the capricious winds of happenstance. News, actually the Ilfum news. It just so happens that it has come to our attention that Doga and Kazon, the 2 gods of the Ur-quan, may actually be a hoax. We don't know who this hoax would have been perpetrated by, but it seems someone has used these fictitious gods to send the Ur-quan down on us.
Well, that certainly is an interesting piece of information. I wonder what group of rapscallions would do such a thing. Because if whoever they are, they're certainly doing some epic pranks. Maybe even the most epic pranks of all time. This is the kind of thing that would go on YouTube in 2013, you know. You know, Dogar and Kazon prank. Gone wrong. Gone violent. Gone genocidal, even. Whoopsie doodle. We accidentally started a cult using this fake transmitter to mimic the gods of Dogar and Kazon, and accidentally started a racial cleansing. Our bad, guys. Anyways, like and subscribe for more epic prank content. Yeah, so I'm having trouble defeating the ur-quan hierarchy. What do you think?
Well, not advice exactly, but I can offer you plenty of moral support. Also, I can tell you about another dream. Yes, perhaps I will tell you about my dream. In this dream, there was a small creature, fragile and weak. Above it loomed a much larger creature, dark and foreboding. The large creature was preparing to take the smaller one into its slavering jaws, when the little one looked up and said, "Hold, why do you do this? What you are doing is wrong." This made the large creature pause, while it pondered the question. But then I woke up, and I'm not sure if the little creature got eaten or not. Come to think of it, it really wasn't much of a dream. I would have much preferred Occubirdie's dream. Anyway, just thought I would tell you about that.
Funny enough, that is some kind of psychic dream, because that is symbolic of an actual event in the game's lore. Alright, tell me my fortune. Let's go.
Not at all. You are an open book to me. Ah, how quaint your little life future that you will be jumping across the galaxy through dimensional doorways which are at your beck and call. This ability you shall receive from a mysterious and yet somehow I sense lovable alien race called the Arilu Lande, or Lalilu Arile, or Lupilu Happy Day, or something like that. Also, I inference that you will have 14 children and die at an early age.
Yo, epic. That's sick. Bye.
When the crystal spheres walk more rotate into harmonic union, we shall meet again.
Yeah, I think you can get that particular phrase from 3 places. Yeah, it's like, I know you have to pick up the phrase from somewhere. I just always forget what the things are. How, though? That's a good question. I mean, psychic powers exist in this game. I believe when we brought the Taelo device back to the station, Commander Hayes mentioned that it was causing headaches for people with high Esper potential or something. 14 kids and dying at an early age. You're a very busy commander. Exactly. Exactly. Alright, I believe that this little pentagon, yeah, this is where Shufixty used to be. So we're going to head over there. Then we're going to head home. And then we're going to go visit the Spathi homeworld and the Zokfot homeworld. Average medieval father. Not entirely unrealistic. No psychic abilities. Should have taken some negative traits to get it. Hey, this isn't Master of Orion. If this was Master of Orion, then yes, telepathic is a good trait to take. Just grab a few negatives. Like being It's funny that you can be repulsive and telepathic. Although it actually works really well. It's kind of like being the Borg, in a sense. Actually, now that I think about it, you can just be the Borg, because you can take the cybernetic trait and the telepathic trait. So now you're a cybernetic race that goes around assimilating other species, and then you take the repulsive trait to make diplomacy not an option. You are just the Borg at that point. Okay, so there is a habitable world close to the sun. I think that's what the green line means. Let's see if there's anything left of interest. I don't think the green one's going to be any good. Green planets usually aren't very good. Halide. Yeah, reds. I'll pass. Redder than the nebula we're in. What about this gas giant? Whoa. Purple. Purple could be good. I think that other one looks like a dust world. And Oolite. Once again, Class 3 weather, Class 4 tectonics, which are not bad. It appears to have biologics and some gold. Purple. Oh, and these guys don't even move. That's so awesome. Just, you sit there. Oh, and there's the running guys, too. Those guys are worth a lot. Ow. Okay, hold on. Let me catch this guy. I've got the upgraded movement. You can't outrun me. Okay, we're running at a... Oh! I was about to take off. And then I got hit by lightning and an earthquake at the exact same time. That's not fair. That is not fair. You can't do that to me, man. Lightning and an earthquake spawns underneath me at the exact same time. Yeah, you got to be more careful, I guess. I was definitely pushing my luck a bit with my crew at under half. In a dangerous environment like this, you got to take off if your crew is under half, even if your cargo is not full. Gonna give myself a little more. Okay, that is a little bit too early. Yeah, I was only at, I only lost like 3 guys. That was fine. Got him. These guys have a lot of HP, which is a bit annoying. There we go. And that's everything. So we did miss out. We did lose a lander, and we lost everything in its cargo hold. But Still managed to salvage out some stuff. Retrograde on one of the moons, you mean? Oh, acid worlds are terrible. Yeah. Lowest value possible. It's even worse than I anticipated. Yeah, it does look like one of them is orbiting in the opposite direction, which is pretty unusual. It's just due to the gravitational interactions between different bodies. Usually you're going to end up with all of them orbiting in the same direction. Right? That's just like a natural consequence of the gravitational interactions over a long period of time. So it's theoretically possible to have one orbiting in the opposite direction, but it would have to be a very recent phenomenon. Like if something, like it used to be orbiting, maybe the moon is newly captured in its orbit or something. Auric world, hell yeah. I'll take gold. Often associated with captures rejected twins. Yeah, that's what I was, Yes. Because given enough time, just the gravitational pull of the planets on each other as they orbit will cause them all to sort of settle on orbiting in the same direction. Gold. Now that should help pay for that lander that I lost. Yeah, when you get atmospheric protection, you can kind of land anywhere, and it's just, like, fine. Except for, like, maybe the most hazardous worlds when they're, like, 2,000 degrees, and weather class 9, and tectonics class 9, and then it's just a hellhole. At that point, you do actually take damage, even with the maxed out upgrades. But as long as you get in and get out fast enough, you should be fine. Oi. A good example of a retrograde orbit would be Triton, one of Neptune's moons. Oh, so there is one in the solar system. That's interesting. I believe it's hypothesized to have an ejected twin. Yeah, there's got to be something that happened relatively recently on a galactic time scale. That's enough for this oolite. Purple. What the heck is this thing? It looks weird. What kind of world is this? Give me a name. Xenolithic. So it's got 1 bit of gold and everything else is common. That's interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. It was platinum, not gold. My mistake. I've got plenty of cargo space. I'll just grab the rest. Yummy. Okay, now we can actually move into the interesting part of the solar system. What the heck is going on in the middle? Well, actually, I lied. I want to go to this purple planet first. Then I'll go to the green one. Oh wait, no, I was just here. Okay, no, my memory is failing me. I have dementia. Unfortunate. Ooh, well, let's see if we can hit this. What's the maximum size of your fleet? I think it's 12. Currently got 10 ships. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the maximum size is 12. Alpha Gorno. Copper World. Well, there's life here. Oh god, these things take forever to kill. Why? Why? I need to get the gun upgrade at this... I need to get the double rate of fire to kill these things in a reasonable amount of time. They're just annoying. But I do want the biodata so I can get upgrades. And intel. Hold on, let me position better. There we go. I can't believe these guys actually dodge half of the attacks you shoot at them. Like, that animation's not just for show. They are actually dodging. Somehow. Nice biodata, though. Yeah, they do give a nice biodata. They just have a lot of health. So you're just kind of sitting there. Yeah, it's better to shoot them from, like, above or below rather than the sides. A direct hit from that lightning... Look at this cluster. We get slimes. What is this? What is this? A fantasy game? Why are there slimes? Am I about to like level up? Am I about to learn Fireball? Why are there slimes in my sci-fi game? Well, I guess a sentient puddle of goo could be a sci-fi thing, but this isn't even a puddle of goo. It's an orb. Ow, stop it. Alright, I think that's... Yeah, let's get out of here. I'm not landing for the last two. Screw that. Let's skedaddle. In the new Monster Hunter, if you turn on Arachnophobia mode, spiders turn into green slimes. I did not know that Monster Hunter had an Arachnophobia mode. The only Arachnophobia mode I'm familiar with is the best one, which is Lethal Company, where the spiders just turn into the word spider. Which is just a great, just an absolutely amazing addition. I think that's honestly the best way to handle any kind of phobia mode. Is just turn it in, just replace the object with a word, with the word for the object. It's truly an ingenious move. And that's good enough. Yeah, I think that's all the plants in the system. Nothing really happened here. Let's go to the green one. The real question is, why are you playing Monster Hunter if you have arachnophobia? Well, okay, but just because you're scared of spiders doesn't mean you're scared of dinosaurs or dragons. What about phobia of text? I don't think you're playing video games if you have fear of text. Like, somehow I just doubt that that's happening. And maybe it's something to do with the menus being filled with text. But, yeah, I don't think you're getting past the main menu. You know, call me crazy, but I don't think you're getting past the main menu with that kind of attitude. Alright. Opalescent. Is it any good? It's alright. Assert dominance over your arachnophobia by killing your fears with a huge sword. I mean, that's how I beat my fears. Remember, kids, if you're afraid of your parents, kill them with a huge sword. You're not going to be scared of them anymore. Gacha players fear text, especially if they play the English version. That's a different... I feel like there's something qualitatively different about that kind of fear, though. Oh good, more of these guys.
Do not fear. We shall not harm you.
There's a joke about TCG players being illiterate. Yeah. If you ever play a TCG and your opponent's like, what does it do? It's like, well, reading the card explains the card. If you would try reading it, then maybe you would find out. Try the Pkunk. I've done that. I don't think they do too well against these things. Mostly just because the AI is absolutely cracked. Like, if the probe is being piloted by a human, they wouldn't have, like, reaction speed. But the fact that it's piloted by an AI means that, as a Pekunk, even if you spin around it, even if you, like, aim perfectly, you're only going to get, like, 1 or 2 hits per attack run. And they're just going to dodge everything with their perfect reaction speed. And then, zap you.
Behavior follows dictated priorities, replication, data gathering, contacting alien life forms in peaceful manner, priority override. New behavior dictated. Must break target into component materials.
I mean, I can just escape. Like, the human cruiser can kind of do okay. But it's usually going to cost you at least 1 to kill it. It's just kind of not worth it, you know? It might as well just run away from these things. That is, until we get the secret technology that lets us destroy them very easily. But I have not found the clue to where that is yet, so I feel kind of like cheating if I just go grab it. Well, it's not... Yeah, Chaticus Rex does not flee from combat. That's sort of true, but it's not really combat, is it? I don't think it counts as combat. Well, there's definitely a ship here. Oh, he's fast, too.
Attention, huge alien vessel. Though most of my sensory instruments are malfunctioning, my mass indicator shows the huge size of your vessel, revealing you are none other than a disgusting ur-quan slime wad.
True.
I am the glorious Sophiste warrior Tanaka. You killed my father, my mother, my many brothers, all 6 of my sisters. In fact, my entire species. Prepare to die.
So I've got a number of options here. Say hello to the show Fixie, everyone. This is just what they're like. They're like... It's funny, they're like an Australian marsupial, but then they're like, in terms of their culture, they're like Japanese. It's an impressive score you have on this guy, yeah. Why are the furries like this? That is a question that only God knows the answer to. Weeb red panda. Oh yeah, you know what? They might be a red panda rather than an Australian mammal. That would make sense, actually. Is that Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy? Yeah, this is him now. Do you feel old yet? The years have not been kind to the little fella. No one insults us like that, you toothless, piebald, impotent roof rabbit.
You rip, rudderous sack of decaying fresh ur-quan. You die, die!
Well, I mean, he wants to kill the ur-quan. So, I can't really, like, I mean, look at him. He can run away that easily. He's not even trying that hard. I don't think he's a bad guy.
Ah, so, the cowardly slug spawn has returned. You were most fortunate last time, you hideous, toothless freak.
Thank you.
But this time, I shall surely destroy your vessel. You slithering eater of putrid devils.
Those are mighty words from a dripping, snout-rotted little furball.
I will hang your withered reproductive organs from my posterior monitor. Yay!
He's just a silly little guy. I can't be mad at that. Oh! He actually killed 3 crew. He spawned in close. Yeah, his ship is not in the best condition.
I see you're back for even more humiliation. You flatulent ur-quan of cup.
Look, donkey breath. One more insult from you and it's Vapor City for you.
Why, you wallowing, phlegm-filled, grunty belly ricker, you... Hey, ur-quan never insulted me before. Who did you say you were?
I am Captain Chaticus Rex from the Empire of Chaticus Rex, aboard the flagship Red October. Cease aggression immediately.
Oh, I am sorriest. I must be reprimanded. When we report back to Star Control, suddenly your words ring in my ears. Captain, is this true? Have the ur-quan been destroyed? Has the ultimate sacrifice of my people resulted in freedom for the Alliance?
Well, yes and no. Mostly no.
I am a defeated warrior, a worthless shell. I must die.
Fine, go ahead. Yeah, this would not get put in a game nowadays. But that is an option. Shofixi, I'm now your new commander. I ordered you not to die. You are to remain here and guard your solar system.
To fight again? Against the ur-quan? Yes! But no. I cannot leave my homeworld unguarded.
That's what I said.
I will remain here and keep a solitary vigil.
Yes, that is what I said. What do you mean, no? He said no, and then he's like, yeah, but I'm going to do the thing you told me to do anyways. Yeah, that's what I told you to do. Yeah, you can go full low-tier god on him. Just like, you are worthless. You serve zero purpose. You should detonate your glory device now. Alright, let's scoop up some minerals and get out of here. I guess I might as well try to grab as much minerals as I can as I go back before I go back to Star Control. Just gonna do a little bit of that peaceful resource grind. I'm testing it 5 minutes after we stop talking. Well, yeah, I mean, that doesn't need to be said. I think he gets the idea. Let's grab these outer planets first. Starting with this one. Yeah, none of these look particularly high quality. They were probably better before they got blasted in a supernova. Wait, there's life on this planet? How? There's like 4 living things on this planet. I don't know how they survived, but they're here. Yeah, that's right. His glory device doesn't actually work. I do remember that bit. Oh, that's a lot more stuff. Balthazar Gelt. Now that's a reference I don't get. Mind me, I don't think I'm going to stick... I mean, these guys are worth a decent amount of biodata. Might as well kill a few of them. Oh, no, that's not it. There we go. There we go. Oh, there's an evil mouse. What is this, Tom and Jerry? Yeah, no thanks. I'm gonna move on. Man, these inner planets are not gonna be good, are they? Still got 2 empty cargo bays, though. You got more room. Selenic? Nah. Let's get out of here. Spin. This one's green. Maybe this one on the green line would be better. Nope. Just as disappointing as the last. Oh, whoops.
Greetings, Captain.
What's your report?
Nothing new to report, sir.
Really? So what do you... Well, I mean, I already know what you're doing here. Where's your life-filled homeworld?
My people blew up the sun. Or at least they caused it to flare like a nova. destroying the many hundreds of hierarchy vessels that had invaded our system to enslave us so quickly.
Wait, how did you survive?
I wasn't here when they made the sun flare. I was assigned to a yacht squadron as a forward scout performing deep recon in Mycon space. We were sent to investigate reports of unusual Mycon activity around Beta Brahi.
Beta Brahi, that's probably important.
My scanners showed a smaller fleet of Mycon clustered around the planet, conducting a test of some device. The unit was small, not even half the size of my ship. When the Mycon activated it, a glow began to radiate outward. I crept closer to get a better look. Suddenly, there was a flare, like a newborn sun, blinding me and overloading my sensors. When I recovered my vision, hours later, the Mycon and their device were gone. I was able to effect repairs on my sensors and depart the system, but I had been cut off from my squadron and had to travel home alone.
Well, that's a useful piece of information.
Good hunting.
Beta Brahi. Let's check the star map. How far is that? Yeah, it's over there, and he said Mycon space. Which, if we cycle through, let's see, F7. Okay, F7? F7. It's not doing anything. Okay. Oh, it's still up there in the text. That's why. Okay. F7. There we go. Yeah, Mycon space. Oh, we're not going over there quite yet. Yeah, I think this is an era in which it was implicitly understood you'd be taking notes. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, why wouldn't you? Surely you've got a pencil and a piece of paper for keeping track of all this stuff. Those of you at home have been keeping score, haven't you? Yeah, okay, I think we can move on from this system. We are starting to run a little low on fuel. Yeah, I guess we'll go home. I don't want to be stuck out here forever. Which do you think is the more comprehensible species? Ors or the Mycon? Probably the Ors, honestly, despite being the interdimensional Lovecraftian horror. Well, that's not entirely true. If you listen to the ramblings of the Mycon enough, you can get a sense of what their whole deal is. But I guess I would still write the Ors a bit more sensible, because even though what they're saying is hard to understand, the Ors can at least understand you, and they do respond to what you say, whereas the Mycon just straight up ignore what you say and ramble on about something completely unrelated. At the very least, you can use the Ors are responding to what you're saying, and so you can use that context to try and understand better, where the Mycons just yap. Let's outfit the starship. Yeah, I've got high efficiency fuel, that's right. Alright, I actually need to deposit my minerals to actually do something.
I'm at your disposal, Captain.
Minerals.
Wow, you really hit the mother load this time.
Hell yeah. Can your scientists analyze what I've acquired since my last visit?
The analysis reads as follows. Subject, clear spindle device. Data, the object in question has no clear use or means of activation, but does have superconductive characteristics between 18 and 22 degrees centigrade. We suspect that it is a precursor manufacturer, but we cannot be certain without extended study. Summary, in all likelihood, this object is part of a larger device whose capabilities remain unknown. That's the end of our scientist's report.
So what you're telling me, Commander, is that there's a crafting system in this game. Room temperature superconductor, precisely.
Certainly, Captain. What do you need to know?
Let's get a little more historical data.
What aspect of history, Captain?
So we've learned about the starfaring races, we've learned about the war. Now I want some intel on ancient galactic history.
We have some data on this subject. What do you want to know about?
That's right, this game is basically Minecraft. I mean, honestly, Minecraft ripped off this game. You got mining, you go down to a planet, you mine for resources, right? You get metals, like gold and iron. And then you craft things. Like, you craft the clear spindle into a larger item. So it's mining and crafting. It's... God, like, I can't believe Mojang took the credit for that. What can you tell me about the precursors?
Hell, you probably know more about them than I do, but here goes. About 200,000 years ago, when our great-to-the-nth grandparents were just starting to play with stone knives and bearskins, a star-faring species suddenly appeared on the galactic scene and spread like wildfire. We found evidence of their presence just about everywhere, from an orbital platform on Alpha Centauri to a stack of data plates in a cave on Pluto to some nameless widget found in a voodoo shop in New Orleans. We never found a precursor body or even a picture of one. We can conjecture what they look like by examining the scale and layout of their equipment. Such an analysis indicates they were giants, say 5 to 8 meters tall and twice as wide. I don't know if they looked more like a brontosaur or an elephant. Anyway, about 3,000 years after the precursors made their dramatic appearance, they vanished. Poof. As far as we can tell, it took less than a decade to happen.
Oh, you think that I did the ancient past already? I might have. Oh yeah, I might have done these already.
Would you like information on any other aspect of history?
But yeah, the music is good, so it's not that bad. Given how the ur-quan react to the words, there's a chance that Taylor might have been able to tell them to stop if they could show up in person. Well, that's not exact, except the oars chased them. That doesn't... Did the oars chase the Taelo? I could have sworn that was not what happened. Like, I'm pretty sure the Taelo met with the ur-quan in person. They were just too late. Red October? A communist comrade? No, it's a reference to the movie. It's like, yeah, I know Red October was the name of a Soviet submarine. And it's a cool name, so I'm going with it.
Sure.
Okay, my bad, lol. No problem. Yeah, actually, what do you think?
Can you be more specific?
Wow, how many questions we got? Oh yeah, this is the kind of thing that you should ask at the beginning if you're not really sure how to play the game too much. How can we deal with ur-quan?
Captain, I wish I had an easy answer, but I don't. The only way I can see of liberating Earth as well as the Alliance allies is to destroy the ur-quan and their armada of battle thralls entirely.
I've learned enough.
What else can I tell you?
I do not require additional information.
Is there anything else you need?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Return soon, Captain.
Sure thing. Both the Melnorme and the ur-quan seem to be under the impression that Taylor died just after meeting the Dinyari. The Alliance allies. This is the Alliance... the Alliance allies. The alliances have allies who are allied with those allies. Yes. Alright, so I want to double up on basically everything. Double up those. Then we get more crew pods. Get more fuel tanks. Get more crew pods. Get more resource bays. I don't think there's really anything else. Yeah, I could throw in like a fusion blaster or something, just for some basic self-defense, but... Yeah, no, I'm just going to stack up resource bays. I've got 8 of them. Replace the Lost Lander. And we're going to get some... we need a lot... Oh, wait, hold on. That actually cost a lot more than I expected. You know, the one thing that I'm actually kind of concerned about is I do want to get the... I want to get the Shofixti quest line done soon. The problem is I don't actually remember Well, I know where the planet is. I just don't remember where you're supposed to go to get the clues for where the planet is. Yeah, I am going to scuttle the Bekunk ships. But really, I like the fuel costs are much better with the Melnorme. Oh man, that gave me that basically those 4 ships were worth like as much. Well, not quite as much, but they're worth like 8,000. That's pretty good. All right. Yeah, Admiral Zex does give you a clue. It's just his clue is very hard to understand. Why scuttle them? Because I'm not going to be using them for combat, really. The Bekunk ships can be good for certain specific fights, but for most of the game I would rather use, like, human cruisers, to be honest. Yeah, the Vex questline and the Shafixi questline being tied together. Do I actually need this? I probably want a few Ors Nemesis, really. 5 human cruisers is easily enough, and then I'll get like 3 Ors Nemesis. And that's enough for me to feel safe from most fights. Especially if you throw in the extra Eluder. That's a pretty good fleet. Although, maybe I actually want to drop this one. Because sometimes you do get... some factions do give you free ships, and they usually give them in packets of 4. So, having 4 spaces opened is probably good. So we'll cancel this. There we go. 4 human cruisers, 3 Nemesis, 1 Spathy Eluder. That seems fine. Now we really just need fuel. I think this is the only one, though, unless the Menormi gives you one. You might be able to get it. If you remember, all the constellations in the game are shared by all races. Yeah, the thing is, I just don't... I don't really understand the Vex clue. Maybe we'll worry about that when we get there. Can shred my cons. I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah, see, look how expensive fuel is. But if I just go meet the Melnorme, we can get fuel real cheap. I think I'm going to leave it at 3. I'm going to leave one of my fuel tanks empty. We'll just buy some from the Melnorme when we need it. But look at that, though. I mean, really, the best thing to do is to buy fuel from the Melnorme and then sell it back for resource units if you need it. I think going arrow and arrow does it by 10 units each. Oh, I didn't know about that. I'll have to look into that. I'll try that next time. So we're going to go here because there is a Melnorme there and I do want to buy stuff from them. Then we're going to go up to the Zogfod. Then on the way back we'll hit the Spathy. And then from there I'm not exactly sure. We should probably hit Beetlejuice while we're out here. I mean, the Beetlejuice system is really easy to see, partly because, like, even if you don't pick up on the clue from the Spathy, it's just, like, in this void. But yeah, when we start doing the Vux questline, then I'll try to decode the clue, because I don't actually understand what the clue is supposed to be telling you. It's been a while, though. That might be why. Yeah, for Beetlejuice, Fuepo does give you the bug squirt star system. Which, if you put 2 and 2 together, you might figure out Beetlejuice. But the thing is, even if you don't understand the clue, it's just in this very clear void. And Beetlejuice is one of the few stars that like, I think people know the name of. People are going to go, oh, Beetlejuice, I've heard of that before. And it's just clearly standing out from the stars around it. A version that caused a copyright claim from the original creators that was later resolved by a common loan of bees. Yes, bees. That sounds weird. I don't know. I do not know what you're talking about. Also, you can visit Vela. I'll just have a look at that in a second.
Once again, we meet to exchange valuable tangibles. Isn't this fun? Now, what can we do for you today?
Yes, it is very fun. I'm going to sell you data.
Would you like the two?
That's pretty decent. I can buy 3 upgrades.
The technology we are now offering includes plans for improving the rate of fire on your lander's stun ray bolt wheeler gun.
Yep, you better get used to it. The Melnorme are built like a bell pepper, except they have the skin of an orange. Do they ever explain what the purple light is? No, they do not. They offer to explain it to you for the low price of like 1 billion star credits. Yes, I'll buy that.
After some wild game, Well, the changes we made should really make a difference. Unless, of course, that wiring went in backwards, in which case you won't be able to shoot at all, or take off, for that matter. Don't worry, Captain. We stand behind our work. If something goes wrong, just bring it back to us, and we'll fix it pronto. The technology we are now offering includes details for building modifications to your planet landers, which make them resistant to earthquakes.
Finally, some good fucking upgrades. Finally, some good fucking food. Yeah, I remember playing that for the first time a long time ago, and when he said that it might not shoot at all, I legitimately went to a planet and dropped the lander down to test if it would shoot. I was like, uh-oh, what if they did scam me? What if I need to... And then I checked. It turns out, no, that's just there for flavor text. They don't actually stop you from shooting. But that would be really funny if, like, you go and that you can't shoot at all, and they're like, oops, sorry, my bad. Here we go, we'll fix it.
With the addition of these safety belts and heavy-duty shock...
They didn't have seatbelts?
Your lander occupants should be much safer when an untimely earthquake strikes. The job is complete. Your landers are ready. The technology we are now offering includes plans for adding auto-tracking modules, which improve the aim of all your weapons. Auto-tracking?
Yeah, see, the tracking modules are what make the flagship really powerful. Because then you not only have a bunch of guns that do a lot of damage, but now they just track the target. That's when it starts to go crazy. And the thing is, I'm not going to be using that because it's very powerful, but at the same time, I do want to get to the next upgrade after this. So I kind of need to buy it anyways.
You are preparing for a mighty battle, eh? Well, let me give you some advice. You should consider using multiple tracking modules, since this will greatly improve your aim. However, never add more than 3 to your ship. Any more would be useless. The technology we are now offering includes plans for adding improvements to your planet landers, which make them resistant to inclement planet weather.
Yeah, see, that's the one I want.
What else would you like to buy?
Fuel. Give me some fuel.
How much fuel do you wish to purchase? Unfortunately,
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, I guess I do have a ton of fuel capacity.
fuel
Yeah, let's do 25 again. 25 again. And 10. That's using up all of our credits.
you need to... And
Yes, I am aware.
as then pleasure dealing with you, Captain. We look forward.
Yeah, these talking Pillsbury biscuits are pretty good tech, don't they, Tony? Yeah, you said it, boss. I don't know if I would call them cereal. They look more like bell peppers to me. Someone mentioned the Vela. Oh yeah, we could go to Vela. I think that's where we come from. But, you know, it's not that important. It is a nice little lore tidbit, though, so I guess we'll drop by there eventually. Let's head over to the bug squirt system. Tony, another Tony, and this guy. It's like that one episode of SpongeBob. He's Tony, he's Tony. Is there anybody here who's not named Tony? I'm Squidward, you're Squidward. You have to zoom in if you don't use this search, yeah. Alright. It's time to say hello to some very special aliens. But that's going to wait because I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Okay, now it's time. Am I sensing an incoming Sopranos reference? No. All the pause screen, yeah. It's a good thing we met this guy before I used the pause screen so that people can actually understand what the hell they're looking at. What is this furry crap? Don't worry, it's canon. That's what it is. And as always, it seems like story important... I guess this is not always true that story important places have decent resources. At least Beetlejuice does, but you know, good old Tanaka doesn't have a whole lot going on in his system. I'm pretty sure even if you kill Tanaka, his brother Katana shows up. Just to make sure. Just to make sure you don't actually soft lock yourself out of that questline. Although it's not like it's necessary for you to beat it to beat the game. Let's grab all of this and get out of here. These two are probably not going to be that important. I'll just scan them just in case. Oh no, wait, this is a treasure world. Never mind, I lied. This one actually is really good. Do they have unlimited brothers showing up or just one freebie? You just get the one. Right, if you kill Katana as well, then you're out of luck. It would be funny though if they just kept showing up with like different variations of the same name. So first you get Tanaka, then you get Katana, then you get Takana, and then you get Kanata, and then you get Atakatan. Right, like that would be kind of funny. Yeah, so that is one of the mechanics of the game, is as you burn through crew eventually gets more expensive. The prices go up. And getting Shofixti, well, it does two things. If you can revive their species. Spoilers, I guess. Yes, you can revive the little furball race. You can bring them back. And then they're marsupials, so they breed real fast. That's the lore. And what happens is they bring the cost of recruitment down, because now there's just more of them. You know, it's simple supply and demand, which has two effects. The first is it just reduces the cost by 2, but it also prevents it from increasing in the future, where normally that would be an issue. I believe this is an acid world, right? This is garbage. Yeah, it's garbage. Alright, let's say hello. Let's Tokyo drift our way in here.
Attention, unidentified space vessel. Be warned. This slave world and its inhabitants belong to the ur-quan. I am Starbase Commander Talana of the slave planet Gaia. Your ship is not responding to standard hierarchy identification sequences. You are therefore classed as independent. And what? Is my monitor display correct? Is that a human commanding that vessel?
These gals look horrifying in Star Control 3. Everything looks horrifying in Star Control 3. Did you see what they did to the Arilu? My god. Gotta love the dialogue options, though. We're the ethics police. Justify that costume. Immediately. Like, what is this?
Huh? What are you talking about? This is the uniform of a Siren commander. The climate aboard this starbase is maintained at a constant 22 degrees centigrade. What are we supposed to wear in here? Parka? But you haven't answered my question fully. Why are you here? Where are you from? Has the slave shield been lifted from Earth? Are the ur-quan finally defeated? Simply put, Captain, what do you want from us?
That is a great question. We have come here to free you from the slavery of the ur-quan. Hey baby, what I need is you. What I need is touch-o-vision. Wow. That's incredible dialogue. Just, that really is something.
Look, friend, I appreciate your offer, but we don't want your help. Why? I'll tell you why. Because we're not going to do anything to antagonize the ur-quan. That's why. We may not like slavery, but it's a damn sight better than our alternatives. Below us, we have a beautiful world. Maybe it's not Syra, but at least it's a home. That's a lot more than we ever had before the war, before the ur-quan became our masters.
This is why the captain gets 14 kids and dies. Exactly. I mean, it doesn't really require much of an explanation. Just look at it. 14 kids and an early death. I mean, that outcome is just obvious. So, Commander Talana, what are you doing here?
When the ur-quan conquered us over 20 years ago, I was only a young girl living in Habitat 31. My older sister Gianni was a starship officer in the Space Patrol. She was part of the final defense at Raynek. She didn't make it back. When the ur-quan caught us in open space, we all thought we were going to die. But then, instead of killing us, the ur-quan offered us a choice. We could join the ranks of their combat thralls, or we could be slave-shielded in our homeworld. Like the people of Earth, we chose peace. We became fallow slaves. When the ur-quan told us to return to our homeworld, we explained that we had none. ur-quan Master 9 explained that they had encountered this situation before, and if we would provide them with a list of our requirements, they would use their extensive astronomical data stores to find a planet for us. So we told them about Syra, about the color of its sky, about the abundant life forms, about the fertility of the soil and seas. Less than an hour later, we received a terse message from Master 9. We were to proceed to these coordinates and disembark. This was to be our new home. But our new world, Gaia, was everything we described. We'd been searching for a home planet for 75 years, and in the end, it was our enemies who gave one to us. I grew up on a small island off the main continent, and like all of my people, we lived each day under the sick, red glow of the slave shield. When the ur-quan arrived 7 years ago to refurbish and recruit the starbase, I was selected as the new commander.
And yeah, that's the main reason why getting the Cyrene to join and help actually fight against the ur-quan is more that it's going to require a little more persuasion than just showing up and saying, "Hi, I'm Chedicus Rex. It's time to fight the enemy." Yeah, they tried to animate her breathing, and I think the dark shading down there is supposed to be like part of the couch. Yeah, it does not look right though. It looks weird. Yeah, that is not right. A little Star Control 3-esque in that it just looks wrong. Okay. So I'm going to... What happened at the end of the war? This might be useful information.
When we first met your people, we've been wandering through the stars for almost 75 years, ever since the death of Syra, our home planet. We joined your alliance, and I use the word joined loosely, because we had no other choice. The Vox were raiding our slow habitat columns, and we had nowhere else to go. We fought for survival, Captain, nothing more. When your people on Earth were defeated, the Alliance just plain fell apart. The Yehat and Shofixi retreated to their native stars and didn't want us to follow. The Ariru, those creepy little weasels, just plain bugged out. Vanished, leaving us alone, with nowhere to go, smack in the path of the oncoming ur-quan armada. What were we supposed to do? Fight? 2/3 of our habitat fleet was unarmed. Many aren't even superluminal. We were going to be annihilated if we resisted, and we knew it. When the ur-quan surrounded us and started giving orders that all ended with, "or die," we took them at face value. We obeyed. In exchange, they gave us Gaia, the planet below. It's a beautiful world, Captain. I wish I could show it to you. So don't misunderstand me. We love our freedom as much as anybody else, but we've got a good life here, and we don't want to lose it.
Right. Well, I know exactly what we need to find to motivate you. But we're not going to do that for a while, so we'll come back later. Bye! Yeah, not a whole lot of progress to be made here until we do some specific quest lines. So we're just going to move on. Alpha Tucanae, here we come. It would be kind of cool if, after they join the Alliance, you could use their starbase to to buy fuel and crew, but I don't think you can. Or maybe I'm just misremembering. Clearly what you need to do is usurp the ur-quan and hold her planet hostage yourself. True. Absolutely true. That would be the Chatica's move. Defeat the ur-quan, and instead of releasing everyone, become the new slave master. It's as simple as. Can't from what I remember. Yeah. That's what I thought. But it would be kind of cool as a mechanic, is if you get them to join the war and then you can use their starbase, because it's closer to the middle of the map. Maybe the real protagonist of the story of the Mycon. From a certain point of view, perhaps. Now it's time to do everyone's favorite activity, mining. That's right. I'm playing Minecraft in a cave looking for diamonds. Children of Infinity. Isn't that like some kind of fan-made sequel? I'm not really too familiar with it. Gold and silver. Iridium. Silver. Yum. Although really, I guess biological data is going to be more valuable at this point. Because I have my ships all loaded up. I've got all of my stuff on my flagship, so I'm not too deeply in need of resources. Mostly it's fuel, but when it comes to fuel, it's like, yeah, it's expensive, but it's a lot easier to get. Well, hold on now. What I'm saying is, when it comes to fuel, it is absolutely better to just go for biological data instead of resources. Real sequel, not fake. Original devs. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the plan after we're done with the war. You guys aren't exactly free. It's more like under new management. Now, those Class 8 tectonics look scary, but I'm pretty sure we did just get the shock absorbers. So we can actually land here. And we're good. Unfortunately, the earthquakes do actually block your shots, which does make this a bit harder. We got leaping lizards. Larry the leaping lizard. But don't worry. Yeah, there we go. We lost a couple there. For the most part, earthquakes and lizards don't really hurt me. I have a lizard-proof shield. Sorry, Larry. I've got a lizard-proof shield. What are you going to do about it? Jesus. Alright, let's get out of there. Let's go harvest more biodata. Class A tectonics aren't that scared. We've got the... You know, it's like 90% of their attacks get... The earthquakes get negated. It's fine. So look at this. Very doable. I mean, each of these things only take one hit, and there's 6 biodata. That's pretty good. So I'm going to grab the commons and get out of here. There we go. Then we're going to grab this guy. And just to be clear, everything is running smoothly, unlike the last one, right? Nobody's complained, so I assumed that I got the settings right. Come on, here, this... Yeah, and it's only worth 9, despite all the trouble it gives you. Smooth as can be? Yep, it's perfect. Awesome. Get back here. Freaking Kool-Aid man looking ass. There we go. That's some decent biodata. I think if we go cargo, yeah, 115, so that's 230. Yeah, pretty smooth. Awesome. Everyone... I'm not seeing a single person complain. That's excellent. No, you shot the completely worthless common elements. No. How could you? Yeah, I know. It hurts. It hurts to watch, I'm sure. Gold. 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 Wait, all of them are gold. So that does mean that the elements that they can... Whoever designed the game, they didn't just place like yellow dots and then... Because what you might assume is that you just place like the rarity of the resource, and then whichever name pops up could be randomized, where it's like this, where it just randomly picks like from a list of names, like gold, silver, and whatever. But it looks like it's not a randomized name. They don't just place the yellow dot. They specifically choose exactly which resource. So the gold world is just gold. Auric world. What? Gee, I wonder why it has gold. Yeah, it's not like I don't read Latin, so I don't know what auric means. I have no idea. Gold. Go gold. This one Devsworth is autistic. Well, you're just not looking hard enough, my friend. Auric means it has ears. Yeah, that sounds right. It's Greek? No, that can't be right. Look, whether it's Greek or Latin, I don't speak it either way. Auric definitely would not imply aurum.
It is the alien from the Tenjessu's alliance.
Just look at those weapon pods on his ship.
We hope that during this visit, we can make clear to your species the benefits of a mutual assistance pact.
But we're also armed to the teeth. So don't try stealing our atmosphere or anything sneaky like that.
What do you think this is? Spaceballs? Is Darth Helmet gonna show up next? I'm not gonna steal your atmosphere. So what's going on around here?
We had a close call last week,
One of those black ships was snooping around the system.
but before it got to our world, some of the green ships warped in, destroyed the black vessel, and then left immediately.
We got lucky.
Any news?
No, we have nothing new to report.
Nope. Not a thing.
You sound a little suspicious, but I'll take your word for it. Is there any matchup these guys are good at? I don't think so, honestly. I've tried to use them a little bit in the combat, in the super melee mode. And man, like technically their tongue attack, which is their secondary attack, does a lot of damage at close range. But I have no idea how you are ever supposed to hit it in any situation ever. Because I've been in situations where I just straight up ram the enemy ship and I click shift to use the secondary attack and it still doesn't hit somehow. It's like it's supposed to be like the main gimmick is you get really close to the point that you ram the enemy ship and then you use the secondary attack and it does big damage. But it still doesn't hit somehow. I'm ramming the enemy ship and I'm still not hitting it with this thing because it's got such short range. So not only do you need to ram the enemy ship, you also need to click shift at like exactly the right timing. If you're off by a couple of frames, you just miss. It's completely unusable. Like I don't see why you like worthless unless you're a good pilot, but a god pilot. It's like, yeah, maybe if you're a god pilot, you could use it. But at that point, you could just use basically any other ship and get more value out of it. Like, the only thing they have going for them is they're cheap, but, like, they're still not going to accomplish much, so why does it even matter? Oh well, they're still useful, though. Well, at least it's useful to make an alliance with these guys, because you can come back here and get information as the war progresses.
How wonderful! We accept!
Hooray!
How marvelous!
Yeehaw!
Captain, we are delighted that your people have made this choice.
Now we won't get slaughtered.
In exchange for our cooperation helping you with captains and ship designs, all that we ask for is your protection.
So we don't get slaughtered.
We shall begin fulfilling our commitment at once. We will transport officers and our Stinger design to your base immediately.
Why, heck! Maybe I'll even make the trip to your planet. I'd make a good starship captain. I'm pretty darn mean in a fight, and there ain't nobody better than me with a thrusting stinger tongue attack.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be the main gimmick of the ship, but I find it not very effective.
Sure. What do you want to know?
Just ask away.
I mean, they look goofy. Yeah, they're supposed to be. What do you know about the other alien races?
Not much, to tell the truth.
This space exploration stuff is kind of new to us,
Besides the green alien ship
which have only tried to kill us,
and the black alien ship,
which have actually been quite successful at killing us.
the only other starships we have encountered are strange tumbling red probes, which profess to be on a peaceful mission.
But then attack like slavering Zabrankies.
We believe that the probes are actually robotic scouts, which have suffered some kind of malfunction resulting in their aberrant behavior.
And what's worse, they are multiplying.
Yes, that's true. The probes seem to be replicating at a geometric rate.
Hey! That means if there was only one last week, then next month, wait a minute, let me calculate. That means next month there'll be a whole mess of those things.
By backtracing the probe's course path, we have been able to calculate that the source of the probes is somewhere on a direct line that includes our star and Epsilon Muscae.
Go get 'em, Captain.
Your star and Epsilon Muscae. Well, that does give us a bit of a clue, although it doesn't give an exact location. The Milnorme can tell you the exact location. Looks better than Purple Humanade number 53. Yeah, there are... It's like this game does have a mix where there's some of them it's just like the Cyrene, it's human but blue. But then some of them are completely insane. They've got a good variety in that way. Tell me about your people.
Ah, cultural exchange. A good idea.
Yeah, let's tell 'em about Fungi.
Be quiet, you fool. He asked a serious question. Who doesn't want to know about Fungi?
How do you know? What makes you so smart? You never even asked him if he wants to know about Fungi. Why, I'll bet right now he's wondering, what is this wonderful sport, Fungi? How is it played? What kind of equipment do you need to play Fungi? And I wonder who's ahead in the Fungi Championships.
Ah, will you shut up about Fungi? If you say another word about that stupid game, I'm going to lose control and blow a cloud of spores at you.
Yeah, okay. Don't blow your stack. I won't mention Fungi again. I promise.
Well, Captain, as you can probably see, our culture's predominant trait, its greatest strength and weakness, is the diverse interactions between Zot, Spot, and Fick.
Fungi!
Yes, Fungi. The alien version of, do you want to play some sports ball? No, I do not want to play sports ball. Sports ball is lame, but you do not understand the deep, deep emotional experience of winning a game of sports ball. The Cyrene are parody Space Girls. Yeah. I know there's kind of like an element to parody to them. But I don't think the parody works super well. It's just kind of like doing the thing, and then you as the player get to say, hey, you're doing the thing. Right? It's like, we're the ethics police. Justify that costume immediately. Right? That line. You're not really doing much of a parody other than just saying, look, we're doing the thing, and you get to point out that they're doing the thing. It's like, yeah, technically parody, but it's not a very sophisticated parody. I do seriously respect the completely nonsensical alien science. Like, what the fuck was a spring door stopper, but it was 4 meters tall and alive? Yeah, those are definitely some of the better ones. It's like, how is this thing even alive? I have no idea. But that's kind of what makes it cool. From what I remember, they made the weird ships first and put the... Yes, that's correct. They came up with the ships first from, like, a gameplay perspective. They were just designing the ships to be fun to pilot and fight with each other. And then afterwards, they were like, okay, what kind of alien would design this ship? So like the Spothy ship, their whole gameplay gimmick is that they have the backwards firing missile. So with a hit and run tactics, where you run forward and then turn around, fire your missiles backwards, and then run away. And so like, okay, what kind of alien would make this kind of ship? And the answer they came up with was a really cowardly alien. With the whole, but that's why they fire their weapons backwards. Kind of like, you know, basically they're the space, they're the French, but in space, basically. That's the whole gimmick. They start with the ship and then come up with the alien to justify the ship afterwards. Which worked pretty well, honestly. Does that guy in the back ever say anything?
Nope, not a word.
The French in space, damn it. Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly fitting, too, because, I mean, they're also, like, slugs. And I think French people eat snails, so... I mean, the math checks out. What do you want me to say? What was your history like?
Our past? Quite a broad topic for this short conversation, but we'll share a key piece of our history with you.
After we killed off the last of Blanket, we faced an interesting question.
Should we proceed and establish a culture which would advance in art, technology, and social sophistication?
Or should we just go back into the forest and kick back and enjoy ourselves, knowing that as a Blanket wasn't gonna jump out of the bush and eat us?
Well, we did go back into the forest. We stayed there for about 5,000 years and had a great time.
Then, one stormy day, a Zoc, a Fox, and a Panther were walking up a steep path looking for something good to eat when a bolt of lightning struck nearby. With a huge flash of light, the bolt of energy carved a strangely shaped chunk of granite out of a cliff.
It was a disc with a hole in the middle. As the rock began to roll down the hill toward the three terrified beings, some dry grass got caught in its hole. And since the rock was still hot, the grass caught on fire.
When the rock finally got to the Zoc, the Fox, and the Panther, they simultaneously discovered the wheel, fire, and religion, thus catapulting them on the road of progress.
Which has led us to this day, Captain. Oh, how did the flaming wheel give religion to our culture, you ask?
I will explain. You see, when it got to the threesome, the flaming wheel was going at a pretty good clip, and it ran smack into the rock, killing him.
The Fox and the Pit felt so bad. They really liked that Zoc. That they decided the Zoc hadn't really died when the wheel flattened him. He had just gone to a better place.
Presumably one without lethal flaming wheels?
Definitely the best, one of the best histories. I would say the best, but the Spothy are also pretty good. Okay, the lore is incredible too, I love this. Yeah, the lore is pretty good. The lore is on point. Yeah, they always have a lot of them have pretty goofy music too. It's great. No, I don't need them to describe the ship.
Anything else?
Bye.
Captain.
See ya!
Lethal flaming wheels. Does this sound familiar? Not at all. I have no idea what that would be. Yeah, we were just walking up this hill and the flaming wheel fell down and killed a guy. Craziest thing I ever seen, I swear. And then Bill Wirtz popped out of a bush. Hey, you could make a religion out of this. Yeah, we're probably going to get attacked by something, and I don't think that's just a probe. Okay, this is definitely going to be way too hot, isn't it? And it might even be a carbide world. Which, at least if it's a carbide world, then it's worth skipping anyways. No, it's radioactive. Which means that it would be good, but that temperature at 500? No thanks. Not unless you've shown me some exotics. If I get temperature resistance, then it could be worth coming back here for those resources, but at the same time, there's lots of other planets. You know, there's plenty of other fish in the sea. Explore a little bit around here. Hello, gamers. Hello, Stochastic Turtle. Alright, what have we got here? Is it a probe or is it a nobe? Oh, it's the regular ur-quan.
What? A human in service vehicle. How did you escape the slave shield, human? Or are you a rogue?
And then because we talked to the Pakunk, we now have this special dialogue option. I mean, which is funny because the Pakunk, the fact that we're even saying this word, it's literally, I saw it in a dream. Like the dialogue came to me in a dream. Hold, what you are doing to us is wrong. Why do you do this thing?
Alien, you have spoken words, and you have spoken them rightly. We will tell you our reasons why we enslave all other sentient life. We evolved on a hostile world, the descendants of solitary hunters. In those ancient days, there was no Korra or Kazertsa, only the ur-quan. We explored our world, and then the space beyond. Here we met the 6 races of the sentient milieu, which we joined as partners. It was on a routine planetfall that one of our million scout ships first met the Dinyari. They were evilly intelligent creatures who could control the minds of others. They wanted to rule the universe. We had no choice but to give it to them. For thousands of years, we were unthinking slaves to the Dinyari. The Dinyari had a special liking for us ur-quan, so they began to tinker with our genes. They built 2 ur-quan sub-races, one green, the thinkers and planners, the other black, the warriors and laborers. When the martyred genius Kazertsa gave us the secret to defeating the Dinyari, we destroyed them. Then we decided that we would never again be slaves. We would follow the path of now and forever. We decided to enslave or imprison all other intelligent life in the galaxy. We had slaves shielded one world when we learned that the black ur-quan, under a new leader, Korra, had devised the eternal doctrine, which called for the cleansing, the annihilation of all non-ur-quan sentient life. Before we could stop them, they burned the Yoktar race's home world, and were on their way to the planet of the last remaining free race. We met the Korra in orbit above that planet. We confronted them. They would not submit. We fought. When our battle was done, the Korra were defeated. We exiled them, sent the remnant of the Korra fleet into the unknown reaches of the galaxy. Then we began our own migration, moving around the galaxy in the opposite direction of the Korra. Captain, you have heard our words. Now you have a decision to make. Submit to us, the ur-quan Kazertsa, or face our wrath.
Oh, that's a lot of lore. Yummy. The implications of that are extreme. The consequences far-reaching. I mean, something that's interesting about this game is that whenever you're talking to a species and they start going into their history, they talk about it as if, almost as if it happened to them personally. Which, like, on the broader scope doesn't make sense. But I think the way that this game treats each species is almost like the ur-quan is like one person. And in the history of the ur-quan as a species, whatever ur-quan you're talking to, they each act like it happened to them personally. And it's kind of the same for every species. Which makes sense for someone like Commander Hayes when he talks about the ur-quan, the war against the ur-quan, because he was actually there. But, yeah. Ur-quans have genetic memory. Well, yeah, you can always come up with some, like, genetic memory. That's why everyone remembers it specifically. Although, yeah, they do throw those kinds of explanations in to sort of make sense of it. Yeah, when they start talking about the excruciator, it's like, bro, you're acting like you did it personally. You can actually surrender and get a game over. It's pretty funny. That is true. You do have the option to just surrender and lose immediately. I mean, I could ask them, why do you wish to enslave us? They've already explained that. But nah, I'm gonna leave now.
Your independence is too dangerous for us to tolerate. You shall be punished.
No, you. Alright. I'm actually going to fight these 3 dreadnoughts, because I do think I've got a pretty good shot at it. If I lead with a cruiser, I know I'm going to lose it, but at the same time, it's a good way to soften them up. But if I play my cards right, then the Or's Nemesis can just beat them straight up. Because the Or's Nemesis is only worth, like, 23 points to the Dreadnought's 30, but the Or's Nemesis can beat it straight up.
Go, go, go.
So, yeah, they launch fighters, I launch boarding crew.
Go, go.
Right, the nice thing about the Or's Nemesis is you can just straight up outrun their fighters. So they might launch a bunch of fighters at you. They're not going to catch you, though. There we go. See, that's what I mean by the cannon being kind of secondary. Like, you do outrange the ur-quan ships by a little bit, but it's only by a little bit, and so you take a big risk every time you try to close in and use your cannon. Oh, ooh, don't want to take that. Ah, the fighters are right on me. There we go. Gravity assist. Yeah, don't want to lose any crew to these fighters, if I can help it. Oh! Yeah, one of my boarding crew caught up to the ur-quan dreadnought, and there we go. That's 2 for 1. Yeah. Alright, all of my boarding crew have died. I've only got 1 crew left, which is the pilot. The chances that I'm going to win this are pretty minimal. Oh, yeah, no, there's the fighters. I should have just dove in and tried to score a hit. Now, it's already damaged. I might be able to do it with the cruiser. It's a lot riskier than just doing it with the Or's ship. That would be easier. But I do kind of want to throw a cruiser at them. Okay. So you can see they launch all those fighters at you, which you can obliterate with your point defense laser, but at the same time, it is really hard to avoid both the dreadnought and the fighters at the same time. In the old, if you play with the old graphics, it just doesn't launch any fighters, and let me tell you, that version is easier. Because I would have, like, if it didn't launch any fighters, I would have took 0 damage on my cruiser there. Because I would have just kited the dreadnought. no problem. I would have just completely kited it and just tore it apart with missiles. But because it launched those fighters, I did actually take some damage. But I still beat it. So yeah, that's very doable. I lost one nemesis, but taking out 3 dreadnoughts, that's a pretty good trade-off. Now, the Korra are going to be a bit more difficult until I get access to the Utwig, because they have a ship that's really good against the Korra. Well, it's just, although to be fair, it's really good in general, but specifically, it kind of patches up our weakness against the Korra. Well, 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 look at that. Now keep in mind, these circles are proportional to the fleet size of each faction. So the Zokfot have the unfortunate situation where they're just inside the ur-quan sphere of influence. And they're only alive because the ur-quan aren't even aware that they're there. I've read a theory that the enslavement by the Kazertza is temporary. It's like the Reapers from Mass Effect. It's probably not temporary, if I had to guess. They are just gonna dominate and rule over you forever. The difference is, at the very least, they don't kill you, because there are a lot of things out there that would just kill you. So they're the bad guys, but they're not the worst bad guys. The Spothy is very good against the Korra. I have not found that to be true at all. Maybe I'm just bad. Maybe I'm just bad at piloting. But, yeah, I've not found the Spothy to be good against the Korra at all. Let's go to Alpha Illuminati. Or no, isn't the Spothy one right next to the P? Epsilon Gruis, that's right. Yeah, we'll go there first. Well, the theory is that it's a domestication. I mean, it's still just kind of the same thing, regardless of what you call it, right? Yes, I know the Spothy can beat the Dreadnoughts, but against the Korra, it seems that just doesn't seem true at all. Maybe I need to practice more against the Korra, but I don't think that's doable. They have their Ring of Fire ability is just... it's too much for the Spothy ships. Or maybe I'm only maybe the AI has changed, and maybe in the original game you could, but then they changed the AI. Chinjesu beats the Korra, but that's a big investment. Well, Chinjesu don't... well, it wouldn't be the Chinjesu, it'd be the Chimur. And yeah, that's pretty late game. I remember bullying the Korra with Fufu a long time ago. Yeah, no, it might be that there's a difference in the AI, because I know that the ur-quan dreadnoughts definitely behave differently with the new this graphic setting. Spothy shield can just avoid slow spinning shield. We're 14, need guns. True. Just bring a Hellbore cannon. It's as simple as that. Now I can go to my roster and let's take the one that took damage and move crew over from our flagship into the cruiser. So the pool of crew that I have can kind of be used to repair my ships as they take damage. And that's mainly what I'm going to use a flagship for, because I do have the tracking modules now, which means that I could just replace all of those resource modules on my flagship with like tracking modules and fusion blasters and dynamos, and then I would just win. I have the technology to win. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use the other ships because it's more interesting. Old AI let you have the Korra try to catch up while you just butt missiled them. Yeah, I don't think that works. I think they've changed the AI so you can't do that. Because there's a few cases here and there where they seem to have tweaked the AI to make it a bit stronger than the original game. Well, hello there. I guess I should talk to you. It is funny. Talking to the Spothy is funny.
Surprise and terror! I am greeted by the smooth and hostile face of our old enemy, the Hootsman. No, the Shoes Clan? No, I remember.
We're on a peaceful mission through the cosmos.
Two aspects of your last statement defy the course of nature as I know it. First, peace, as you call it, is an illusion. If you have peace, you simply haven't yet seen the thing that's trying to kill you. Second, peaceful missions through the cosmos rarely require weapons large enough to punch holes through a small moon.
Spothy is a debate, bro. Well, that's one way of looking at it. Let me be frank, we seek allies.
In case you have not forgotten, we are bonded to the ur-quan as slaves. The punishment for the plan you propose can be described as death.
Death. That brings up a good point. If you are such cowards, why do you fight for the ur-quan?
This is a sad tale, so do not even try to contain your tears.
Okay.
After the ur-quan demolished the Ilrath, they turned the force of their armada against us Spathi. The term rapidly subjugated would best describe what happened next. When the ur-quan arrived at Spathiwa, there was a great ceremony. Part of that ceremony involved blasting portions of our planet's surface into radioactive dust, and this part we did not enjoy. But the worst was yet to come. Our leaders were called into the command chamber of ur-quan Lord One's dreadnought, where they were read a long and complicated document explaining the choices given new slaves. When our leaders heard the term forever encased and impenetrable shield, they grew overexcited, I'm afraid, and made a fatal error. The decision was to be transmitted to the ur-quan via one of two rods, one colored black, the other white. Our leader handed the white rod to one of the ur-quan's servants, signifying fallow slavery. But the servant somehow exchanged rods and handed the ur-quan lord a black rod, indicating our desire to become fighting slaves. By the time we learned of the switch, it was too late. The ur-quan would not permit a change in status. Following that most tragic day, we were forced to assume the role of an ur-quan star thug. We tried to avoid combat, but the ur-quan gave us 3 warnings, each more strident than the last. When we learned that there would be no 4th warning, simply annihilation, we attended to our new role with improved vigor. Oh, and perhaps you have already guessed, the ur-quan's servant who made the switch was an Umga.
It sounds like these Umga are certified prank masters, wouldn't you say? I mean, this sounds similar to a case we heard before. Who was it that was giving us a similar description, but without naming names? Weren't the Pakunk saying something about how the Ilrath got hit with an epic prank? Godslayer style? This sounds familiar. What can you tell us about your species?
We can best be described as metamollusks, possessing the best qualities of both the clam and the dravat, which is not native to your world. We are intelligent and clever, though you would never call us cunning. Each day when we awaken, we call forth the traditional Spathi prayer. Oh God, please don't let me die today. Tomorrow would be so much better.
Tragedy is when I cut my finger. Comedy is when you fall into an open sewer and die. This is true. What do you really want out of this great mystery called life?
I want to live forever, with no pain whatsoever, owning vast personal property plus a company of nubiles. If this is in your power to give, I beg of you to do so.
I mean, the Spathi are simple. I want to live forever. I don't want to be in pain. I want all the physical comforts I can have. That's it. It's as simple as that. Under the circumstances, I think it would be best if you allied with Earth immediately.
Sure, consider it done. Allies to the bitter end. Not...
We leave as we came, in peace.
Look, can we keep this as a secret between the two of us? It's really rather embarrassing.
I mean, technically speaking, they're supposed to be fighting with us, but they're just like, hey, look, if you don't tell anybody, just keep it a secret, all right? We didn't want to fight you, you didn't want to fight us, and nobody has to know. So over to the moon. Well, there's a lot more ships.
What is the secret cipher?
That's an easy one. Huffy Muffy Guffy.
We are the fake ones, the Spotty High Council. You have given us the correct cipher, and so you will not be destroyed immediately. Now, if you please, tell us how you acquired our most secret Spotty cipher, which every Spotty swears never, never to reveal, even when threatened with considerable pain.
I gotta love that. Every Spotty swears not to reveal it, even when threatened with considerable pain. Now, on the other hand, if you threaten them with death, that's a different story, all right? And then, you know, who wouldn't tell if you threaten them with death? And the council is named the Safe Ones. It's all perfect. We met Spothy and Pluto, and we became good friends.
And just where is this Spotty friend now? Never mind. The answer is all too obvious in your tiny, dry eyes.
Hey, it's not my fault they're dry. Oh, yeah, I mean, Flippo's still with us. He can vouch for our good intentions. Like, he's right here.
If you held a weapon to Whipple's head, he would say anything you wanted him to say. In fact, if you held a vegetable to his head, he would probably say anything you wanted him to say.
That's true. We come in peace and with goodwill.
No doubt.
We offer our hand in friendship. Join us and our many allies.
We are too afraid of the ur-quan to consider such an alliance. They would most certainly punish us with extreme tortures.
We're stronger than the ur-quan. I mean, we just took out 3 dreadnoughts at the cost of 1 ship. We're stronger than them, clearly.
Hello, hello. Awaken from your dreamy state, you them. Now is the time for realism, not wild fancy.
Yes, we are strong enough. Look at our precursor vessel. Is it not unique? Although my precursor's not really the fighting ship in this fleet, but, you know, the point stands.
Your vessel is unique, and here is the crux of the problem. A unique, meaning singular, starship is not equal to the task of destroying the entire ur-quan armada. If you had, say, 10,000 similar starships, we could take your boasts more seriously.
Look, what do I have to do to prove this to you? Destroy your entire Starfleet?
Well, that would probably work, but I have a better idea. A test. One of those questy kind of things.
Oh, cool. I've been doing those. I know how to do that. What kind of test do you have in mind?
You must wipe the evil ones from the face of Spatiwa.
The evil ones. Tell me more.
Let us explain the sad history.
Again?
Once upon a time, many thousands of years ago, we inhabited the warm, safe surface of our home planet, Spatiwa. We were happy and content. During those golden centuries, we evolved from a primitive nomadic culture into a complex agrarian society. We learned to write on clay tablets, and we were well on to being able to read those tablets when the darkness fell upon us, when the evil ones came. Creatures from the darkest pits of hell they were. They hunted our people, devoured them like tasty nodules, and we had no defense against them. Suddenly, our culture became once more nomadic. We fled across the oceans, from continent to continent, but the evil ones always followed. Spurred by our great need, we advanced from bronze to atomic technology in less than one of your centuries. But none of our innovations was a match for the evil ones' natural cunning and ferocity. Finally, with no other option available, we fled our world and took up residence here on our own moon, where we have resided most uncomfortably for the last 300 years.
I do like how every story about their history, they have to preface it by how sad it is. They're like, oh, why are we serving the ur-quan? Well, it's a sad story. Don't even try to contain your tears. Oh, what are we doing here on the moon? It's a really sad story. You're gonna cry a lot. Okay. I accept. Start packing your bags, eyeball dudes. You'll be home in no time.
We will await your return with great anticipation. Simultaneously, we will prepare a short, poignant eulogy to mourn your demise.
Great, love that optimism. Let's get a little scan going. So we see a little radioactives and lots of biological signatures. What could possibly be so scary that they had to flee their planet? Yep. Say hello to the evil ones. I mean, just look at them. Terrifying. Yeah, mind, they bite fast if you want to know. That's true. They do attack you, but I do have the upgrade that shields myself against attacks from biological creatures. So even if I do run into them, I'm not going to take any damage. So you're just wiping out a bunch of aliens on vacation. So I think the lore explanation here is that the evil ones are legitimately dangerous, but only to the Spathi because they're, for whatever reason, they find the Spathi extremely delicious. But humans are not delicious. We don't smell delicious. And so they're kind of in a passive mode. Right? If we'd smelled like a Spathi, they'd be a lot more aggressive. Oh, that one actually nibbled on a crew. But yeah, the evil ones, ladies and gentlemen. You know, hundreds of years of the Spathi running away to the point that they had to flee to their own moon. So it's British people in Spain. I mean, given their body type, that seems about right. If I remember correctly, the evil ones looked more like teddy bears. Well, the original graphics, it was probably a little hard to tell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. We're good. We did it. We've defeated the evil ones. Can we get a round of applause for Chadicus Rex? He defeated the evil ones. Ladies and gentlemen.
How go your foolishly courageous and noble efforts to rid the evil ones from our beloved Spatiwa?
I killed him.
This is wonderful. Too good to be true. We will immediately begin transporting Spati from this unpleasant moon down to the safe surface. We shall send in Crustlings and the infirm elderly first as a special honor. Please come back later to receive your accolades.
Right. Well, I'm not going to wait for later. I'm going to come back right now.
Oh, joy! Oh, happiness! We rejoice and make merry in celebration of our imminent return to our home world. You are most heroic and helpful. Thank you, thank you, thank you! But now I must return to our festivities. Please feel free to come back any time.
The worst part is that they didn't even max out your biodata and storage. Yeah, the evil ones were only worth 1 point. They're kind of pathetic. Hey, a deal's a deal. What about your alliance?
Why don't you just wait a while until after we are resettled on our home world? We can discuss details at that time.
How long do you expect this to take?
10, 15 years tops.
I'm pretty sure the game is over by that point. Am I correct in understanding that you refuse to live up to your end of the bargain?
No. We are simply taking a more adult, welcome to the real world view of the situation. We cannot simply say, hurrah, and form an alliance with you this very moment. Surely you see that.
You know, those creatures aren't dead. We have them in suspended animation. How would you like us to return them to the surface?
No, please. kind of relationship were you thinking of?
A mutually beneficial alliance of minds and might. An egalitarian fellowship of sentient life forms. The kind where you do everything exactly as we say. Well, given that my empire is named after myself, I think we know which one Chadicus Rex would pick.
Okay. We are quite familiar with that arrangement. Very well. I'll bet we will regret this decision later on, but you leave me with no choice. We will comply with your needs. A spotty delegation will depart immediately for the planet Earth.
There we go. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, they just get the first two, you pick them and they're like, what? We don't understand. Yeah, I forgot about that. Honestly, I should have picked those options. Because they are comedic options. I just forgot. Yeah, forgive me, it's been a while. You're like, huh? Equality? What is that? What do those words mean? Oh, hello.
Hello, Captain Alaikunam. We are here in this place at this time just like you. How wonderful.
What's new?
Very little, I'm afraid. We've just been watching the stars. You know, actually, there was something that happened the last month on the 17th. We saw a new star appear between the Sursini and Chandrasekhar star clusters. We watched it and watched it for 3 days. We just watched it. Then it went away, vanished just like that. I hope it comes back.
Surkini and Chandrasekhar. Yeah, I believe there are multiple different people who give you a hint that there's something there. Grant us the boon of your wisdom.
But as we are here out in deep space, we learn little of interest. I suggest you consult the more interesting folk at Spahiwa.
Share your mineral wealth with us.
As you wish. Our waste recycling unit is at your disposal. There you will find quantities of methane, sulfurous gas, and some interesting organic compounds. Feel free, take all you want.
That's a very roundabout way of saying eat shit. What do you guys do for fun here in deep space?
We used to be bored, but then we bought this cool entertainment product. It simulated a grand adventure through 1,000 parsecs of hostile space, where we met interesting aliens, uncovered the secrets of a long-lost superior race, and eventually, to save our world from destruction, we had to face the dragon. Never mind, I can tell you aren't really interested.
So I'm guessing he's just playing Star Control 2 in his ship.
Same to you.
He didn't want to spoil the ending for us. Yeah, we'll just go over to the star. Cinema, really. Wow, this place looks like all the orbits are really hot. I think I'll skip. Yeah, I think... So, wait, hold on. Chandrasekhar. Sursini and Chandras... Where is Chandrasekhar? There it is. So, between these two. Somewhere right around here. How far are we? Hold on. Star map. Yeah, I mean, this is probably the furthest I've gone. We're going there. A star that appeared for 3 days and then disappeared. What does that star think it is? Jesus Christ? 3 days and then going away. Come on now. Clearly about to describe the ultimate evil. I think the ultimate evil is just the Dinyari. Probably. If I had to put a guess on it, I'd say it's the Dinyari. guess if I'm out, yeah, because this is part of the reason why I've got so many fuel tanks and so many resource bays, is I don't really need to go home in between missions. I can just go wherever. I've still got 4 cruisers, 2 Nemesis. I got 169 crew, nice, and I have just got enough fuel to just drive everywhere. Is this ur-quan remastered? Love the title on this. Yes, it is ur-quan remastered. Yeah, the stream titles are a thing of beauty. They did a pretty good job remastering the music too, just listen to that. Oh, hold on. There's definitely something over here. It's green. Welcome to quasi-space. Unknown. Well, let's go over there. Just in time. Yeah, that portal, as they said, it appears for 3 days and then disappears. Now, luckily, it appears every month. If it was like a once-a-year thing, it would be pretty bad to miss it. Honestly, it's kind of incredible timing that it just happened to be open when I arrived. There's no way I was planning that. It's Q space. Did you bring enough Doritos to survive this dimension? I think I'll be fine.
Ha-ha! Our clever ward has found our nook in time. You are the first brave human. No others have made the trip. This is our home world, Folly-Alla-Roffally, nestled safe in this true space eddy.
Folly-Alla-Roffally.
The portal you pass through is a rarity, a natural point of interdimensional fatigue. We use these phenomena to speed our transit through the realities. We are wondering, have you met with the Ungar recently? We entrusted an injured talking pet into their care, and we were curious about its progress.
Is this alien Yakub? Depends on a matter of perspective. Are you doing a human-only run? No, I'm not. I do have other ships in my fleet. I've got other people in my alliance. I might do a human-only run in the future if I decide to revisit this game, because that could be cool. Just straight up tells you about Talking Pet. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to find it. They're like, hey, we gave a talking pet to the Umga. Can you check up on that for us? You sound as if you know me. Have we met before?
I forget myself. Of course you don't know me. You are from Unzerwald, not Earth. We are, however, how shall I say, related. It has been many of your years since I have been to our planet Earth. We are known among your kind by many names, some of them flattering, some of them not. The one we use most often was given to us by the children of the Celts, a wonderful culture. They called us the Arilu Lalile. More recently, we were part of the Alliance of 3 Stars, along with your kind until we decided to return to our own, how would you say, reality, when it became clear that your people would be safe enough under the ur-quan slave shield.
Well, that's an interesting way of looking at it. What exactly happened at the end of the war?
Forgive us if we forget the importance you attach to such events as this. Our context is infinitely broader than yours in scope, both in space and time. Nevertheless, to please you, I shall try to recall. Yes, now I remember. Here is the sequence. The ur-quan fleets have moved through your solar system, and you are defeated. Your people make the choice not to fight with and for the ur-quan. A shield is cast about your world. Your people are now safe. This makes us happy. The Armada departs your star system and moves toward the remaining Alliance members. Ourselves, the Cyrene, the Yehat, and their adopted Shofixti. The Yehat and Shofixti withdraw to Delta Gorno, but they do not permit the Cyrene to follow. We are content with the flow of events and leave the area to return here. From our perspective, this sequence of events ends here.
Well, what about the ur-quan? What are they up to?
Soon after the ur-quan defeated the Yehat and imprisoned the Cyrene and Beetlejuice, their siblings, arrive to initiate the doctrinal conflict. This battle continues as we speak.
That's probably what the Zarkfot were talking about with the green and black ships fighting each other. What have you been doing on Earth, though?
You desire honesty. It is given. We have visited your world for many thousands of years into your species' past. We have changed things, made modifications.
Somebody call the Ancient Aliens guy, 'cause he was right. Why did you change and modify Earth? And why?
Our motives are multiple, our desires complex. Part of what we do on Earth is for your own protection. There are parasites, creatures who dwell beyond. They have names, but you do not know them. They would like to find you, but they are blind to your presence unless you show yourselves. The Androsynths showed themselves, and something noticed them. There are no more Androsynths now, only ores.
Yeah, eat your heart out, Warhammer 40k. Instead of just the why do I feel like I got here at the end? Well, you did miss a few things, cooler guy. You did miss a few things. Kowalski not feeling good right now. Yeah, instead of 40k, we're like, oh no, chaos demons take you over. In this game, the Androsynth just got taken over by ores, which is somehow worse. But, you know, the ores are silly little guys, so I forgive them. This sounds creepy. Please go on.
No. In a way, ignorance is your armor, your best protection. They cannot see you now. They cannot smell you. Much of our work with your people involved making you invisible, changing your smell. If I tell you more, you will look where you could never look before. And while you are looking, you can and will be seen. You do not want to be seen.
See, notice in how he mentions changing your smell. When you talk to the ores, they often talk about smell. Right? Maybe you do not even smell. That is so sad. That's one of the words that the translator has trouble with. But clearly, the concepts are related. The Arilu and the ores do have a sort of lore connection there. You said you had much to give my people. Can you be more specific?
As you know, we live in a dimension adjacent to hyperspace, which we call quasi-space. Our ships move between these dimensions through weaknesses in the interdimensional fabric. Although many such weaknesses, or portals, exist which lead from our dimension, quasi-space, to various locations in hyperspace, there is only one naturally occurring portal, which will transport a ship from hyperspace to quasi-space. We therefore find it convenient to generate our own portals artificially, with focused dimensional fatigue rays. As a sign of our long-standing relationship with your species, we would happily fit your vessel with a portal spawner of its own. But your ship is so massive, our units would be ineffective. However, we suspect you may find a sufficiently powerful warp pod, the key element in a portal spawner, in the wreck of the ur-quan dreadnought on the 7th world at Alpha Balonis. Bring that warp pod back here, and we will prepare a portal spawner for your vessel.
Oh, excellent. So we can get our own quasi-space device and access quasi-space at any time. We just gotta do a little questing first. As you know, questing is the most important thing. It's part of a healthy, balanced diet. You mentioned a talking pet. How did you find one?
We are an endlessly curious species, and we spend much of our time on, how should I say, reconnaissance missions. During one such trip, we witnessed the crash landing of an ur-quan dreadnought on the surface of Alpha Pavonis 7. Normally, when an ur-quan vessel is disabled, it automatically engages self-annihilation circuits to prevent other species from learning the ur-quan's technological secrets. In this case, however, these circuits must have failed. The dreadnought did not disintegrate on impact. We landed to explore the wreckage, and were amazed to find a survivor, a talking pet. As you may know, The ur-quan use these non-sentient creatures for the task of interspecies translation, a task the ur-quan find ultimately demeaning. The talking pet was severely injured, and we did what we could for the poor creature. But it grew clear that without superior measures, the talking pet would die. We turned to the Unga, whom we have known for many centuries. Their bioscience skills are far superior to our own. The Unga promised to do what they could and let us know how the pet fared. We have not heard from the Unga since. Perhaps, if you are traveling through their stores, you can ask them for us.
That's concerning. I like how you can just decide to attack and kill them, but no, we're not going to do that. That's weird. Man, your whole vibe is off. Dude, your whole vibe is like off, you know that? Look how green the ship is. Okay, let's see. Now the cool thing is, the locations that these portals connect to all say unknown, but once you go through them once, it does tell you what's on the other side. Now, if I remember correctly, this is the one you want to take to actually get the portal spawner fast. Because this should put us close to Alpha Pavonis. So he's saying they don't have a single spare ship to go talk with the other species to know how the talking pet is. Yeah, that's a kind of a weird statement on their part, for sure. Pretty sure that's a feature they added in later. That might be. Yeah, I could definitely see that being something that was not in the original game that they added here. Because in the original game, they'd probably just be like, they'll write it down with pen and paper, it's fine. Now if I go star search, Alpha Pavonis. There it is. You see, we're right up here at the top corner of the map. Now, Alpha Pavonis is relatively close, and then this Arilu circle is right around where the portal is, the natural portal is. If I hit F7, yeah, the Umga, they are right here, so I can visit them, and then come back over here, and that should be fine. How does the territory map work? That's a great question. So this is just the current map. So this constantly updates to show you whenever you encounter a species, their circle is going to appear on the map, and then it's just going to keep track of them from that point onwards. So let's say that a species gets into a big battle and loses a bunch of ships, their circle might shrink to indicate their reduced sphere of influence. That sort of thing. F7 lets you cycle through other modes. So this mode is the pre-war map. Or more like the during the war map. This is the information we had during the war. And then this is the constellations. You also swing by the probe launcher since you got a hint. Oh, you know what? That's kind of true. They said it's somewhere between our star and... I mean, I wasn't really keeping track, to be honest. What's the one that they give you? Humans are so weak in this universe. That's not really true. The human cruiser is actually pretty good. I mean, they do tell you, they do give you a clue, but their clue isn't like a location, it's more like a line. And I think there's multiple stars that could be on that line. So in theory, I would have to search all of those stars. I just don't remember what the star is that they give as the clue. Is it, wait, is it maybe this one? Way up in the top corner. Zeta. I mean, Zeta Cordovi would make sense as a clue world. But regardless, I guess we are up here, so... being able to just blow up the probes would be nice. Chandrasekhar. Now, Chandrasekhar is the constellation they gave as the clue for the quasi-space portal. I kind of miss this old goofy sci-fi era of world building. Now a lot of universes try to be grounded and realistic, which isn't bad, but I kind of miss goofy aliens. Yeah. I mean, this thing has a lot more than that, too. It's got, like, planets made entirely of ruby. or green stars. You know, just a lot of things that aren't real, but are kind of like... I mean, look, you know, people call, for example, Star Wars a science fantasy because it has, you know, space magic. But, you know, what would be cool is if we just had more science fantasy in the sense of fantastical space elements. Like, oh, there's psychic powers and green stars and emerald worlds. Is it realistic? No. But it's like a fantasy version of space. It is kind of cool. Alpha Tucanae is... yeah, no, it's... green worlds tend to be crap. Let's see what it's got. Epsilon Muscae. Epsilon Mus. Okay, so it's somewhere on this line, they say. But I guess... huh. If you search in between, you're only going to find, like, what? 1 star? You actually have to extend the line out in this direction. So the chances of getting it right are kind of low, if you're just guessing, based off of that line. And even then, they don't give you the complete set of information, because who's going to check a gas giant? Now, if you talk to the Malnorme just straight up tell you, hey, here's where the probe comes from. Go to a gas giant in this exact system. Difference is, of course, if you're talking to the Malnorme, their information is better, but you do have to pay for it. There's even like what looks like a world in the green orbit, so that's like a habitable world to trick you. It's kind of funny. Dumb question, but can you get colonies in this game? No, you can't colonize. That is quasi-degenerate world. What, so it's not a full degenerate, it's just a quasi-degenerate? Good thing I've got earthquake protection. Also, the probe gives you an exact hint if you talk enough, although it's an offset from the current position. Yeah, they do put multiple avenues of finding it out. This is where we put all the gooners. There's even a moon, look at that. Urea world. It's a piss world.
Hello, visitor. We are the Slylandro. I am content to hover, a Slylandro speaker. Your presence here fills us with excitement. We have gotten so few visitors over these many drawn. We hope you can stay to talk with us for a time.
The one and only gas giant that's actually worth going to. I remember on last stream your probe looked exactly the same as right now. What do you mean probe? Do you mean like the flagship? Like the big one? Because yeah, that can be upgraded. You are now being sent to the degenerate planet. No, you don't get to say you belong here. Yeah, that's the kind of energy the degenerate planet would have. And one cooler guy, once again, sending 50 people into the basement where they are now becoming certified gamers. Because remember, once you're a certified gamer, you can no longer leave the basement. That's just how it works. Oh my god. Yeah, one of these days I'm going to go back. I'm going to go look through the analytics and see just how many he's gifted. Because the number is going to be insane. All of you are getting sent to the basement dimension. You're not only getting sent to a basement, you're getting sent to a basement specifically on the degenerate planet. Gah. Alright. No, I don't want to be a gamer. You're going to be a gamer. Imagine, it's kind of like those jokes about like, God, it's like a fetus being born. It's like, God, please let me be born in the time of chivalry and not in the time of technology. Hello, doctor. Where am I? What time is it? And the doctor's and it's like, here is your baby, ma'am. Oh, good, I've got the iPad ready for him. God, please, God, why? I didn't want to be an iPad. No, I don't want to be an iPad baby. One cool guy when one cooler guy walks in. That'd be funny if there was like another person with the username one cool guy. It'd just be so on the nose. And he just shows up and is like, hey, what the hell? Alright. I'm kind of leaving the gas bags on red for the moment. Such kooky music for the potential cause of a galactic wipeout. Yeah. I mean, they aren't bad guys. It was an accident. What can I say? I am Chadicus Rex, captain of the Earth starship Red October. What the heck are you?
Oh, this is terribly exciting. We will be happy to tell you about ourselves if you would please do the same. You see, we Slylandro have been extremely interested in learning about the galaxy, but our physique makes us incapable of leaving our gas giant home. Therefore, we are totally reliant on our infrequent visitors to keep us informed about events outside this planetary system. And visitors usually only show up every few drawn. We hope that our newly deployed exploration probe fleet will not only gather information for us, but inform other races of our presence here as well.
Yeah, that might be an issue, my guy. Considering that one cool guy is normally the name I take, he is out there somewhere. Well, that's interesting. Imagine if you never meet the Slylandro and the probes end up destroying the ur-quan fleets. I mean, mechanically, that's not what happens in the game, but I guess, you know, theoretically, like 20 years in the future, there's just be so many of them that they would just wipe out the ur-quan dreadnoughts because they are growing geometrically. But then again, they do have a super weapon that would potentially just make that all irrelevant. It would appear there is a cool guy among us. Among us. Amogus. Sogus. Amo. Probes, what are you talking about exactly?
You know, it's funny. We hadn't heard from the outside galaxy in a whole Jernasa. And then the Melno may come by and sell us a probe. And just a few hundred locations later, you show up. Oh, the probes? Right. Well, like we said, just a short time ago, a race called the Melno may stopped by. They said they had acquired some information revealing our existence, and they wanted to study us, if we didn't mind. In fact, the Melno may said they would pay us for the right to do so. I guess they are biology nuts or something. Anyway, in exchange for our information, they gave us a probe vessel.
Tell me about the other races who have visited you over the years.
Years? Oh, you mean drawn. Well, let's see. There was the Melno May just a few rotations back. Then we go all the way back over 3 drawn ago to the ur-quan and the other milieu guys. The Yuli and the Draw, I think.
Milieu? What is this milieu and who are the Yuli and Draw? Which, I mean, we did talk to the ur-quan earlier and they mentioned something about the sentient milieu, so...
Let me remember. That was a long, long time ago. I was only a nymph then. Oh yes, that's it. The sentient milieu was a cooperative association of sentient alien species. The Yuli, the Draw, the Taelo, the Melno, the Foz, and the ur-quan, who lived across a wide section of the galaxy. They talked with us fairly frequently for almost half a drawn. Then suddenly, the visit stopped, and we haven't heard from them since.
So 3 drawn ago. Weren't the sentient milieu like 20,000 years ago? And you're telling me that you personally were just a nymph back then. This guy is like 20,000 years old. He's single-handedly going to pay for enough internet connection to do 1080p streams. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Were there any other visitors here besides the Melnorme and the milieu?
Yes, there was another race. A highly sophisticated species of shaggy giants who made repeated trips to our world over a period of several drawn. They even installed a broadcasting satellite in orbit around our world, which let us talk with them whenever we wanted. They were called I'm sorry, I can't remember their names. It was a long, long time ago.
That was the Precursors. Yow! That sounds like the Precursors. What else can you tell us about this race?
I wish I knew more of the information you seek, Traveler. But we last saw the Shaggy Ones just over 39 drawn ago, and very little from that era has remained intact in our history chants. Hold on a minute. Let me consult with associates Joyce Lifting and Solomon Plummet. Joyce Lifting, who has a better memory than I, recalls that the Shaggy Ones were described as being worried. They were always hurrying from place to place, seeking knowledge as though they were in a desperate search for some important secret, some answer to a question that they never shared with us. Solomon Plummet remembers that the last time the Shaggy Ones visited our world, they came aboard a great circular starship, one even larger than your own. They had discovered their answer and were leaving to go somewhere, and they didn't tell us exactly where somewhere was.
Well, that sure is mysterious. The Precursors ruined in Star Control 3. I mean, the answer that they give you in Star Control 3 is at least theoretically interesting, even if the implementation of that game leaves a lot to be desired. This is extremely important to us. Don't you know any more? Oh, I hit shift. Whoops.
No, I have told you. One moment. Joyce Lifting transmits. Joyce Lifting has remembered something else, though it does not relate to the Shaggy One's question, answer, or departure destination. What my associate communicates is the description of a set of 10 worlds, unlike all others. The Shaggy Ones either discovered these planets, or, this is garbled, assembled them? We were told the planets were, again this is confusing, organized in some pattern which in some way alluded to the Shaggy One's ultimate fate. One of the worlds was described as orbiting one of a pair of blue stars not far from here.
A pair of blue stars.
Another of these worlds circled a large white sun. That is all we can remember.
Yeah, I believe these are the rainbow worlds. I do like how they're like, yeah, we're not sure if they found them or built them. It's not exactly clear in the record. But something about these rainbow worlds tells us about the fate of them. How long exactly is a drawn? I mean, based off of what we know so far, it's got to be like, 8,000 years or something.
The drawn is our primary unit of time. It lasts for an interval equivalent to 4 million rotations of our planet. A drawn is subdivided into 2,000 dranasa. Now please, our turn. Will you tell us about yourselves?
Most of us come from a large rocky world called Earth.
Yes, that seems to be the pattern. Just about everyone who comes by here says they developed on a world a lot like that. As far as we know, we're the only sentient species who's ever evolved in the atmosphere of a gas giant. Of course, from what we know, most travelers like yourselves don't have much interest in gas giants. So maybe there are others like us, Thylandro, out there somewhere.
We travel the galaxy in starships, seeking knowledge and contact with other sentients.
That must be great, to leave your planet and roam the stars. You don't know how monotonous living on a gas giant for 3 or 4 drawn can be. Clouds, clouds, clouds. Wind, lightning, clouds, clouds, clouds. That's it. We know a lot about clouds. If you've got any cloud questions, ask us. We have over 800 different symbolic references just to describe them. Most of the time, when we aren't eating, we hover around and talk about what the clouds look like. Of course, the only things we know about are clouds, food, and other Slylandro. So generally, that's what we think the clouds look like.
Wow. Incredible. I do like how this section of we're supposed to be answering their questions about us, but they end up giving us a lot, but in the process they give us a lot more information about them. Truly, their heads are stuck in the clouds. Oh, does Dolores have their own gas giant dudes? That might be, I haven't seen that one. Our primary objective right now is to free ourselves from the evil ur-quan.
The ur-quan? The long brownish guys from the milieu with all the eyes and arms? They used to come visit us regularly about 3 drons ago. They told us about all the interesting things they found from their scouting missions. They were really nice. Why do you fight with them?
I think you are confused. Those aren't the ur-quan we're talking about. Ours are green. Yeah, because the ur-quan did mention being genetically modified and specialized into different subspecies. So I guess the original ur-quan were brown, and then the Dinyari split them into the green and the black. Yeah, they're an event you get from an anomaly, and they bother you every so often asking you to do stuff, including them forming a military junta. Huh. Yeah, that is kind of lame.
But the ur-quan were such good guys. They had lots of interesting things to tell us about, and they never got impatient with our questions. Well, I guess a lot can happen to a species in 3 drawn, like turning green and evil.
I do like the delivery on that line. He's like, well, I guess a lot can happen, like turning green and evil. And evil. Now, the fact that they don't get impatient with their questions is tied to another tidbit of the ur-quan's lore, I think. Where, basically, the ur-quan, their hunting instincts cause them to be very aggressive towards most species. So they end up, but because of that, any species that doesn't really look like carbon-based life, they actually have they have a lot more patience with. Specifically the Taelo, because they were rocks. And in this case, the Slylandro being bags of gas. Again, their instincts don't register them as a threat, so they were probably able to be a lot more patient with them than usual. We are particularly interested in studying unusual planets and life forms.
Then you should go check out a planet orbiting a blue star not too far from here. I think there is another blue star right next to it.
Yeah?
We can't describe exactly where it is, but the people who told us about it, the ur-quan I think, said that it was one of the rarest worlds in space, and that as far as they knew, there were only 10 of these planets in this part of the galaxy.
Yeah, that's the rainbow world that you were talking about, that you mentioned earlier. Well, I mean, they didn't mention it specifically, but they did mention the binary stars. I think a drawn is supposed to be 6,500 years. Yeah, it's around that.
Okay, but please, can we talk about you some more later?
Can you give me details about your probes?
Sure, if you are interested. In exchange for information about the life on Source, the Melnor may offer to give us a remote exploration probe. It would roam the galaxy, gathering information and contacting alien races, and when it had filled its data storage units, it would return here and reveal to us everything it had learned.
Where exactly did you say you got your probes from?
From the Melnor Traveler Traders. It was catalog item 2418, Remote Self-Replicating Robot Explorer Probe, the economy model.
Of course, the economy model. Why did they sell it to you?
Melnor traded it to us for data on the life on Source. They said the information was unique and was worth, I don't really understand their units of exchange. Something like 10,000 Greedots or something like that. Fortunately, that was exactly the price of their catalog item 2418, Remote Self-Replicating Robot Explorer Probe.
Oh, it just so happened to be worth exactly the same. That's crazy. What a coincidence. How long ago did you get the probe?
2 or 300 rotations, I guess.
What was the probe's program?
It was sent on a 500 rotation mission to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no catalog item 2418, Remote Self-Replicating Robot Explorer Probe, had gone before.
Wow, incredible. Then why do your probes attack our ships?
Our probes do not attack. They have only defensive capabilities. Offensive behavior is not part of the instructions we programmed into the probe. To do so would be reprehensible.
Yeah, it would. Could we talk a little bit more about its program, then?
Sure. What would you like to know?
You mentioned the probe's defensive capabilities. Elaborate.
That behavior was hard-coded by the Mille Normand. We couldn't mess with it. Essentially, the probe will only fire its weapons if it has been attacked and cannot communicate with the attacker.
And when defending itself, it uses its lightning weapon.
No. The probe is armed with a battery of missiles. It doesn't use its electrical discharge device in combat.
That's so annoying, because the probes are already a huge pain in the ass with the lightning. Imagine if they had missiles on top of lightning. Now that would be something special. What missile batteries? It always attacked us with lightning bolts.
That's impossible. It's inconceivable. The electrical discharge device is used only for breaking down raw replication materials into their component compounds for easy gathering. Sure, it was a difficult task for us, since we'd never done anything like that before. But for the most part, we just adjusted its standard program, which went something like scan for targets as defined in target list. If no current target, then select new target from the current targets list using specified priorities. If current position is at current target, then set current behavior to new behavior based on behavior priority settings. Perform current behavior. Okay, that's the basic program. I said it was simple, and here are the tables used by the program. Target list with associated target priority. Space vessel 5. Transmission source 4. Astronomical anomaly 3. Planet-bearing life signature 2. Raw replication materials 1. Probe behaviors with assigned priorities. Communicate 5. Record data 4. Analyze data 3. Seek replication materials 999. Move to current target 1. That's it.
Well, I think I figured out the problem, Chief. Can you explain the probe's replication ability?
Well, we're not hardware people, so we only know the theory. What happens is that while the probe is exploring space, whenever it's not doing something more important, it hunts for asteroids and similar space junk, zaps it into its component parts, absorbs the debris, and when it has enough raw materials stored inside, it manufactures a perfect replica of itself. So even though we only bought one probe, by now there should be hundreds of probes, maybe even thousands. Okay, what else can we talk about?
Is that it? The probe can't do anything else.
Yeah, how could I forget? This is the really neat part. The probe was self-replicating. When it wasn't recording data, it would pulverize rocks and stuff, then suck in the debris. When it
I mean, we
had
did
enough
just
raw
talk about this.
materials, it would fabricate a duplicate of itself, which could self-replicate too. We expect the first probe to return in a few hundred rotations, and then we should see an increasing number thereafter. Sure.
Yeah, we need to talk about
What would you
that.
like to know?
I'm as good as programming as them, so I have no idea what is the catch. The catch is they set the replication behavior priority to 999, and everything else is like a 1, 2, 3, 4. This is an issue.
I'd be glad to. You see, the probe has the capability to seek out raw materials, process the raw materials into component compounds, collect the compounds, and then, when it has a sufficient supply, it can build a duplicate of itself. We decided that since we had only one probe, we should change the replication priority and crank it up so that there would be more probes sooner.
Right. And what did you assign it to?
The fact factory setting was 2, in between movement at 1, and analyze data at 3. I told Joyce Lifting to set it a bit higher. Let me ask him what he set it to. Oh, my. That was a bit extreme, wasn't it? Joyce Lifting told me he changed it to 999, the highest setting on the dial.
Right.
I'm pretty sure the way it works is that every time a behavior is completed or interrupted, the program selects a new behavior based on the defined behavior target priorities and what kind of target is currently selected. I think a really high priority would cause a probe to focus its attention on that behavior.
Yes.
No, it cannot. It is not programmed for hostile behavior. What is your reasoning?
Think about the probe's replication behavior.
The probe seeks raw materials and processes them in preparation for replication.
Now think about the behavior priority.
The answer is simple. It would spend more of its time seeking raw materials for its replication process. So what?
Now, what will it do with a ship given that its replication priority is set to a maximum?
I don't see what you are getting at, but I'll play along with you. Like I said, alien ships are the top priority target. Once a probe scanned a ship, it would instantly move toward it. Then, when it got to the ship, it would initiate communication automatically. When communications were terminated, a new behavior would be selected and... a new behavior would be selected. And since the replication setting was set to maximum, the probe wouldn't get time to pick a new target. It would use the current target, the ship, for raw replication materials. It would process the ship, break it into component compounds with electrical discharges. Oh no! What have we done? Traveler, you must tell us what we can do! How can we stop the probes from destroying all life in the galaxy?
Whoopsie doodle. We made a little mistakey. It's a little shaking mistakey. Well, to begin with, if I were you, I'd sue the Melnorme. Well, considering I don't think that's going to work.
Sorry, the Melnorme made us agree to a formal waiver of damages in case something like this happened.
Yeah, and at the end, it's kind of you guys who set the dial to 999 anyways. If you hadn't tampered with it, it would have been fine. Can't leave their planet, still managed to start a xenocide. Yeah, we're at a very special level of incompetence. Can you broadcast some kind of recall signal?
No, not catalog item 2418, remote self-replicating robot explorer probe. The model with the recall transmitter was catalog item 2419, and the Melnorme said it was out of stock.
Ah. Don't you just hate when that happens? You accidentally create an unstoppable cleansing of all life in the galaxy because the item you wanted was out of stock. Someone is going to have to hunt them all down and destroy them.
No, that would never work. The probes will replicate too fast. As soon as you destroyed one, two would take its place.
So like a Hydra. I don't suppose you have some kind of mega self-destruct code or something.
Why, yes, there is.
Perfect.
You're a genius, Traveler. Why didn't we remember that? Oh, there's a problem, though. How are we going to transmit the code? Well, while we ponder that problem, at least we can give you the code sequence. That way, if you run into a probe, you can destroy it without getting shot at.
Thank you. What are those glowy bits?
Oh my! I forgot. You creatures see in the visual range and can see our... we can't see them. What I mean to say is, they are... Well, we use them when the male and the female... Well, look. I'd rather if you didn't ask about them, okay? Especially not in front of Soul and Plummet. She's shy.
No, I said, what are those glowy things inside of you?
Great. Now you've done it. Just look at Soul and Plummet. You've embarrassed her so badly that she can't even regulate her ballast.
Look, I'm sorry I asked about your glowy bits.
That's okay. Actually, Actually, your explicit questions have put Soul Employment in an unusual and intriguing mood. I will explore this change more fully when this conversation is over.
Okay, I didn't show up to be a wingman to a bag of gas. I'm out of here. Peace.
Goodbye, human fluid sack.
I mean, that's fair. So he said a pair of blue stars that were nearby. Does he mean these ones? Getting late. Conversation is over now. Kinda. Damn, them clouds is freaky. So we can go to Alpha Pavonis, because that's part of our quest line here. Then we can visit these two, because one of them's going to have something. Not clear which yet. Then we'll probably check the calendar and see if we can hit that quasi-space. Then we've got to visit the Umga like they asked. We're getting busy. Is there a way to fix the drones, or is that not a thing? No, you can't fix the drones. You can just blow them up with a code. That's the best that you got. Did you get the sequence? I did. Next time one of those probes shows up, I don't have to fight them. They're just free resources now. Because you just blow them up and take the resources. Kind of useful, actually. Which is good, because there's not really any ships that have a good matchup against them. They're always going to do some notable damage. Well, until you get to like the very late game and get like the Avatar. Or if you upgrade your flagship to just be a beast, then you can take them out. But that's kind of it. You don't have a lot of other good options. Okay, so they said Alpha Pavonis, the 7th planet. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's either this purple one or the other purple one. We'll just check both. Spathy ship can kill them without losses, but it takes forever if you have the AI, so it's awesome. Yeah. The Spathy ship, like, honestly, like, theoretically you can do that, but it's just, I lose patience and I end up taking more risks. And eventually just lose the Spathy ship because it's so goddamn slow. So no, it's not this one, okay. Again, it depends on the AI difficulty too, because I have it on the highest difficulty, so they are very, very good at using their computer reflexes to just dodge every single missile. Ah, there it is. Hold on. Energy. That's it. That's what we're looking for. I mean, there's also a bunch of biologicals here. And some noble... 450? Probably not worth it. Not without heat resistance. If I had heat resistance, I would go pick up the noble gases and harvest some biological data, but... Captain, we have located the wreckage of an ur-quan dreadnought. The fact that there is anything but a hole in the ground indicates that the vehicle had some engine power left to soften its crash. Most of the dreadnought is so much alien junk. We have made hollows of everything, but I don't think it will be much use to anyone but those egghead xenotechs back at the base. We have found one piece of equipment which is relatively intact. It is a huge hyperspace warp pod, the starboard unit, I think. We will be bringing it aboard. Alright, that gets us the item we need for that. And this solar system is... I mean, one of the outer planets is this hot, then there's no way I'm going to be able to explore anything else. Next up, let's check out these blue stars. One of them should have a rainbow planet. I think there's some theories about them, like because the game isn't clear on whether they it would be weird if they discovered them, right? But the one theory about them is that the rainbow planets are like waste dumps, essentially. Like some kind of, like, special material that the precursors had access to. I wish green stars were real. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Cyanic world, garbage. Yeah, I don't see any rainbow worlds in this system, so it's got to be the other one. Yeah, they form arrows towards the... They point towards the galactic core. Like, do any of these have good resources, though? Well, a noble world is... They're always okay. You know, it's more valuable than the common metals by a little bit. And the planets tend to be very safe. Just like noble gases. Wow, it's like... thematic. Give me that Krypton. These things. A xenolithic. Well, this one's got a bit of gold. And some life forms. Let's see what it's like. Oh good, jumping lizards. But now I've got double the rate of fire. Eat tranquilizers, dickhead. The only reason to stop shooting is just the fact that you can destroy minerals. Other than that, you would just want to shoot constantly. Damn, Alex cooked with this update. 0.98 looks fire, dog. Exactly. You got it. Oh, wait, get over here. Yoink. I'm gonna eat these fucking booger balls later. Cook them up in a nice stew. That retro look is like something out of the 90s. Wow, I mean, they did a really good job recreating it, didn't they? It's crazy. Okay. I don't think any... Oh, this one might be a treasure world. Yeah, that looks like a treasure world. Unless I got debated by, like, a fake treasure world. But this looks a lot like a treasure world, which means gold. I do think that there is a Star Control mod, or at least there was at one point. I don't know if it's up to date. There was a Star Control mod for Starsector. Silver and gold, silver and gold. I'm just going to have enough money that I don't have to worry about prices no more. I can buy all the ships I need for my fleet. I mean, it is very easy in this game to just collect way more resources than you need. Yeah, actually, that's funny, because you mentioned the UMGA ships in Starsector. Someone has suggested having a ship system that moves the ship backwards, which is exactly the gimmick that the UMGA have. Like, having a ship system that's kind of like having a backwards plasma burn could be a new system. Where it's just like, the whole point is it lets you disengage. Now, of course, the problem with that would be really annoying to fight. It's like your entire... It's like, what is your purpose? Your entire purpose is to just run away. That would be annoying. But, you know, maybe if they put it on a ship that doesn't have any shields, then it wouldn't be so annoying, because at the very least it wouldn't be able to just use this system to recharge its shields constantly. Face skimmers in the game. Well, face skimmer is more useful than that. Face skimmer can go in any direction. Right, we're talking about a system that specifically pushes you backwards. A ship that plays like the Druge Mauler. The Mauler is a pretty interesting ship. That's going to be fun to fight when we have to do that. A front-mounted Orion drive. Exactly. No, I meant is redacted. Well, there's biologicals here, and I don't care about the earthquakes. Colloid device mod when? Plasma burn, but French. Exactly. I mean, technically speaking, I should take these resources because, you know, I can always dump them out of my cargo hold to later. Alright, I'm not picking up anything else, but at the same time, it's like, I don't care. They're worth nothing. They serve no purpose. Free radicals. They're not free. They cost 1. In fact, just out of spite, let's go to the cargo and dump them right now. 15, 0. Not on my ship. Got that, and get the last one. I don't know what these things are, but they're worth a lot. Oh, what I meant is a push backward system won't be annoying because face skimmer's already in the game. Okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah, that's true. Like, we already do have, like, high mobility systems, so this one wouldn't be special in that regard. Like, it wouldn't be uniquely horrible to fight. Like, it just depends on the design of the ship, really. Enslaved radicals. As opposed to free radicals. Yeah, we're talking chemistry here, not politics. Give me some of that green. Orion drive, but backwards would be cool. Yeah, I think so. The thing is, you can actually just do that pretty easily if you pull up like the ship and weapon editor. It's very easy to put an Orion drive at the front of a ship. The only problem is that the AI does not use it correctly. The AI still thinks it's behind the ship, so it uses it when it wants to go forward and it flies backwards. I have tested that out. This is all 100% true. This is something I actually tested. How would you code in the Pekunk Resurrection? Well, that's the cool part. You wouldn't. It's a stupid ability in the first place. And, you know, it's... In this game, it's fine because it's like, whatever. It's, you know, the spiritual guys, sometimes they revive. In Starsector, you just wouldn't add that ability. You pretend you do not see it. So, okay, the Rainbow World's got to be around the other one. It's probably a probe moving towards us. I'll go see it, I guess. Yeah, there's the Rainbow World. You can see that guy right next to the sun. It looks weird. Can't wait till I can plug myself into streamer brain so that they always understand my very important message to them with no misunderstanding. True. That's the future of VR. It's just... Alright, you're gonna have VR helmets that you plug into, you know, the Matrix, and but instead of like going into a simulated world, you go into someone else's brain. So that you can pretend to be them. Like, do you feel like a loser? Pretend to be someone who's not. Simple as. That looks like crap. Is the spin necessary part of getting out of a planetary orbit? Yes. It sure is. Yeah. You should try spinning. It's a pretty neat trick. I want that gold. planets only let you leave if you fly fancy enough. Yeah. I mean, that's what NASA's all about. That's what they don't tell you. They act like it's like this really smart thing where it's like physics and calculations and fuel and all that. But no, really, they're just doing effectively a dance show for the planet, so that it eventually lets go of its gravity tethers when it's impressed enough. Trust me, I'm a scientist. That would actually be a pretty cool setting for a story, wouldn't it? Like a setting where the planets are actually alive and can manipulate their own gravity fields. And if you get on the planet's good side, it makes it easier for you to leave. And it even helps you with maybe a helpful gravity slingshot. I mean, it'd be kind of Lovecraftian to have such a giant sentient being. But it'd also be kind of cool. I mean, considering Discworld is a sci-fi story that exists, I don't think anything I'm saying here is too crazy. York. Let's skedaddle. Let's go get that rainbow planet. The Melnorme are going to be very pleased with this one. I'm pretty sure the reason that these even exist is just because they made them by accident when playing around with the tools that they had to make the planets. Is they accidentally made a rainbow world and were like, hey, why don't we like put this in the game? And just say like, it's just like a special world for no reason. Yeah, see, it's very hot. As much as I'd love those radioactives, it is very hot. But hey, we scanned it. The Melnorme are going to be giving us cash money next time we visit. The equator is the less gravity you mentioned. Well, yeah, I mean, I know. I am aware. Okay, so we got here. Now we could go straight to the Arilu. What time of month is it? February 4th. It appears around the 17th. I think we've got time to visit the Umga before the portal opens again. I think we've got time. I don't remember which one's their homeworld. Is it Alpha Orionis? Old map from... Yeah, okay. Elite Dangerous did something similar. They accidentally made green gas giants because of a bug and left them in as an extremely rare feature. Yeah, that sort of thing is really cool. It's like, oh, this doesn't actually exist, but like, hey, you know, like there could be someone could be making rainbow worlds out there. You don't know, even though they shouldn't form naturally, but you know, theoretically. I mean, hold on. Do I want to go do the Umga right now? I guess so. I just don't remember which one's actually their homeworld, and I think that matters because of the storyline. Although they did tell us to check on... Yeah, they told us to check on the talking pet, but they didn't tell us what planet they took it to. I think they explained it in-game as being hosted by luminescent life. I mean, yeah, that would be a way to explain the green gas giants. I mean, it's a cool feature. I do like that. Beta Orionis? It is? Well, that might be true. I mean, the Spathi, their homeworld is also in the P, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to hide the Umga homeworld right in the G. VR in Elite Dangerous is a crazy experience. Yes, I saw that one video by that one British guy who was like, wow, Elite Dangerous in VR is crazy. And then I have played Elite Dangerous in VR. It is kind of cool. Yes.
This is Pro 2418-B on a peaceful mission.
Transmit destruct sequence.
Engaging self-destruction circuitry.
Simple as. Now give me the resources. Yep, 550. It's not like a lot, but, you know, it's free resources. I'll take it. Let's see. Let's go back to Beta Orionis. It demands third-party resources so much that I can't give up my second monitor. Well, I mean, you can always, like, switch, right? Right, you can unplug your second monitor while you do VR, and then when you're done with VR, you could plug it back in. You know, hypothetically speaking. Listen to that drum beat. Nice. Alright, time to meet up with the ur-quan. Some have called them the most epic pranksters of all time. Commander Hayes says that we might have been friends if we, if we managed to talk to them before they joined the other side of the war. There's a lot of gas giants in this system. Their ships are like, look at these little guys. Oh, I'm saying tools like an R are too valuable to give up by binding yourself to headset. Okay. Okay. Yeah, since in-game market tools are atrocious. Yeah, when I did play Elite Dangerous, and I just didn't use any of those third-party... I didn't really use any of those because I didn't know what I was doing. I was just going and taking, like, the Viper... Which was it? The Viper 2? The Viper... one of the Vipers, and just killing stuff. I didn't really go very far in the game. It was fun, though. Have you played this game with the new music? I think it's very good. I am playing with the new music, I think. I'm pretty sure. Likes talking before, after, and during battle. So this is going to be some of the most epic pranksters of all time. Let's see what they have to say. I am... Captain Shattuck is Rex of the starship Red October. What is your response? ur-quan humor is renowned across space, so do you know any good jokes? That wasn't very funny. What? Oh. I don't think you guys are very funny. There is no alternative. Well, that's interesting. How's that talking pet getting along? Are you sure about that? The Arlo told us they'd given it to you. Well, that sure is weird. They can... Yeah, they, well, the Arilu did say they have genetic engineering capabilities, and everyone else has called them epic pranksters. So it looks like they kind of pranked themselves by making everything mush and turning themselves into blobs. What can I say? It's a funny joke. Come on, guy. Hey, look, I took away your arms, I turned you into a blob. Come on, man, it was just a joke, alright? It's a prank. Don't you understand? I don't mean no harm by it. It's like, why aren't you laughing? It's funny. I mean, the ur-quan are not that hard to beat. Unless you get really unlucky. That was pretty good for them. Oh, of course my missile looped. Unless you get really unlucky. Wow. I sit here, I'm like, yeah, they're not too hard to beat. And then, of course, one of my missiles loops around and hits me, which is a thing that happens in this game, but it happens so rarely. Like, come on. Come on. Come on. Alright, let's just, yeah, no, you're not going to hit me with that crap. Sorry. My ship is, like, the ur-quan ship is short-ranged and slow. The whole gimmick is that they have to use their secondary ability to move backwards at high speeds. Which is why they're pranksters, by the way, is that they designed the ship first, and they're like, hey, wait a minute, what kind of species would go faster backwards? And instead of the obvious answer, of course, would be French, but instead the answer they came up with is they are epic pranksters. Which is certainly an interesting answer. Got him. I mean, they did manage to melt like half my crew. But that point defense... Oh! Ooh! Close. Close, close, close. That thing does a lot of damage. But we can outrun it. And I did manage to snag it with the point defense laser. On that second one. That was clutch. Yeah, we're down to one crew in this human cruiser, but you can see how the first one went really badly. Oh no, the planet! Oh my god, you're kidding me. I mean, you could kind of see how I got unlucky with the first one, where the first one lost to the first ur-quan ship, and then the second one killed 4 in a row. The second one killed 4 in a row. So, you can see, they are pretty easy, but of course the damn planet has to spring up out of nowhere. Which means that I lost another human cruiser, unfortunately. I've only got 2 left, but I can replace them pretty easily. So it's going to be fine. We got pranked. We got pranked epic style.
What do you want?
I thought this was the ur-quan homeworld. Who are you?
I am a peaceful creature, a friendly alien life form. The ur-quan called us talking pets. Until recently, I was employed on a dreadnought starship as a translator. Then, after the ship suffered severe damage from combat, we crashed at Alpha Pavonis. Miraculously, I survived. I was rescued by an Ari-Lu exploration vessel. The Ari-Lu, they couldn't heal my most severe injury, so they brought me to the ur-quan, who possess superior bioengineering skills.
Where are the ur-quan?
You're imagining things. ur-quan are fine. Just fine. Just real busy. That's why I'm answering the hyperwave broadcaster today.
But talking pets aren't sentient. You seem smart enough.
Oh, you know about that, do you? Oh, well, I guess that means I'll have to kill you now. I can't permit you to reveal my transformation. ur-quan might find out, and then my plans for revenge will be ruined. Well, I tried to spare your life, Captain, but you were just too curious. So now, seek death at the hands of your enemy. I cannot compel you. Your mind is closed to me. How can this be? I am forced to resort to more primitive measures. ur-quan Commander, summon your 10 combat ships and attack this intruder instantly.
Oh yeah, it's like 10 of them. Well, I might not be ready for 10. We'll see. Especially since I lost a cruiser just before getting into this battle. Not the best move. Yeah, this is a case where you actually kind of... I don't think you get a game over. I think if you don't have the Taelo Psychic Shield, the command works and you just fight, and you end up fighting the ur-quan. But of course, you actually blow up their ships and you survive. But then I think if you come back after that, he'll send you straight into a sun, and then you get a game over. But if you come here without the Taelo Shield the first time, he doesn't just straight up kill you. Aye! Yeah, the reading on that one is a bit odd. Fwifo might be pretty good here, but at the same time, it's Fwifo. I don't want to put him in danger. He's my little best friend. We're going to sacrifice more human cruisers for this. Oh, crap. Okay, we did win that one, but we took a bit of damage. We got to get up some speed so that they can't, like, accurately predict where we're going to be with their reverse movement. We want to be... Oh, yeah, there we go. They bounced off of us. Perfect. 0 damage taken. Yeah, the ur-quan do get freaked out. It's a unique conversation. It is pretty cool. Ooh, ho, ho. I had to turn sideways. I had to turn sideways to get out of their antimatter cone. The thing is, we don't want to get too far, because then they might use it again. If we stay at the right distance, the AI won't use it at all. Yeah, hopefully we can get this guy out of there. Yeah, so he's got 1 crew left. So that ship, we saved the ship, and we can easily repair it by shifting crew out of our flagship. Which is something that I kind of forget about, because it's just not an option in the Super Melee mode. Okay, that's 1 hit. 1 more. There we go. I do like how your ships have a top speed, but if you get hit by something else, they can give you way more momentum than your ship is supposed to have. And that has resulted in me being in a really rough spot. I've got the 1 guy left. I should be able to take this out. And I should be able to warp out. Yep, there we go. So we saved both cruisers. Now we're going to go with you. Yeah, they're not really going to have a easy time with this. Yep, because we can dodge that. There we go, that's 1. 2. 3. I'm not actually sure how that got through the antimatter cone, but it did. Yeah, they got the planetary slingshot, but that's fine because my maneuverability is superior. So it's kind of odd because they really should just have their weapon on right now, but they turn it off because you're kind of out of range. Okay, hold on. No, I don't want to get killed, thank you. There we go. And that's kind of why this is it took a little bit of practice to get to the point where I can even hit this thing at all. Compared to the cruiser's missiles, it's a lot harder. Oh, the cannon shots can actually pass through the cone. That's just part of their... They have more hit points. Okay. Well, that does make things easier. Oh, wow. That was actually pretty close. Oh, no. See, that's why they're epic pranksters. Look at that. They prank you by just going backwards and going really damn fast. Come on. This is the problem with the 16 directions, is it's like... You can both exploit it as the player, but you can also get screwed by it. Come on. Come on. You gotta line the shot up. There we go. 1 more. 1 more for the road. Nope. Now, unfortunately, there's something about the HD mod where it lags. It gets extremely laggy when you're up close and personal. I don't know why. This is specifically an issue with the HD mod, where getting close to the enemy causes it to lag out to the extreme. The regular graphics don't have this issue, so I have no idea what's going on there. Yeah, this might be easier if I just... Boarding. Wow, actually got him there. 0 crew loss. There we go. That's much better.
Go, go.
Yep. See, did you see the lag there? That was pretty bad.
Go.
I mean, he's going too fast now. Because of that little collision. One of them didn't make it. But yeah, one of them died on the boarding. I do like the bass line for the Oars victory theme, though. Yeah, the problem is if I just fire them into the front, he's going to do that. Gotta wait for him to turn around. And of course, they loop around to the front, so that kind of ruins that. Naturally. Come on. Ah, are you serious? They got it. Yeah, that was less than ideal. Bruh, how did my own missile hit me there? That should be impossible. That should just be straight impossible. There we go. Yeah, we lost one cruiser. Or not one cruiser, one ore ship. And everyone else managed to retreat at one crew, and Fuifo managed to clean it up.
Hi there, friendly starship captain. You'll never believe this, but somehow, the injuries I suffered when the ur-quan crashed triggered some kind of a personality transformation. I became evil and spiteful, cruel and nasty, whimsically unpleasant. You may have also noticed I gained some kind of temporary psychic powers. Well, I just want to let you know I'm cured, Captain. I don't know exactly how, but when you were fighting those Unga ships, a chunk of the ceiling fell down on my head and gave me quite a whack. Ouch, oochie, it still hurts. When I awoke, the universe had ceased to be the dark and hostile place I had previously thought it to be. Instead, I was overwhelmed, yes, even awed by the beauty and perfection of it all. I also discovered that I had completely lost those wicked mental powers and can now look forward to a new life filled with happiness, butterflies, and goodwill for all. Your job is done, Captain. You have saved me. Now you can safely remove your safety protection device and leave. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, why are you looking at me like that, Captain? Don't you believe me? You question my word? Okay, so I was lying. Big deal. So what? Boy, are you a pain. You know that. What do you want from me? My life? Oh, you do? Well, as an alternative, let me make this little suggestion. If you don't kill me, I'll help you do whatever you wish. Is it a deal, Captain?
This creature is filled with cope. That would be exactly correct. These guys are... or at least this guy is a lying bastard. He shamelessly lies about everything and copes and seethes at every opportunity. What kind of deal, Talking Pet? Talking Pet, what are you really?
I will gladly tell you my story, Captain. Gladly. I was indeed a talking pet aboard an ur-quan dreadnought. Those years are like a forgotten dream to me. Because I wasn't sentient, I was a dumb beast, an unthinking slave to the heinous ur-quan. Then there was a great battle. The ship was hit, severely damaged. Slaves running down the corridors, commands, counter-commands. Then there was a scream atmosphere outside the hull. There was a big explosion of light and thunder. We hit the surface of a planet, I'm pretty sure. Next thing I can remember was the face of the creature you called the Arilu. I was in great pain. But the creature was kind. It did what it could for me by applying its own medicines in my alien form. I was transported off planet. I remember all-pervading green light. Then we were at the homeworld we are in. Again, Captain, forgive me if I'm not more clear, but I wasn't intelligent yet. Give me a chance. I presume my injuries were too severe for the Arilu to repair, but perhaps I reacted badly to their medicines or something, because the next thing I remember was being moved back into a ship. Things grow dim. My next memory is being on board an Unga starship. Wet flesh throbbing all around me, Unga laughing as they worked on my body. It was kind of unnerving. Suddenly, like the explosion of a bomb, Thought, real thought, flooded my brain. I don't know how or why, but the Unga had discovered that my brain could be easily changed, improved, to give me true intelligence. What they didn't realize is it also brought back a flood of memories. Memories of my species' ancient past, from before the time the ur-quan castrated our thinking minds and transformed my people into crude beasts. I'm the only intelligent Denari left in this galaxy, Captain. Now you understand my lust for vengeance?
Ah, yes. I do remember what they said about the Denari. An amazing story, if true. Pardon me if I'm a bit skeptical, but you are a proven liar. Kinda wonder what the Dreadnought was doing out there. Alpha Pavonis is kind of far from the sphere of influence. That is a good question, as why it was even out there in the first place.
It's all true, Captain. Every word. Now listen, and I should tell you why the ur-quan did this to us.
I'm sure this will be unbiased.
20,000 of your years ago, Captain, when an ur-quan slave raider landed on the surface of my world and began capturing my people, killing those that would not submit. How can I know this, you ask? These memories are embedded deep in my genetic structure. They cannot be forgotten. How we fought the ur-quan. Even then, they had a hierarchy of combat thralls, though then they called themselves by the absurd name, the Sentient Milieu. Ha! They were nothing more than thugs, especially those hideous Taelo. Those evil rock-like creatures were the worst of all. For fun, they take one of our children and then roll over it again and again. Oh, the war against the ur-quan and their milieu lasted decades. Millions of our people died. But with the forces of truth and justice at our side, we were prevailing. Then, the Taelo made their fateful discovery. A shield against our only weapon, our weak psychic powers. With that shield, they were unstoppable. We had lost. But the ur-quan, they were not satisfied merely with our defeat, our slavery. They wanted more. They wanted to punish us for our insolence in fighting back against them. So they devised the sickest, most cruel and perverse punishment ever imagined. They invaded our very genetic structure, hacked out enough of our minds to lobotomize us for all eternity. And then we were made their closest servants, their talking pets. This was our punishment.
The most trustworthy person I have ever met. Yes, of course. I'm sure the ur-quan just came to your planet and attacked and killed you for no reason. And the Taelo would roll over their children. Yes, it seems very true and real. No word of a lie. Does anyone remember the classic sci-fi series that inspired the Denari? No, I do not. You just have mild psychic powers. Yeah, I love how he constantly emphasizes, like, oh, our weak psychic powers, our weak powers. We're so weak. We're so powerless. Help us, please. We're so... I know we have psychic brain-controlling powers, but they are meager powers, sir. They're meager powers. Yes, I'm sure. Everyone believes you. Everyone believes you. Weak psychic powers. What kind of deal talking, Pat? Provide details.
I get the basic idea. You want to overthrow the ur-quan. Bravo! Good idea. Way to go. I, too, wish to see the ur-quan beaten, humiliated, destroyed, and I alone possess the unique ability that will help you achieve your goal. I can use my psychic powers to temporarily distract the ur-quan, confuse them for a few seconds. Presumably, you will use this moment to strike a lethal blow against the ur-quan. Such a plan cannot fail, Captain. We must see to that.
I'm just a level 1 Denari. No, don't kill me. I don't even drop good loot. I don't even know why I'm in charge of this planet. You tried to kill me. Your words are lies. How can I possibly trust you?
Captain, calm down. Be reasonable. Listen to me. I am nothing more than a single being, hardly larger than one of your earth dogs. Woo-hoo. My only weapon, my weak psychic abilities, have
Shut up.
been by your protective device. I am harmless, but perhaps I can be of some small service to you. Consider this my hopeful attempt to compensate you for all the trouble I've caused you in the past. In the past, Captain. And now we look to the future. To victory over the evil ur-quan. I am your secret weapon against these tyrants, Captain. Don't leave me here.
I do like how what this game does is that the initial threat you're supposed to fight is the ur-quan seem like the ultimate evil. I mean, they put a shield around Earth and told us to stay there. But then as you play the game, you realize that they're still the bad guy, but they're not as bad as they could be when you start looking at, like, the Dinyari and the Korra. And you realize, well, actually, the green ur-quan, compared to those guys, the green ur-quan are actually very reasonable. They're shockingly reasonable. Alright, I agree. But any tricks, and you'll be sucking vacuum.
No tricks, Captain. No tricks. I fear you cruelly misjudge me. I'm on your side now. Together, we will make a great team, Captain. This day, this moment, ever in the history of our galaxy. I am coming aboard your ship now. I will make a nest in the pressurized section of your ship's hold. When you wish to talk with me, I will be there.
And that's one of the ideas that was kind of cool for the for Star Control 3, was the idea of now the ur-quan are on your side, they're sort of like forced to be part of the Alliance. That was a cool idea. It's it's just too bad Star Control 3 is Star Control 3. Well, the Korra wouldn't exist without evil psychic torture either. Right? Neither of them would exist. They would still be the old brown ur-quan in the first place, if the Dinyari didn't happen. Well, let's try contacting the Imga now.
Hail, hail, human earthling. Great hero has returned. Oh, my ribbons quivering. Just looking at him on monitor. What smile. What sparkling eyes. What nice, bony structure. He one who has saved us from mental compulsion of evil talking pet. Hail, 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 oh great hero. We great species, speak to us how we reward you.
Yeah, so now that they're not under mental compulsion, they talk a little different. So, what should I do with the talking pet?
You mean chorus of talking pet, don't you, Captain? Did kill it, didn't you?
You know, it'd be a funny and epic prank is if I didn't. That'd be really funny, right? Yeah, that's right, real dad. So what should I do with its corpse?
As general rule, corpses aren't too much fun. When we were first starting to mess with its brain, our intention to get it smart enough to accept orders from us, and then repeat them as though they legitimate ur-quan commands. We going to play little joke this way. We going to use Talking Pet to order Spaffy to attack Bugs. Oh, that better be raid. Zap, zap, kaboom! Even better than old Dogar and King's Eye routine we pulled on Ilrat a few years back. Before those spoil sports back stole super cool hyperwave cash.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. They used a special hyperwave caster to do the whole Dogar and Kazon prank that the Pakunk mentioned. And then the Spothy now stole the transmitter. I do like how all of it connects like that. So how did that talking about get control of your species?
Ah, well, Ariula who kind of our neighbors, gave us Talking Pet, hoping we could heal it more severe injuries
which we did. While we're working on it, we do routine brain structure scans and discover that creature have extremely sophisticated set of neural pathways, even more complex than own. Further analysis show that with minor genetic manipulations, talking pet intelligence greatly expanded, perhaps even to sentience. Oh, little did know what monster we created. Only a few hours after injected nanots with modification program, creature wakes up. Almost immediately took control of hospital. Then city. Then whole planets.
Weak powers, by the way.
Try to resist, but creature, even in drug-weakened state, too strong. From that day on, we just mindless slaves who live only serve talking pet and big plan. What big plan? Oh, we never quite sure about details of the plan, except it involved getting revenge and mean lots of revenge against ur-quan masters.
Yeah, the inside of the ship. Remember, this is the one that Captain Hayes said we would have gotten along with. Just take a good look at that. Why the ur-quan? What did it have against them? I mean, I know the answer, but I want to know what they know.
We don't know, but whatever it was, must have been pretty bad. Because talking pet, mad, real mad. How mad, you ask? Blowing up planets and eating juveniles, mad. That's how bad. We got the impression ur-quan did something awful to talking pet. Or maybe even whole species. Whatever it worse than slavery. Maybe even worse than death.
So, since I'm your great hero guy, tell me all your secrets.
Secrets? You want secrets? Our secrets? Oh, you made fatal mistake, human. Good joke, huh? Scared you? Sure, we tell our secrets. Now let me see. What are secrets? Oh yes, remember. It's about mycons. You see, mycons only other race we know of that have same kind of biotechnical skills as ur-quan. But amazing thing, they do all with their own bodies. Don't need tools. They just think genetic modification and it happened. We found that pretty hard to understand. So, when nobody's looking, we clonk one on head, bring it back here to home world, and slice it up for detailed study. Those guys not product of any natural evolutionary process. They constructs. Some kind of multi-purpose biological tool. We don't know who made them or for what purpose, but they way beyond anything we ever heard of. We not figure out much before kitchen said it was all gross. So, guess that's pretty much all of Big Secret. Oh, do us a favor. Please not tell anybody about clonking mycon. It's kind of against ur-quan laws and not want to get mycon mad at us.
That is pretty interesting. So the mycon can just think genetic modifications, and then they happen. because they were constructed for that purpose. Constructed by who? Well, considering they were here before the ur-quan showed up, well, there's only one real suspect. Perhaps the precursors constructed them. Yep, that's right. You guys owe me big time. What's my reward? I freed you. What's my reward?
Hail! 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 Oh, you like we do. Oh, we must reward you. But what do we have to give? Protoplasm? No. No, not easily appreciated. Vigorous estes? No, too common. Habit, genetic modification, yes, it's perfect gift. Listen, human earthling, we added some extra eyes, a few tentacles, other organs of whatever size and shape you desire. What? You not want more organs? You sure? How strange. How sad. This was best gift. We Ur-ga have nothing but vast supply of biological skills and data. Huh? What you say? You want biological data? Just plain, raw, biological data?
Yes.
What you do?
Eat it.
Oh well, you hear me. Whatever you want, you get.
If I recall, the Mycon are precursor biological terraforming machines who experience the genetic equivalent of binary drift. You know, like genetic drift. And had their programming degrade into making them barely coherent and highly religious. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, your great hero must leave now, but rest assured, we'll be back.
You know, great.
No.
I get this funny feeling. Would like to
Uh-oh.
know what feeling is? Oh, good. I tell you. My feeling that great hero stuff. Well, boring. Not funny at all. You only say hail, hail, hail so many times before it starts to lose appeal. So, instituting slight deviation in course of our relationship. Specifically, instead of being dull and lifeless great hero, you now glamorous and exciting great enemy! Oh, we give you some of our drone ships to make even more interesting. Yes, it's going to be lots more fun. Here, let me show you.
Congratulations, you've been promoted from Great Hero to Great Enemy. Yay! We do get 4 of their ships for free. But it's like, their ships aren't... I don't really want them anyways. I'm going to be selling those. Come on, move! Oh. Let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle. There's like a 90% chance we're going to get caught immediately. Oh, no, they were not quite there. Whenever you leave a planet's orbit, if there's other ships in the system, there's a good chance that you just kind of spawn into them. Okay, we're out of there. So they gave us their ships, but then also they're trying to fight us because they're just epic like that. Unknown. Okay, so it's open right now. I think it's going to be closed by the time we get there, but we'll see. That attack can really melt your main ship. Yeah, that cone of antimatter is pretty deadly. I do have enough crew. I was confident that I had enough crew that I'd be able to make it out, though. You could pull the crew off and refill the other ones. I'm pretty sure everyone... Oh, you know what? If I go to roster... Yeah, the Spathy ship could use a few more crew. Oh yeah, all of these could actually use more crew. I forgot about that. All of them dropped to like 1 crew. They just barely made it out. Yep. And then for these ships, we can drain them because I'm not going to be using them. I'm going to be selling them when I get back. That's a good call. Hopefully I can get there before the portal closes, but no, I think it's closed already. Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait another month. Antimatter is no joke. I mean, their ships are fairly cheap, so selling them's not worth a whole lot, but again, I'd still rather use, like, human ships. Like, the Umga drones could potentially be good, but partly because they're cheap, but it's like, you know, I don't want to bother.
It has been so many years since I last visited your Earth. So long since I glided across your open fields under the light of a full moon. Tell me of Earth. Tell me of what I have. Oh, I forget myself. How silly. You were born on the distant world Unzerwald. I have visited there much more recently.
What is your connection with Earth and human? I mean, I think I've already answered this at your homeworld, but we'll ask.
Are curious. That is a promising quality. How can I describe our relation to humans? Never doubt our motives, Captain. Your well-being is of paramount concern to every Artian. Surely you know that it was the day after humanity joined the Alliance of Free Stars that we appeared in the open for the first time. This was no coincidence. We wanted to protect you. Once we saw that you were, well, safe, we decided to tend to other business for a short while. Believe me, Captain, we have known each other for a very long time. You might even say that we knew the first human.
Yep, not concerning at all. Alright, bye.
Well, child.
A green space bug man is like, hey, we've been following humanity since the beginning. Yeah, we're one of the OG fans, you might even say. That's a bit wild. What do you want?
Hello, my clever child.
Yep. Bye.
Farewell.
I'm just kind of waiting for the portal to open. It's going to be another 16 days. Let's go. Let's spin. If I spin, time goes faster. This is a true fact. Fact checked by true patriots. I mean, in theory, I could be mining the nearby star, but it's like, I don't really need to. Don't forget to hit up Delta Tauri. It might be no Wrath space. Delta Tauri. Which one is that? Delta Tauri. Oh, right, that's the Ilrath homeworld, isn't it? I was there when humanity only had 200 subs on their Minecraft Let's Play channel. Let's go. This is where I'd put my spinning fish emote. If I had one. I wonder if you can put animated emotes on YouTube.
Last night as you slept, I touched your face and you smiled.
You.
But now you frown. A pity. Smiling is healthier.
Yeah, I'm definitely frowning now. Goodbye. Yeah, maybe I'll look into animated emotes. Putting a spinning money fish would be very appropriate. Jesus, you guys are very active in this Agent of Space, huh? Very active. Some would say a little too active, actually. Can you stop? You're not actually being helpful, so okay. 16 and should open up on the 17th. There it is. And now I won't have to do that ever again because Faliala Rafali. I'm gonna get my own device. Are we like the Space Fae? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you look at Dungeons and Dragons with like the Feywild and the other one that's the opposite, I forget what it's called. They're kind of like quasi-space, and quasi-space being the more whimsical side, and wherever the ores come from being the more evil side. Do the other systems in quasi-space have anything worth gathering? Well, there's not really other systems in quasi-space. The other dots are portals that lead you back to real space. Or hyperspace, rather.
Excites us. If you have found the ur-quan warp pod, this prospect can be made a reality.
Yes, I did do that. So the other spots are not planets or systems that you can mine. They're just wormholes that take you back to different areas in hyperspace. This is effectively the game's fast travel. Which is funny because hyperspace is already fast travel for real space. So it's like a layer of fast travel above the earlier layer of fast travel. I can't wait for like super duper double quasi-space, where you get to go around, where you go from quasi-space up to there. It's probably going to be blue. If hyperspace is red and this is green, then the next layer's got to be blue. And it lets you go around even faster. But for now...
What a surprise! As we have always said, humans are a most resourceful and clever species. We are so proud of you, but don't worry that you shall have to wait. We are prepared. Even now, our technical personnel are equipping your ship with a custom version of our portal spawner device. The device is usable only in hyperspace. Whenever it is activated, the spawner will focus several interdimensional T-beams adjacent to your vessel, opening a temporary hole into quasi-space. Move quickly through the portal. After your ship has passed into quasi-space, you can choose any of the nearby portals which lead back to hyperspace, thus saving you needless transit time. Be keenly aware of this fact. The spawner requires a great deal of energy to function. We estimate that each time you use the device, it will consume 10 of your fuel units.
Yeah, so it does use 10 units to activate, but traveling with the quasi-space is going to be a lot more fuel efficient than traveling through hyperspace. Goodbye.
Clever child.
I am clever, thank you. Now it's a question of picking the right portal. I'm pretty sure it's this one in the bottom corner here that takes us near Earth. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I don't remember what most of them do, but I do remember this one. Yeah, it's just punching a hole in quasi-space. Yeah, because as you travel through quasi-space, you don't actually use any fuel. It's just entering quasi-space that costs 10. I think it's the one above it. It might be. I might be misremembering. I mean, the cost for being wrong is not that high, to be honest. Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna check. We'll see where it ends up, and it at least in the HD mod, what happens is it gets tagged in the future, so it'll tell you where it is. So I'm all right. Oh, the Pakunk are moving. Oh god. Well, yeah, this is definitely not near Earth. But what we can do is just use it again. That's 10 fuel to get back here, and then let's try it. Yeah, I know it's part of this triangle. I thought it was the bottom right, but it might be this one instead. Pakunk on the move. Correct. They move fast. They've started their migration, which is not good because I'm not ready for the migration. So I am going to have to... Now, luckily, you can stop them. So I'm going to have to do that. I wanted to go home first, but I'm going to have to stop the migration first. And then I'm going to have to go do the related quest line before they start their migration a second time. Alright, well, hopefully we can meet one when we're here, because the space overlaps here. Is there any Pakunk in the system? Hello! I don't see any. They might be orbiting a planet. No, it doesn't look like it. That's a bit annoying. We're gonna have to look somewhere else. How about this green one? We'll see if we can find them here. Yeah, they're kind of moving away from the Ilrath, which might seem like a good thing on first glance. Oh, there's a dot over here. Let's try talking to this guy. It could be a probe, which would be kind of a prank. There we go.
Decided that our ur-quan siblings are in need of our love and good counsel. We have waited far too long to return home and heal the wound that has kept our race apart these many centuries. When we arrive in the Serpentis constellation, we will greet our Yehut brethren with warm hugs of affection, which, I am sure, shall be returned in kind.
Now, I've not actually talked to the Yehut at all, so I don't really have the information to know this, but this is not a good idea. That being said, I mean, any player would probably come down here if they saw the map moving, because that's the first time you see a circle moving, just like straight up moving. It's kind of wild. And then the first thing you're going to notice is that all of your options are asking you to tell them to turn back. You have 4 different ways of telling them to go home. Because it's, well, it's not time yet. It's not time. It's too early. Yeah, good lord, look at the size of those beaks. These guys are basically Dr. Seuss characters. If you've ever read a Dr. Seuss book, this should not be too surprising to you. Your trip is fruitless, the Yehut will blow you to the stars. No. They won't be arguing. No, we can't use practical arguments. These guys are spiritual, and they're all into spiritual mumbo-jumbo. We've got to use something more on their level. Didn't you know this is the year of the swollen moon? Bad time to travel.
It is? We're so glad you warned us. No time to lose. We'll see you back in our home star system. Bye!
Man, those eye movements are great. Okay, so we stopped them from self-terminating via Yehut. That's quite the phrase. The Yehut. And now we can finally go home, because we've done a lot in the last 5 hours. Yeah, it's just about 5 hours. Nice. We've done a lot of stuff. I think we're actually about a year into the game, too. I think it starts in 2155, and now we're in 2156. Alright. Tell us what you got, Hayes.
Captain, I'm glad you made it back in one piece. I've been waiting to inform you of a new situation. Captain, a delegation of Spathi has just arrived here under orders from their High Council to form an alliance and assist you against the hierarchy. They have provided fabricator blueprint data for their eluder spacecraft and promise a steady supply of captains for as many ships as we build. Excellent work, Captain. Also, it would appear your diplomatic efforts have struck gold, Captain. We've been contacted by a race called the Zok-Fat-Pik, who wish to fulfill their part of the unification, something you have arranged with them, I gather. They have sent us specifications for the Stinger-class attack vessels, as well as a large number of Zok-Fat-Pik commanding officers. You're doing a fine job, Captain. Also, good news, Captain. With no announcement, a small fleet of Arilu Lalile popped into space adjacent to our starbase, scaring the hell out of the deep raider operator. But right now, I could kiss every one of those pale little weirdos because they gave us 3 skip vessels. Also, we're receiving a priority distress call from the Zok-Fat homeworld at Alpha Tucanae. The signal was urgent but extremely weak. The only portions of the transmission that we can be sure of are help, Black Destroyer, planet under attack, help, worse than Zabranki, whatever that means, and finally, help. Also, we've detected a minute but measurable disturbance in the inner space fabric at approximate true space coordinate 100 by 50. Our scientists speculate that this disturbance may be caused by many thousands of hyperwarp penetrations, all in phase, as though a huge fleet of ships were on the move.
Yeah, this is what happens when you stay away from the starbase for a long time. You just get all of the notifications all at once. In fact, we were away, after getting the alliance with the Zok-Fat, we were away for so long that the next event in their whole quest line started before we even got the notification on the alliance. Let's offload these minerals. That's a lot of precious metals. Ooh boy. Hello.
If you can keep this up, we'll turn that flagship of yours into a genuine dreadnought killer.
Can you... Okay, alright, this is going to be... This is also going to be a lot, because he's got a lot to analyze here.
The analysis reads as follows. Subject, quasi-space portal spawner. Data, device is a hybrid of different alien technologies, including Arilu and ur-quan elements. Our tests show that this device temporarily creates a weakness in the fabric between hyperspace and a different unidentified dimension. The energy cost for this process is extreme, and since the unit's power supply is self-contained, we cannot estimate how long it will remain functional. Summary: use of this device will permit a starship to make transit to a different dimension. The hazards and benefits of this process are impossible to gauge without field study. The next entry in the analysis is subject, talking pet life form. Data: this creature is physiologically identical to the so-called ur-quan talking pet, with one notable exception. It is highly intelligent and evidences strong psychic capabilities. Initial AIQR test rated it well above human super genius, though immediately after we made this shocking assessment, its scores dropped to the normal subnormal range. Interviews with the subject have shown it to be cooperative, though a Class 4 pan-species psychological profile places the creature far into the furtive, hateful domain. There were also some disturbing incidences where we talked about roses, daisies, and other pretty flowers. Summary: everything's okay, nothing to worry about with this cuddly little guy. Not one thing.
Sounds real.
The next entry in the analysis is subject, Slylandro probe destruct code sequence. Data: this is a complex sequence of program instructions using an encryption sequence similar in some ways to the rolling Fung algorithm. Summary: when a Slylandro probe approaches, open a hailing frequency, wait for a response, and then transmit the code. That's the end of our scientist's report.
There's one difference. Proceeds to mention two things. Hey, no one said he could count. You don't need to take a counting test to be a starbase commander. Yeah, so apparently, you know, the Dinyari has totally had a change of heart. He's just talking about roses and daisies and other pretty flowers. There's nothing to see here. Alright.
Farewell, Captain.
If you say so. I think I'm going to go even more into crew. Let's get double crew pod. Let's get crewed up. Because I only used 4 of these resource bays last time anyways. Shipyard. Oh, we're going to load up on crew. You better believe it. Oh yeah, that's true. You can also talk to the Dinyari whenever you want because he's in the cargo. Yeah, totally no psychic interference there. Now, how he managed to do that when there's the Halo ship? Well, I guess he did have to transfer over to the starbase for the eval anyways. Yeah, so I have to leave the station to do that. Okay. So these drone ships I'm going to scrap. They're not worth a ton, but I want to save these spaces for better ships. Now, these Arilu skiffs, very low crew count, but very fast, very deadly. I haven't really used them too much. They're good, but they're not my favorites. I legitimately, after playing around in the Super Melee mode, I legitimately just really like the Human Cruiser and the Nemesis, which is lucky for me because they're the first ships you get access to. They're very easy. Also, you get free ships somewhere. Yes, we are about to get some free ships from the Zokvat. Speaking of, I might want to... To do that, I do have to fight a big guy. It's going to be a bit scary. I love making the Mycons hit their own energy blasts. Yeah, you can make them hit themselves, and that's pretty effective. But the thing is, if you mess up with the Arilu, like one little slip up and you're just dead. Other ships have a bit more room for error. And especially with the ability to just kill an enemy ship, and then during the victory sequence, hit the exit button, and switch out for another ship. I'm probably going to sell these, honestly. Well, I want to sell these, but I know... that's what I would do if I was just playing it by myself, but I should use them at least a little bit to give a feel for what they're like in combat. Kind of odd you don't make the turn the turret at all. Makes the nemesis much better, but how does it make it better? Is it shooting backwards that's better? Or what? Yeah, I know. That's the thing is I want to sell the hourly ships, but you can't build more. So these 3 are all you get. Yeah, shooting backwards is much better for the ores. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, there's the whole gimmick of being able to turn the turret in all directions, but the only real reasons to the only way you would really want to shoot is either forward or backwards. Forward is easier to do, but backwards is... I mean, I do need... Like, that's the thing, is like... it's pretty effective even if you just shoot forwards. But it gets even better if you actually shoot backwards. I just haven't practiced it. Being able to shoot backwards while moving away from the enemy should theoretically be better. But even if you don't do that, it's really good. So... Random question, ever heard of heat signature? No, I have not. Although someone did mention an FTL clone that's going to come out that's got like more of a Warhammer 40k theming. Oh, and they said it was like an FTL clone. I didn't realize how literal it was. I looked at the trailers and man, you open up the ship tab and it is exactly the same as FTL. Like, you every 2 bars of shielding gives you another shield layer, and the cost for each upgrade is the exact same. I mean, as long as the rest of the game is a little more original, then it's probably not an issue. And it does look that way. Like, you know, they're not copying the species or anything. Yeah, it's straight up FTL with worse pixel art. I mean, I'm going to give a bit more charitability here. I think that there, at least from the trailers, it did seem like there's a bit of unique mechanics. There's like zombies and stuff like that. There's like a corruption. So, it might be good. But yeah, they're definitely leaning heavily into... just doing what FTL did. Heat Signature is game 2 of the Defenestration trilogy. It's a roguelike Hotline Miami meets Super Hot with gadgets. Okay. That sounds like a lot of... I do love when a game is like, oh yeah, it's like 5 other things. I mean, we are going to have to fight some Korra pretty soon. 2 human cruisers, 2 nemesis. The Arilu are absolutely... Oh man, these ships are absolutely terrible for fighting the Korra, though. That's funny. The Ring of Fire... It's like, oh, you think you have a chance? Say hello to the Ring of Fire, asshole. Damn. Even if I play with ships that are better for it. Defenestration to be put through a window. Yeah, auto-defenestrate is to throw yourself out a window. Star Control, let's go! Yeah, we're playing Star Control Bulletkin. I think the best... Because I do have to... It's only one, right? It's only one ship. But, it's still a pain in the ass. Because unlike the... Like, the Ring of Fire ability it has is legitimately a great defensive tool. And if you don't have some kind of... And it kind of screws up a lot of my strategies. Yeah, I think I'm just going to throw more Ors Nemesis at it, because if I can... I basically have to fly close to it to trigger it to sort of use the... Or no, you don't fly close to it at all. No, I think what you do is you maintain your distance, you launch a boarding mech by itself, because just the one will trigger the Ring of Fire, and then it's going to be out of energy, so it can't use it again, and that's when you launch a massive boarding crew. And then you just keep your distance at that point. Which against the ur-quan, the Korra ship is a little harder because their shurikens are actually pretty good. They have infinite range, and then then they can be set up as traps. Like, it's pretty dangerous, but we should manage. Here's the thing. I think I'm going to sell one of these. Man, look how much they're worth though. You sell it for like a pretty decent chunk. I want to sell it. I'm not going to. No, I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell it. Yes, I'm going to commit to it. I'm selling it. I don't like those ships. I don't like the skiff. It's a good ship. I just don't like piloting it. Simple as. Alright, that's enough of that. So we've got a couple things to do. First off, the Pakunk are going back to home. I think I'm going to hit up Vela, because that's where we come from. Unservolt. Zeman. Is that right? Where's Vela? Yeah, it takes you to Zeman. That's... I don't know why it says Zeman. That's weird. Don't forget to refuel. I'll refuel when I get to the Melnorme, because that's the thing. I collected biological data by harvesting organisms, and I found a rainbow world, and the Umga gave me biological data. I have a lot of data. We go to the cargo manifest. I have 745 data. So that's going to get converted into 1,490 credits, plus 500 for the rainbow world. So it's almost 2,000 credits. I think I can afford to buy some fuel. Speaking of cargo, we can talk to the talking pet.
Captain, the halo device on board this vessel is giving me a headache. Please remove it. Now, Captain. It is foolish to resist. It remains more effective than I thought. You're still able to disobey. Ah, well. What can I do for you, Captain?
You okay down in there in the cargo bay?
It is cold and empty. I could use a thermal blanket. Since it is incredibly boring down here, I am using the opportunity to try and get some sleep.
Zeman Chandrasekhar, names of scientists. Yeah, it's a good theming. I mean, where would we be without understanding the Chandrasekhar limit? We wouldn't understand black holes very well now, would we? What do you suggest I do now, Dunyari?
First thing I do is to make sure I had a strong ship in the fleet.
Yep. I'm working on it. I'm definitely working on it. What can you tell me about the Dunyari, Dunyari?
I consider such a question to be intrusive and impolite, but that is consistent with your behavior. What do you want to know?
Oh yeah, we're the ones who are intrusive and polite. Never mind the mind control frog. Yeah, you're totally fine. Really, a master of politeness. What can you tell me about your biology? Not that I trust you to tell the truth about it.
You mean my superior brain? My mental prowess? I don't want to talk about it.
Come on, we're friends. Tell me about the scope of your psychic powers. I promise I'll act impressed.
Captain, I don't think you meant to ask about my powers. Didn't you mean to ask about flowers?
Yes, Dunyari, I wish to know about flowers.
Flowers are beautiful and smell nice. Now, be a good human and leave me alone. An excellent idea, Captain. You must have a great deal of work to attend to. Goodbye.
Well, I mean, even with the Taelo device, his weak psychic powers are still having some kind of effect, clearly. Which I'm sure is not concerning in the least. He's a good guy. He loves to bring up flowers whenever he's trying to be nice. You know, he just loves pretty flowers, what can I say? Unfortunately, we can't airlock him. He's part of the plan. We need his powers to defeat the ur-quan. Unfortunate, but true. Oh yeah, they are just right next to each other. Okay. That's probably on purpose, so that if you try to fly over here, you accidentally end up at Zeman instead. I bet that's a deliberate thing. But yeah, they're like right next to each other. I mean, there are cases where they do just let you make a decision that loses the game. Like, when the ur-quan tell you to surrender, you can just surrender. So it wouldn't be too out of character to let you just space the Dunyari and lose. But probably the reason they don't do that is because you wouldn't find out until you got way too late in the game, which would really suck. Versus other outcomes where you just die immediately. Like I said, there's a lore reason. Yeah, I don't remember what the lore reason is. Okay, I'm just gonna save here. And let's go to... Oh, look. Whoa. We slipped right past it. The deepest lore. The heck is this thing? Well, let's hit up the planet, and then we can deal with the dreadnought. Of course I passed straight through the planet, naturally. Come on, give me this time. There we go. Come on. There we go. Vela. Waterworld. Yep. It's got a shield. Ur-quan are endless around their flagship if you don't have the pet. Yeah. But we'll have to get to that when we get to that, of course.
There is something wrong here. Something which makes my sheath retract and my talons ooze. I sense the ugliness of 1,000 evil thoughts. And I have located the source of these fetid emanations. They come from aboard your vessel. Foolish renegade human, why have you come here? All that you have found is your inevitable punishment. So, the offspring has returned to its nest. When you left this system, our ship was near enough to detect your translation into hyperspace. Though we lost your hyperspace spore, we were able to backtrack your path here to this star system. And what did we find? An outlaw culture. Humans outside of a slave shield. You will note that this oversight has been rectified. Now, we shall finish the job.
Yeah, so the first part was, you know, something evil on board your ship. Well, that's clearly talking about the Dinyari. And then the next thing is they slave shielded our planet, Unserwald. Right, so we could send in Captain Wet, Captain Pepper, Captain Frumple. I mean, it is a nice little touch that all of the ships have their own captain names, like Lolilu, and Bezabu, and Buck, and Belt? That's a human name? Sure. Fwifo. I mean, I can imagine a newer version of this game where the captains themselves are also, like, you know, maybe they level up or something. That would be kind of cool. So then you can talk to the captains of your ships. That's probably what I would do if I was to expand on it. There's definitely a lot of cool things you could do if you wanted to add more gameplay. But anyways, that's not important right now. The important thing is we're going to send in Frumple. The human captains are all named after sci-fi heroes. Yeah, I know there's like Spiff, there's Ender, there's Kirk. There's a few of those. Belt, I'm not familiar with, though. You can level them up. Say to maybe level 5. Give them skills to do things like increase maneuverability or range. That's starting to sound a little like Starsector. But of course it is, because this is just a mod for Starsector, naturally. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Frumple. Oh! I love how you can see the slave-shielded planet in the background, too. Yes, okay, we got clean landings. Because those fusion blasts from the ur-quan dreadnought can shoot down your boarding crew before they arrive. We got one guy left? Okay. He did not make it. RIP. So I'm still being chased by 4 fighters. Yeah, see, that's the problem. I'm trying to get fancy here and attack it with the cannon when I really should just do a boarding. Oh, he shot down both of them. See, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, just get him. 2. There we go. We got it. I tried to get fancy with the cannon and took 6 damage from when I really shouldn't. But we got him. And all it cost us was a little bit of crew. That can be easily fixed. Go roster. Oh, not that one. This one, yeah. Oops. Roster. Yeah, there we go. And just pull crew from our flagship. Effectively repairing the ship in deep space. And the crew can easily be replaced. Skywalker is too long. Yeah, probably. Yeah, the boarding crew are surprisingly durable before they even reach their target. So the first thing we're going to do is, now we're going to hit up to the center star here, Alpha Vulpeculae, to talk to the Melnorme. And then we're going to go up to the Zokvot because they need some help. All it costs is a little crew. No supplies. Yeah, the ore ship is pretty good. The boarding crew are really good. And even the thing is, even without the boarding crew, if you up against something like the Ilrath, well, you can't use the boarding crew against them because when they're stealthed, the boarding crew can't track them. So you have to use the cannon. But the thing is, you both... Although the Ilrath are stealthed, your cannon outranges their weapons, and the ore ship is faster than them. So you can't see them, but you can kite them, which is really interesting because now you just have to fire blindly at roughly where they are. And it's surprisingly reliable. It does work. It's honestly kind of fun.
Arrival was predicted by our soul crystal's vibrations. We already know why you are here and what you need from us. However, etiquette requires that we act as though we are ignorant of your desires. Now, what can we do for you today?
Yeah, of course. Of course. You can totally tell what I want just from the vibration of the crystals. I believe you. There's only a few ores hard counters. One of them is the anthracite, which you never have to face. Orange Peel Eggman. Yeah. I have some items I would like to sell.
What would you like to sell, Captain?
Data on alien life forms.
The 745 units of biological data we downloaded from your ship earn you 1,419 credits. What would you like to sell, Captain?
Well, I also happen to have information on this little rainbow world.
Your ship's log indicates that you discovered the whereabouts of one of the rainbow worlds, which so fascinate us. In exchange, we will give you 500 credits.
I'm guessing they didn't record different lines for every possible value, but more like 1 through 10 for each digit. So it's like 153. They didn't record 153, they recorded 100 plus 50 plus 3. That sort of thing. And then they just kind of fit them together as needed. Oh, no wait, I want to buy things, hold on. Whoops. Let's go back. Gotta talk to you again. Come back here. Come back here. Stop being fast. There we go.
This very morning, I was just saying to subordinate Ochre, "Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the feet of a human." We laughed and laughed. What a synchronicity. Now, what can we do for you today?
If there are only 10 rainbow worlds, and they will pay you for data on all of them, how do they know they exist in the first place? Well, the reason for that is there's only 10 in this region of space, and the Melnorme are traveling traders who go to plenty of other regions of space. So they should be aware of them in other regions, and they're just like, yeah, if you find any in this region, we would like data on that. Okay. Let's make some purchases.
What items would you like to buy today?
Let's start with more technology. Let's just get all of the remaining technologies, even if I don't need them.
The technology we are now offering includes plans for adding improvements to your planet landers. which make them resistant to inclement planet weather.
Yes.
A little superconductive spray paint, and presto, your lander can sustain a direct hit by a lightning bolt without risking the passengers inside. Usually. Since the job is so easy that a nymph could do it, I expect all your landers will be treated in less than an hour. The technology we are now offering is everything you need to know to assemble modifications to your planet landers, which make them resistant to planetary hotspots.
And there it is. Finally, we get all of the resistance upgrades for our landers. Which there is, if I go over, I think it's Alpha Centauri, there's a really hot Ruby world that has exotics all over it that I skipped earlier because, well, because it was too hot. I can go back there and pick up those exotics if I need more resources, which, I mean, at this stage, I don't really.
With these new ablative plasma heat shields, your crew will be substantially safer on hot worlds. But like all our lander modifications, this protection is not perfect. So remain cautious. Since the changes to your landers are straightforward, your lander should be fitted with the heat shields by the time you return to your ship. The technology we are now offering is plans for building Hellbore cannons, a weapon much more destructive than a simple blaster.
Yo, there they added again, another starsector reference. Hellbore cannons. They can't keep getting away with this. I do like how it's convenient it is that every single land upgrade is quote-unquote easy and simple, and therefore we can do it right away. That is kind of funny. Yes, I'll take the Hellbore cannons.
Captain, just a suggestion. Hellbore cannons are energy gulpers. So unless you want to have a long delay between shots, I would suggest you add dynamos or even Shiva furnaces to your ship. The technology we are now offering includes details on how to develop Shiva furnace modules, which generate energy for your combat batteries twice as fast as your standard dynamos.
Bro, what is this marketing strategy? He's like, oh yeah, we'll sell you Hellbore cannons, but wait, you know, these things use a lot of energy, so you might want to get some dynamos or even Shiva furnaces. Oh, what's a Shiva furnace, you ask? Well, it just so happens I've got one of those for sale too. Absolute incredible salesmanship. Hello gamers. Well, hello Caluminati 24. I'm going to buy, I think this is the last technology, so I'm going to buy this.
I am certain you will appreciate this new module, Captain. With it, you should be able to destroy and devastate twice as fast as before. Commander, that is the limit of the new technology we can offer you. If I may say so, you have been an excellent customer. Thank you.
Kind of interesting how long most of the CS2 overlooked how the dynamos and Shiva furnace energy calculations actually worked. I don't know how they work, to be honest. Don't they just add like a flat amount to your regeneration speed? Yeah, so we've got all the technologies. And this is why I didn't buy fuel when I was back home. Why spend all of my hard-earned resources to get more fuel when I can fill my tanks up over here? Shiva furnaces give more energy per cycle. Dynamos make the cycles go quicker. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. Yeah, because if I added a bunch of Shiva furnaces, I remember it does give you like big chunks, but the chunks come in at a slow pace. So combining them is probably better. I mean, that's actually kind of cool. I never knew that. I mean, you kind of don't need to know that, because at this point, I've got enough resource. I've got all the technologies and all the resources. What I could do, in theory, is just load up my ship with like a double Hellbore cannon at the front, with triple tracking device, so that all 3 shots always hit the target, and then just stack up the rest of the ship with like 2 crew pods, a fuel tank, and then fill the rest with Shiva furnaces. That would work, but I don't want to do that. I want to fight with the actual ships. So the best configuration depends on how many slots you're willing to dedicate to energy per cycle. 3 or lower, pure Shiva. 4 or more, 3 dynamos with the rest Shiva. Oh, interesting. So the maximum for dynamos is 3. Okay. So if you're doing 3 or less, you just go pure Shiva to increase the energy per tick. And if you go 4 or more, then you get 3 dynamos to maximize the tick speed, and then stack Shivas after that to increase the tick value. Okay. That's interesting. I did not know that. Well, we're going to buy a ton of fuel. We'll fill up these fuel tanks.
To your vessel.
I mean, I will probably do like a hell ship, like flagship at some point, and just go berserker mode. But we're not going to do that for a while, because I actually want to use the other ships. At this point, I filled up my fuel tanks. That was like 300 fuel, which would normally be an insane amount of credits, but is now very affordable, because, or in the same amount of resource units, but is very affordable if it's by credits. So, let's buy some information.
As you know, in our many centuries of star trading, we Melnorme have come to learn much about what happens in our galaxy, both now and in the ancient past. We have also kept records on the diverse alien races in your region of space. We will share this crucial knowledge with you for a fee of 75 credits per informative fact. No refunds.
75? For some reason, I thought it was 100. Oh well. I'll take the discount. Your flagship with full front guns and homing just murders everything. And then you get to the end game and you never learned how to fly anything else. That's about right. That's kind of the problem you can run into. Now, I have flied other things. So I'm not going to run into that issue, because I do know how to pilot the other ships, but I also want to show them fighting, more than just at the end game. Alright. So my recollection is that the first 2 are both very useful and can help you with your quest lines. And this one is mostly just for lore. Historical information is mostly just lore and doesn't actually actively help you. But the lore is really cool, so I am going to buy it for that at some point. Let's do current events, yeah? Let's just buy a bunch of current events.
Well, you probably believe that the Shofixi are extinct, having caused their sun to flare with a device identical to the Utwig superbomb. The truth is not so simple. There yet exists a chance to resuscitate this meta-marsupial species, though it will not be easy. The problem at hand seems simple. Bring together 2 Shofixi of different sexes, and the carnal gymnastics proceed. Given the short gestation and maturation time of the Shofixi, you will have thousands of the creatures in 10 years and millions in 20. Finding a male of the species is easier than fluff. Simply visit the Shofixi's blasted star system at Delta Gorno. Captain Tanaka, or its sibling Katana, shall greet you on your arrival. A warning: these warriors are old and fly in barely functional ships. If they mistakenly identify you as the enemy, do not return fire. Retreat and try to talk with them on their own level. The females of the species will be more difficult to obtain. The only supply of such remaining in the galaxy is at Alpha Cherenkov 1, included as part of General Zex's bizarre and beloved menagerie. Fortunately for you, Captain, Zex is considered, well, perverse by the spell box. This is because Zex actually enjoys the presence of human beings. To acquire the show 60 females, you will have to appease Zex. Or kill him.
Yeah, either one works. Yeah, I've seen some people say that you only use 2 or 1 homing with the Hellbores. But you don't have to put the homing in the weapon slots. You can put them anywhere on the ship, so I don't see why you wouldn't just go for the maximum of 3. Quest for Zex, chat. Let's get it. Yeah. Zex with a capital Z. It's going to be an easy quest line. No problems, no twists, no turns. It'll be very straightforward. Let's get more information on current events.
The ur-quan are presently at war with a race called the Kora. They are fighting within a large spherical region of space, centered around the Craterous star group. Although it is probably too early to tell, it would appear that the Kora are winning.
Gotta sleep, have a good one? Well, have a good sleep, flying scoots. Yeah, it looks like the Kora are winning the doctrinal conflict. Well, we haven't even spoken to the Kora yet, so as far as we know, that could be a good thing. It's not, but as far as we know, it could be a good thing. But does adding more tracking modules increase the energy cost of the attack? Let's get more information on current events.
No doubt you are familiar with an alien race called the ur-quan, who live in the Orionus constellation. While they are renowned for their potent and often cruel sense of humor, they have outdone themselves in recent years. Specifically, they have used an unusual hyperwave caster to impersonate the Ur-Wrath gods, Dogar and Kazon. When the Ur-Wrath began tuning in to the voices of their gods on their hyperwave receivers, their priest caste was understandably skeptical and counseled their many followers to ignore the blasphemous signals. However, in a surprise move, the majority of the Ur-Wrath then rose up and slaughtered the entire priest caste. The reasons for this ghastly move included overtaxation, lack of quality depth in ceremony, and the general feeling that the priests had made Dogar and Kazon's pronouncements overly complex.
I see. Umgar are the best, the galactic scale trolls. Yeah, they do a little... It's called we do a little trolling. You know, we just start a few wars, get a few species killed off the face of the galaxy. It's just a little trolling. Overtaxation, say no more. Yeah, they're like, wow, you make the there's not enough... First of all, too much taxes. Second of all, the quality of death in the ceremonies has just been not up to scratch. I mean, look at Priest Galthazor Sixivar. How many people have you slaughtered in the last cycle, Oh, really? Only 6? Only 6 sacrifices to Dogar and Kazon. And last time I checked, there were no entrails splattered on the walls. This just is not up to the code. You know that back in my day, what my priests gave me, the best kind of bloody services. There was gore and blood everywhere, all over the altar, all over the temple, all over the crowd, really. They gave sermons with passion, not like the priests these days. They're just not violent enough. Can you make the game a bit louder? Can I? Actually, I think I have to save and exit to change the volume in-game. I'll do that in a second. Oh, yeah, leave. Yeah, I'll save and exit, I'll turn up the volume of the game, and then buy more information. Yeah, it's a bit annoying because the way that it comes out through OBS does not actually match what's coming out through my headphones, so I have to play around with like the desktop volume. Hold on, setup. Sound options. Oh yeah, I forgot, I had it turned down. Yeah, no, it should be way up here. That's a mistake. Oh yeah, and you can use the original music if you disable the 3DO remixes. And then there's, yeah. There we go, that should be a lot louder. Yeah, I had it turned down. I forgot. I thought it was low on purpose. No, I just forgot. I forgore. Alright, there we go. It's just gonna, now I've just got to adjust my desktop volume, because it's a bit loud in my ears. I really should just like... But OBS doesn't really... Yeah, no, there's not really anything I can do on OBS side. Enable the UQM remixes. Yeah, I guess we should give them a chance. I've been listening to them disabled this whole time. I'll give them a chance. Yeah, let's continue where we left off. Let's buy more information. Information brokering? Yeah, how exciting.
I must warn you, Captain. This is the time of the month we Melnorme drive exceptionally hard at bargains. Beware. Now.
Time of the month, you say?
For you, today.
Well, that's certainly interesting.
What trade items would you like to buy today? How wonderful, Captain.
Let's get more current events.
As you know, there are weaknesses in the division between dimensions. For example, your vessel uses such weaknesses to enter hyperspace. However, there are other weak spots in the galaxy which lead to yet different dimensions. One such portal exists nearby, between the Chandrasekhar and Colum Bay constellations. The portal opens only a short time each month, starting on the 17th. Since we have never entered the portal, we can give no more information on this subject.
No issues with the copyright music. YouTube is ruthless with copyright. Generally, broadly speaking, video games don't have issues with copyright because people who make video games want to let you play them because it's, you know, it's free marketing. There are some cases where, like especially with like Nintendo, that you might get hit, but for the most part, that sort of thing is not really an issue with video games. Although I guess the remixes someone might, maybe, we'll see. I don't know about the remixes. We will find out. Yeah, so basically, if you don't find a lot of things, this is a way, like buying it from intel from these guys will give you the information, and very detailed information a lot of the time, on how to do stuff. Like GTA uses a lot of licensed music. That would be an that could be an example of where you'd run into an issue.
As you are probably aware, ur-quan starships, you call them dreadnoughts, I believe, possess effective self-annihilation circuits, which prevent other races from reverse engineering ur-quan technological secrets. However, we have become aware of a shipwrecked dreadnought, which has remained largely intact. You will find the remains of the ship on the surface of a blue world orbiting Alpha Pavonis. We suspect you will find at least one item of interest there, possibly two.
So yeah, basically any gaps in your, like if you miss that quest line with the Arilu, you could piece it together from what he's telling you here.
You may have noticed the presence of an increasingly large number of red probe vessels, which move with great speed and attack relentlessly. We are sorry to say that this is our catalog item 2418B. Do not blame us. We are not responsible for this violent folly. The product is not being used in a correct manner. Should you wish to confront the actual wrongdoers, we suggest you search the planets in Beta Corby for the probe's owners.
Yeah, see, they just straight up tell you where they come from. Alright, anything else?
Not more than 50 years ago, the Druge were informed by the now extinct Pervixies race of a powerful alien nation called the Utwig. The Utwig, the Pervixies explained, were pleasant, sophisticated creatures, but they were also terminally depressed and often spoke about ending their lives by activating a super weapon, some kind of gigantic bomb, which they had found on one of their worlds. Zeta Hyades 6b, I think it was. The Druge recognized the description of the bomb as a precursor planetary tool, which indeed was an explosive device of unrivaled power, and they set out to make it their own. Though the revolting, criminal, insidious Druge rarely leave their sphere of influence, it encompasses Algol, Almagas, and the Persei stars. They made a special trip on this occasion to the Aquarii constellation, where they made contact with the Utwig. There is a device commonly known as the ur-quan. Is it now in your possession? Ah, I see.
Ultron.
The Druge sold this device to the Utwig, explaining that it was a precursor personal magnifier, which would enrich the lives of their entire culture in too many ways to describe specifically. The Utwig, I am sorry to say, fell for the Druge's foul ruse and snapped up the ur-quan immediately. Fortunately for us all, the Utwig did not pay the Druge's requested price, the super bomb, and instead gave them a collection of historical oddments and genuine artifacts, which to this day the Druge are trying to unload on unwary buyers.
Yeah, and the systems that the Druge live in happen to be right where there's a big unknown circle on the historical maps of the sector. So it just so happens that that we can find them pretty easily.
The Utwig, who live in the Aquarii constellation, have grown very depressed of late. They accidentally broke the supposed ur-quan sold to them by the felonious Druge. As a consequence, they are morose and melancholic, and will probably be unwilling to help you fight the ur-quan. If you wish to gain them as allies, we recommend that you acquire the broken ur-quan, as if it ever worked, and find some suitable replacement parts. Our information indicates that you could find these items in 3 different places. A rosy sphere at the Druge trade world, an aqua helix somewhere in Thredash space, and a clear spindle, which is currently in the possession of the Pekunk. Captain, that was the last current event we have for sale.
Okay, so the gist of the new information we got is there's the Utwig, they have a precursor bomb, they broke their ur-quan, and they'll help us if we fix the ur-quan. And luckily, the Dr. Seuss birds already gave us the clear spindle, so we're in the clear on that one. I heard mention of Warhammer, any physical models floating around? No. I think Warhammer's kind of cool, but I've never gotten into the, the plastic. It's expensive. Video games are surprisingly cheap if you think about it. Especially if you just play one game over and over again. Or 2 or 3. Yeah, I think that's good.
What else would you like to buy?
Given this game you might like Road Trader, I might. I'll have to look at it.
Yes, then, a pleasure dealing with you, Captain. We look forward to your next visit.
So we did cover basically all of the current events. And I guess next time we meet, if I've got enough cash, I'll buy all of the species intel. Oh yeah, and we also learned that the Vux could potentially help us out with reviving the Shofixty, which I do want to do. So you can see the unknowns in the old map. We've got an unknown out here, and this is the space that's occupied by the Darouche. But first things first, the Zokfot need our help. They're in a spot of trouble. They're just in a teensy-weensy little bit of trouble. It's no biggie. I can see someone on the mini-map at the bottom right. I would really like to be able to at least point with the mouse, but yeah, this game just completely doesn't use the mouse. Because I'd like to be pointing at like the bottom right mini-map. Or it'd also be nice if I could zoom out in hyperspace, but no, you're zoomed really close into your ship. Can't see a whole lot else. Yeah, I do think they did a really good job reinterpreting the original hyperspace music for this. It's nice. Oh, something's gonna intercept us. Hold up. Oh no, never mind. They were slightly too slow. We're probably gonna get caught as soon as we leave the system, but... here we go! Help. Black ship. Worse than Zabranki. Help. Yeah, alright. We'll see about that. Currently nothing. Here we go. You can just instantly pop your portal spawner. Yeah, I can... oh yeah, you know what? Instead of just flying out there, I could use the portal spawner to get around faster. I just went this straight line because I don't remember which portal connect... I don't remember which portal connects to what. I just took the straight line. But for the next thing, I'm just gonna... as soon as I'm done here, I guess I should just jump through all the portals and see where they go.
Something ancient. A sickly smell. A chilling wind. My ancestors scream from within their chambers in my mind, but I cannot understand their words. This feeling, a memory, it sickens us, and for the first time in our lives, for the first time in generations, we fear. We are the ur-quan core. We cleanse our destiny. You will soon die. Make whatever rituals are necessary for your species.
I do like the little touch that the green ur-quan have the talking pad on the right side, and the black ur-quan have it on the left side. Hold. What you are doing to us is wrong. Why do you do this thing?
The words. The words. The words. Alien, you have spoken the words. You have spoken them rightly. We will explain to you about the Dinyari, our slave masters, the Taelo, our only friends, whom we exterminated, and our reasons why we cleanse the galaxy of all other sentient life. We have explained this before, over 20,000 years ago. Your words, why do you do this thing, echo that ancient plea. You see, alien, we were a proud and mighty race, who were cruelly enslaved. For thousands of years we had no free will. We were nothing more than tools. Never again will anyone enslave our people. We cleanse the galaxy of such threats.
Yeah, compared to the green ur-quan, they're actually a lot more willing to go into depth. So So tell us about yourselves.
We evolved on a hostile world, the descendants of solitary hunters. In a world where one species is the dominant killer, one's only threat is one's brother, one's sister, anyone of one's species. Civilization did not come easily to us. We earned it. We mastered our hatreds and murderous desires to form a mighty culture. In those ancient days, there was no Kor-Ah or Kazerza, only the ur-quan. We explored our world, and then the space beyond. Here we met the 6 races of the sentient milieu. Here we met the Tailo, the only species we ever called friend. Our association with the Tailo and the milieu lasted for 3,000 years. We, the ur-quan, who could not tolerate the presence of others, became the milieu's scouts, their solitary explorers.
It seems fitting. So who were the Tailo?
Of all the species we have met, only the Tailo did not trigger our instinctive territoriality. They were the only people we could stand with, or talk to, without the hunter inside us screaming, "Kill the interloper, rip out its life." We believe that the same factors that made the Tailo non-threatening to us, their unusual rock-like biology, also gave the Tailo natural immunity to the Dinyari's psychic compulsion. The Dinyari would not permit this. After they had conquered all 6 of the other races in the milieu, they commanded us to attack the Tailo, and we did. The Tailo would not fight back. They died.
Well, that's very different from how the frog in my cargo hold tells it. So who exactly were the Dinyari?
It was on a routine planetfall that one of our milieu scout ships first met the Dinyari, the creatures you know as our talking pets. But the Dinyari were different then. They were evilly intelligent and wielded psychic powers to control the minds of others. They wanted to rule the universe. We had no choice but to give it to them. Our ur-quan scout ships transported the Dinyari through the milieu. The war for dominance, such as it was quick and bloodless. Within weeks, the Dinyari controlled all races but one, the Tailo.
The main guy seems to be eating noodles. No, I think that's just his mouth. Those are like his mouth tentacles. So how did you defeat the Dinyari? That sounds like kind of impossible odds. They had psychic powers. What are you supposed to do?
For thousands of years, we were unthinking slaves to the Dinyari. Like the 5 other surviving races of the old milieu, we had no choice. The Dinyari's compulsion was too strong to resist. But the Dinyari were not satisfied with their slave races. The Yuli and the Drawl were inferior, they decided, and so they instructed us to incinerate their worlds, and we did. The Dinyari had a special liking for us, ur-quan, so they began to tinker with our genes, to improve us, their favored slaves. Their efforts to split the ur-quan into 2 sub-races, the green ur-quan, affect scientists and bureaucrats, and the black ur-quan, their effectuators, the builders, the fighters, the doers. The Kor-Ah are the black ur-quan, the Kazerza are the green. I grow tired of talking, alien, and your time grows short. I will continue for but a moment longer. When we discovered that intense pain could block the Dinyari's mental powers, we were able to destroy them, but it took years. Can you imagine, alien, what it must have been like to wear an excruciator? To live in endless screaming pain for months on end? No, you cannot.
It is very odd how the core view history. They completely overlook Kazertza's contributions and glaze themselves. I mean, both of them kind of do that. Where the Kazertza are like, yeah, so the green ones, we're like the smart ones who think and are really smart. And the black ones, you know, they're like warriors or whatever. You know, it's whatever. And the black ones are like, oh, you know, they're just a bunch of feminine little bureaucrats we're the builders, we're the doers, we're the fighters. All right, we get stuff done. And they're just like, you know, frail little bureaucrats. I mean, maybe not, yeah, it's not as obvious with the Xertzov because you know, I mean, they still like that subtle bias in the way that they frame the difference between the two. It's still there. It's just that the Ur-quan are blatantly ignoring the contributions of Xertzov, who freed them in the first... Because in the end, it was a green ur-quan that freed them in the first place. And obviously the Ur-quan don't just kind of blatantly don't talk about that, even though, you know, it's kind of an important detail. I just skip over that bit. I guess that's it. Thanks for the info. We'll leave now.
No, it is not. There is more you must hear. When the war was over, the great Ur-quan rose from our ranks and declared the path of now and forever. We would cleanse the galaxy. No one would ever threaten the ur-quan this way again. We had cleansed one of the 3 remaining milieu races, and were in orbit around a second's home world. From the surface came a plea, identical to the words you spoke a few moments ago. The one-eyed creatures, the male gnome, asked so simply, so clearly, that we felt compelled to explain. While we did so, the Xertzah appeared. They would not permit us to destroy, they said. Enslave, yes. Imprison, yes. But never destroy. The moment was tense. Someone opened fire. The first doctrinal war had begun. While we fought, the male gnome escaped. We never found them again. When our battle was done, we, the Ur-quan, were defeated. However, the Xertzah let us go. We were exiled. We traveled through space. We built the strength of our battle fleets, and continued our plan to cleanse threats from the galaxy for all ur-quan. You have heard our words, and perhaps you understand us a bit better. But now, it is time for us to cleanse you.
No, I don't want to be cleansed. One-eyed male gnome. Yeah, it is very... it is more or less confirmed. I don't know if it's ever, like, explicitly confirmed, but... I mean, they're like the one-eyed male gnome. Sounds kind of similar to the one-eyed male norme. Plus, if you ask the male norme about historical data, they have very, very intimate knowledge of what happened during this entire conflict that Ur-quan was describing. Like that, when they're talking about all that doctrinal conflict and stuff, the male norme somehow have very intimate knowledge about exactly what happened at that time. And so between all the context clues, it's pretty clear that the male gnome who survived this first cleansing are the male norme traders that we deal with today. Which is a nice detail. Alright, it's time to fight our first Ur-quan ship. Let's try not to die, yeah? Here come the shurikens. Alright. Wow, they just... Okay, so it looks like... Yes, okay. So they didn't end up using the Ring of Fire because they're spamming too many shurikens. They've used up all their energy. Oh! Right, I was not looking ahead. I forgot about that. I should have won that, but you see, one of the tricks that they have is that their shurikens stay on the battlefield and act like traps. That's part of what makes them significantly harder than the other ur-quan. Yeah, you need to change directions. Right, there's the Ring of Fire, which is going to eat up that boarding crew. Yeah, you can't just fly in one direction and hope that it's going to work out. You do have to turn because you're going to fly straight into shurikens and lose a ship. So yeah, with a little bit better play, I could have avoided losing a ship there, but I can replace it fairly easily. I've got plenty of resources.
Our savior, you have rescued us from certain destruction.
Howie baby! That was a close one.
The black ship appeared in orbit several days ago and began raining down bolts of destructive energy on the surface of our planet.
Fortunately,
We were able to focus our planetary shield to deflect the energy blasts away from our cities.
unfortunately,
Large sections of our planet's beautiful wilderness have been annihilated. Entire ecosystems destroyed.
oh, that makes me really mad. I mean, attacking helpless, intelligent alien species, that's one thing. But toasting our cute little wood jukes and tree nards, that is really low.
If the black ship had been accompanied by others of its kind, we wouldn't have been able to stop the rain of destruction. They would have killed us all.
Well, in that case, better those jukes and nards than us, right?
Captain, it is clear that in matters of war, you are more capable than ourselves. With this in mind, we would like to give you our 4 finest starships and crew. I hope they bring you many victories.
Try not to lose them all right away.
I'm gonna sell them. Finest or not, your ships are not very good. I'm gonna sell them. That's what's happening around here.
It's been pretty quiet, Captain. Nothing new to report.
Are you crazy? What about the Fungi Championships?
Why should we tell the Earth Captain about that? He wouldn't be interested.
Oh, yeah? How do you know?
Because I'm not even interested. Nobody with any brains is interested in Fungi.
Well, what about me, huh? I love Fungi. It's a sport of kings.
Gee.
Oh, all right. They wouldn't know any of the teams anyway.
Interstellar. It's time to get up to that Interstellar Fungi League. We're all about that Fungi. I like how the dude in the middle doesn't say anything. He just looks at who's talking. Yeah. In fact, if you can even go... Well, first we'll ask this.
No, we have nothing new to report.
Nope. Not a thing.
I guess the fact that we just killed the ship in your orbit doesn't count? Alright.
Sure. What do you want to know?
Just...
Right, let's see. Does that guy in the back ever say anything?
Nope.
Not a word.
Yeah, he's just here.
Anything else?
I always saw the green one as female for whatever reason. No original voice in the PC release. Well, I'm pretty sure if you read the dialogue, they refer to the green one as a she and they refer to the blue one as a he, even though their voices suggest. Right, that's what the dialogue says. So thinking of them that way is accurate. It's just that for whatever reason the voice actors are the opposite. Yeah, let's get out of here. That's it.
See ya.
Don't really need anything from them. So it might not be my own hallucination. No, yeah, like the dialogue text does refer to them as the green one is she. It's just that for whatever reason, the voices are not matching that. And now you can see the two, you see the ur-quan and the Korra with their massive spheres of influence overlapping each other. And we can see why the Zalakfad are having some trouble here. So we've done the Umga thing, we've done the Arilu, we've done the Ors, the Ilrath, the Pekunk are kind of hanging out. We have not talked to the Yehat, the Vux, the Mycon, or 2 unknowns. One over here and one at the top. And then of course they mentioned the Utwig, which should be somewhere up here. I'm pretty sure they told us where they were. Remember, all voices are what the translation program assigns to them. That's true, because we do use like translation machines. Which is funny, because the ur-quan create a biological translation machine in the form of the talking pets. But everyone else just uses technology. You know, like a normal spacefaring race. Well, I think I'm just going to activate the portal device and hop around. It's time to skedaddle. Oh, whatever you are, doesn't matter. We're out of here. Bye. So I've gone through a few of them. That's near Centauri, near Sculptoris. Actually, wasn't the one near Sculptoris actually really relevant? I think this is close to the Buck space, which is where I want to go next anyways. Yeah, this is pretty close to where the Vux were. And it was... No, it wasn't that one. Alpha Cherenkov. That's the one. Yeah, talking pets are also there for retribution. It's not. They're not really doing it for the practicality of having a biological translation device. They're doing it just to humiliate their ancient foe. And by ancient foe, I mean the most evil thing in the universe. Kind of deserved, honestly. I mean, they're lucky that the punishment they got was just being a translator. It could have been so much worse. They could have taken a page out of the old, I have no mouth and I must scream. Now that would be punishment. Oh boy, so the Vux are crawling all over the system. Guess I'll have to talk to them at some point, but they're part of the enemy faction, so... Yeah, evil, but they only have mind control powers, and they like pretty flowers. How could they be evil?
Greetings from Vox, the last word in life form destruction. To gain an intimate knowledge of our engines of war, simply place both hands over your eyes and count to 3.
Oh wow, we finally met the sarcastic aliens. Great. Why are you so hostile towards our species?
You are even uglier than I had thought possible. Can't you see you are making me sick? Please, foul creature, turn your head, or better yet, put a sack over it. Never mind. I have adjusted my display so it is dim enough to be tolerable. In answer to your question, our response is simple. We must attack you because our masters, the ur-quan, wish it so. Now, if you don't mind, stop nodding your head like that. We Vux do not share this range of motion, and it appears as though your neck is broken and you are a jabbering corpse. Ugh.
So another reason you hate us. Come on, tell me the truth. I mean, you're constantly talking about how gross we are.
Do we need another reason? I understand. You refer to the first human encounter, the insult. What more can be said? On that day, your species proved its true crass nature. You see, we Vox pride ourselves on our open-mindedness, our ability to see beyond even the most bizarre and disgusting face like yours. But that insult was so low, so totally reprehensible, that we will never forget it. Yes, to be honest, that event pretty much fixed our attitude setting at abhor. I suspect we will despise you forever.
Wow, you guys are really so open-minded, aren't you? What if we apologize? Could we talk truce then?
Probably not. You see, although we Vox are highly reasonable beings who would never judge our race solely on its appearance,
very open-minded.
The magnitude of your Captain Rand's insult was such that we will probably never forgive your species.
Well, I'll try to apologize anyway. The people of Earth hereby apologize to the Vux.
Nope. I didn't think that would be sufficient. It lacked conviction. Sorry, but I'm afraid we'll just have to kill you now.
Wow, cringe. Stay mad, I guess. Now, the great thing about the Vux is the way that their ships are supposed to work in Super Melee is that when they drop in, they just have a hyperspace interdiction where they just teleport in right next to you. But for the purposes of the campaign, they don't have that ability. Now, there is a lore explanation for why they're missing that critical ability. But I've got to say, without that ability, they're kind of a joke. Because they're short-ranged and slow. They're like the human cruiser is one of the slowest ships in the game, and somehow they're even slower. But you see, the human ship is one of the longest ranged ships in the game to compensate for being slow. The Vux is both slow and short-ranged. So their whole gimmick is that they teleport in next to you at the start of the battle. But in campaign, they lose that ability, so it's like, you just get to bully them. It's funny. Like, you can take almost any ship and just bully them. It's great. Now, they do have another special ability, which is their little... They launch like little sacks of biological missiles, almost, that like stick to your ship and slow you down. But the problem is that those little limpets that they launch are barely faster than the ship itself. Maybe if the limpets had better range and were a little faster, they wouldn't be so pathetic. Because it's kind of a cool gimmick. It's like it's a slow, short-range ship that like attaches a debuff to you to try and catch up. Like, that's a neat gimmick. The problem is that the limpets themselves are just really slow. So it begs the question, why bother? I mean, look at this. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Whoa, oh! Look how short their weapon ranges are. They're not even launching the limpets. They know they don't stand a chance. Ooh, that was close. Almost hit the planet. Yeah, we're just gonna bully we're just gonna bully them. They don't stand a chance in any situation. Usually a human player needs to use a grav slingshot playing the Vox to carpet the map with limpets. That sounds about right. Yeah, like they do... If you're playing as the Vox as a human player, it does seem like gravity slingshots are really the key to victory, because while the ship itself is slow, if you get a nice gravity slingshot, you can speed across the map at high velocities. Because the external sources of acceleration kind of ignore your normal speed limits. And then if you do that and carpet the field and just like spam the limpets, then you can fill the entire field with them. And some of them are going to attach to the enemy. The problem is that the AI doesn't do that. So they just kind of suck. I mean, a lot of them are coming over here, but I'm also just not scared of them.
Salutations, and may your sense of self-preservation always be so dim. As our intruders surround your vessel, you may care to raise both hands into the air above you and practice the ancient chant of the prancing Aoi master Zen-Dox, which begins...
I think they messed up the communication with the voice actor there. He's probably just supposed to scream really loudly. Let's try that again. We, the people of Earth, really, truly apologize for the stupid insult made by Captain Rand.
No, that didn't cut it either.
Aw, you're so petty. You friggin' sarcastic bastards. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna have to kill more of you. Oh, this time, see, that's what it's supposed to do. This time now, it's supposed to guaranteed spawn in next to you. That's the idea. But for the campaign, they just rely on RNG. Completely. Which, in this case, they got lucky enough that they spawned right next to me. But they're still bad at the game. And their limpets can easily be shot down by point defense. Or, honestly, you could just outrun them. Oh well, you're gonna get many... yeah. With all these ships chasing me, I'm gonna have so many opportunities to apologize. You know, after killing more of them, and killing them, and killing them, I'm gonna keep apologizing. It's gonna go great. I'm sure they're gonna be happy with that. They're gonna have to accept the sincerity of my apology eventually after I hit them with enough missiles. This is how peace works. Not to derail the conversation, but when it comes to sci-fi, what do you see humanity more as? Diplomats or warmongers? I don't really think either of them, honestly. I think it depends on the... It's like... The problem is that you're trying to reduce an entire species down to one culture. But the thing is, we have multiple cultures. And some of them, if you look historically, some of them have been more warmongering, and some of them have been more diplomatic. Depending on the time and place. And I think that's kind of the problem that a lot of sci-fi games, series have, is they reduce each species down to, effectively, one culture. It's like, the culture of this species is one thing, and the culture of this species is like this. So, like, I think if you want to put humans into a sci-fi setting, the best way to do it would be to have multiple splinter factions of humans. Some of them being more diplomatic, some of them being more warlike. Everyone gets a hat, even humans. That's right, it's the planet of the hats out here. Yeah, I forget what I was going to say. I had a point after that. Oh well. I mean, he was gonna... Oh, no, I got dropped into a planet. Yup. I accidentally bumped into a planet, which means that I instantly get stuck back in combat.
This is Vox Commander Yax. On behalf of the team here, I would like to say how very much we have all enjoyed taunting you, and to congratulate you on plumbing the limits of Vox courtesy, which you have now exhausted. Therefore, let me just say, die, you two-eyed, loathsome, faceless slug.
You were right, we were wrong, we see it so clearly now.
I don't think your heart is in it.
Alright, I guess you're just gonna die like the others. So look at this, they turn around, and I can kite them, and then they're like, oh well, this isn't gonna work, let's try hitting them from the other side. And nope, never mind, I'm gonna move towards you. And now I'm gonna move away. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Nah, they're not gonna catch me. Not even close. Since the two big bats are basically one species, but two different cultures. I mean, kinda. They do give a visual distinction by making one green and one black, you know, through genetic manipulation. So they're kind of like, there is a bit of a genetic distinction, but they're still the same species. So yeah, that is mostly true. Splat. I'm trying to remember what I was going to say earlier. No, it's still not. Maybe if I kill more Vox ships, it'll come back to me. Oh yeah, they're really after me now. Here we go.
Ah, human visitors. What a treat. I am Admiral Zex. Please, do not be frightened. Unlike the rest of my species, I enjoy humans. You may know me by my reputation, my leadership of Vox forces during the war with your alliance. I assure you that this behavior, a sad necessity of those times, belies a much kinder, gentler being. Please, be welcome. We can get to know one another, expand our interspecies relationship. But wait, how silly of me. You aren't here for polite repartee. You have come for my show-fixing maidens.
Yes, I did. So what are you doing here, Admiral Zex?
Ah, such a good question. But you always were a bright species. I will explain. After the Great War, in which I played some small part, the Vox High Council, in recognition for my services, granted me this planet, so that I might pursue my hobby without disturbing the general Vox pockets. I am a collector, you see. I have the finest menagerie of beautiful creatures in all space.
Right. Like a zoo.
Animals? Oh no, Captain. Not mere animals. My menagerie contains only the most beautiful creatures in the galaxy. Each of my children, as I like to call them, has a wonderful set of traits which make them unique and special, especially to me. I have a complete variety of beasts from as far away as Procyon and Vega. No, this is not just some zoo. I have worked diligently for many years to craft my menagerie, to gradually improve it. Perhaps you can't tell, but I am rather proud of it. Alas, There's one creature, one gorgeous animal which I do not yet possess. I would give almost anything for that creature, Captain.
You're going in the jar. Run. I can't really say that you're wrong. If we went and got this little critter for you, would you give us the Shofixi Maidens?
What an interesting proposal. I never would have thought of such a wonderful idea myself. You are a genius, Captain. In answer to your question, yes, I accept your offer. Deliver the creature to me, and I shall give you the Shofixi Maidens. I will even provide you with a clue to finding the creature's native planet. My source for this information is an ancient wildlife handbook written millennia ago by some unknown alien author. The pertinent passage goes as follows. Demise. It basks in yellow light within the constellation Lynch-Na-Plo. We have translated Lynch-Na-Plo to mean approximately the long, thin creature who has swallowed the huge
Oh, now I get it.
I am afraid this is all that I know. I hope it is sufficient.
The long, thin creature that is... So it's a yellow star, long, thin creature. Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye, beautiful human. I hope we can meet someday as friends. Perhaps even more?
Sure. See, all of the others are like, ew, gross, a human, disgusting, and he's like... a little too excited.
Welcome back. All our coherent destructors are currently offline. But if you'd care to hold your present course and speed, one will be free to annihilate you shortly.
Please forgive us.
You said that just because you want stuff from us fucks. You didn't really mean it.
I love how they let you just keep apologizing. And they come up with new ways to apologize. Yes, if you want to make your apologies sincere, you have to use the Discord kitten technique. It's the kind of forbidden jutsu that not even Naruto knows. Man, it is fun to bully the Bucks, though, because it's so easy. You just... He's gonna turn around, and oh, look at that. I'm already going the other way. Death. Oh, they're coming. They all reset, and now they're coming back. Oh no, not again! There's too many planets in the system. I keep accidentally bumping into them. Which 90% of the time results in you immediately getting caught as soon as you leave the planet's orbit. What do we got? Halide World? No, that's crap. It's crap. The Vux are supposed to counter the Arlu. That would be interesting. I mean, they are kind of free resources. I am tempted to just wipe these guys out. I wonder how that would affect the star map. Hold on, let's see. Let's just take a little stroll up to the top of the map and see what we have up here. So it's a yellow star. Linsis, that's pretty... If I remember correctly, that's it. Because it's like the beast that swallowed the sun. I think they're trying to say, like, Fenrir. From, like, Norse mythology. I could be talking completely out of my ass. But I think that's what it is. It's on the other side of the galaxy. I'm probably going to take the quasi-portal to see if I can get there, rather than trying flying there myself. Manually. But first, let's keep running down the, Hello? Oh, there we go. Let's keep, killing these guys, because it's funny. Right mythology, wrong name? Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy on the details there.
Welcome back. All our coherent destructors are currently offline. But if you'd care to hold your present course and speed, one would be free to annihilate.
So that was the same. Are we just looping now? Oh, no, you're saying the same thing as last time, but I have a new option. Sorry, I was in...
It's pointless. Why even bother trying again?
There's a nearby rainbow world. Oh yeah, that's true. I think there is one nearby Vux space. I just don't have any clues for it. So I'm not gonna go straight towards it. Uh-oh. I need to accelerate a little more. There we go. I do love how cocky they are despite having such terrible ships. Come on. Just gotta hit this missile. There we go. I want to move away from the planet because the planet is going to screw me up. The planet is going to help them. The planet is the imposter. Hello, retro gamers. It's morning here in Korea. Yeah, it's nighttime where I am. No, it's getting towards it's nighttime. What a coincidence. Got him. And you guys are just free resources giving. Come on. Yeah, come on. Let it be known that I like bullying opponents that are weaker than me. It's funny. Almost 10 a.m. for me. Yeah, we've got... Damn, this chat right now is Mr. Worldwide. We've got Korea. It's morning. We've got Australia. It's 10 a.m. Afternoon in the Rockies. Evening where I'm broadcasting from. It's crazy. I sure would... Oh, no. I sure would be ashamed if I got more free resources from killing these guys. You'd think they would try something else. No, you see, that requires a bit too much thinking. Now, on the one hand, every race having only one ship is kind of nonsensical because it means that they're completely vulnerable to anything that counters their ship. But on the other hand, for the purposes of this game, it's actually a really nice feature because it means every new alliance you forge adds a new ship to your arsenal, which thematically is just a great touch. It's like, oh, why bother making alliances with new species? So you can get new ships. midnight in Spain. Yeah, there it is, worldwide. Sweden. Hey, sweet here to yay midnight. We converse.
Welcome back. All our
Yeah, we said that one before. With 1 million... I would like to present a petition of 1 million signatures. Each one says, I'm sorry.
A good try, Captain, but not good enough.
It's great because... how many different unique ways of apologizing did they have to come up with just in case the player decided to do this over and over again? Catch the VOD later. Cheers, gamers. Yeah, cheers. Have a good one. Oh. Nah, they don't have to stand a chance. Well, that's another 20 certified gamers. Thank you, one cooler guy. Oh, look, they're doing a gravity lift. Nah, didn't even work because the AI doesn't know how to do that. More for the base, more men for the basement. It's as simple as that. can see all of them swarming over me. As long as I can keep apologizing, I'm going to keep going. I want to see all of them. I want to run out the dialogue.
Welcome back.
Wrong. Yes, we were wrong. Oh, so wrong. Boy, we're wrong. The wrongest.
We detect a hint of genuine regret, but not enough to forgive you.
Oh, what a shame. Lobster time. Hello, Vux Commander. Will you accept our apology if we deliver 1,000 Volturnian lobsters straight to your capital? Hmm? Oh, is that not enough? We'll make it 2,000 Volturnian lobster. Get that Amazon Prime same-day delivery. $3,000 lobster, final offer. Nope. You don't stand a chance. Take the lobsters and go. Take the lobsters and go in peace. One, two, last one. There we go. The best way to win an argument. Reaper. Actually, I think out of all the missiles in the game, the human cruiser does have the highest damage. Now, there are other higher damage attacks, but they're not missiles. Oh!
Welcome back.
Mm-hmm. Let's try reverse psychology. Listen, Vox, you are right. We cannot ever atone for Rand's cool barb.
I was just thinking that maybe we should consider forgiving you, but I guess you're right. There's no going back.
That's it. I smell BS. There's no way that's true. You spiteful fucks would never consider forgiving, will you? But I'm gonna keep going until I run out of dialogue. I mean, we've even gotten so... We're so deep into the dialogue now that the devs are giving us reverse psychology options. Like, that's pretty far. Oh, got him with the reverse. They're all Sun and no Dere. That's correct. Alright, let's get the reverse missile. Let's just loop around and hit him on the other side. Nope. Didn't quite. Hold on. I want to do this. Because it looks cool. Oh. So we're at max range. No, it's... getting it to curve properly can be a bit annoying. I love how the human cruiser design is just definitely not the Enterprise. Yeah, pretty much. You can even get a Captain Kirk for one of your cruisers. I mean, they managed to take it and give it some pretty good gameplay. Or it's like it's a long-range sniper with its missiles, and it's got a point defense laser. So you can't just beat it with fighters.
Welcome back.
Yep. If sorry were a pebble, a remorse would be a great big boulder.
Hey, that was pretty good. I could sense the true sadness in your voice for your species' past stupidity. Unfortunately, it was not good enough.
Oh, it's not good enough, guys. Who could have seen that coming? Yeah, instead of having one set of nacelles, it's got two, so it's legally distinct. Totally not ripping off Star Trek. Come on, Buck. Scratch another one. Boom, boom. That's 2 out of 5. That missed. 3. 4. 5. I mean, the Vux does have a decent amount of crew capacity, so the durability is fine. But it just doesn't matter if you get kited to death.
Welcome back.
If there's anything we can do to get your forgiveness, we'll do it 1,000 times.
That was about as good as it gets. I think, but we don't accept it because, well, just because.
Yep, we're hitting the point where they're like, yeah, I mean, you've apologized real good. We just don't accept it. Fuck you. We're making progress. Right, they might eventually forgive us, or forgive Captain Rand for his insult. Let's see. Come on. Boom. Ah, the planet. No. I lost 4 crew. Damn gravitational maneuvers. Get him. That's one thing that is kind of annoying, is that it would be nice to be able to just see the whole map so that I can see the damn planet. But at the same time, if the game didn't zoom in, then it would be pretty much impossible to fight the Arath ship. You at least need a clue for where it is. Yeah, destroying the Vux fleet has been therapeutic for them. Yeah, as they lose more and more ships, they seem to be calming down a little bit. I mean, look at this. It's just, the human cruisers are just such a counter to their ship. It's embarrassing. I mean, you guys are just going to run out your entire armada. Well, this isn't really their... To be fair, this is not their homeworld. This is not their homeworld, so it's not entirely true. But they're going to lose all the ships that they have guarding Admiral Zax. Alright, let's keep the apology tour going. Please forgive us.
Welcome back.
Please, for the love of reason, heed these words. We, the people of Earth, apologize to the Vux.
Human! You have hounded and hounded and hounded us with your pitiful apologies. It's driving us crazy. Stop! Please stop. We give up. We accept. We accept. We will no longer hold Rand's insult against your species. You are forgiven for all eternity. Just stop apologizing. But now you have forced us to reveal our real reason for hating you humans. An embarrassing reason with no acceptable justification, but nonetheless undeniable. Human, you are so ugly, so hideous to us that we will never be able to find peace with your species. Whenever we see your kind, we just want to kick you, stomp on you, squish you, vaporize your ugly faces from the entire universe. We know it's unreasonable. We know you had no choice about how you look. We know that it's cruel fate that the Creator made you appear like putrid excretion. But we just can't handle it. Why, right now, because of your insufferable wretchedness, I am faced with a grotesque choice. Keep talking to you and regurgitate uncontrollably, or break off communication and attack your vessel.
Yep. So the real reason is they pretended it was the insult at first contact that made them angry, as a cover for their real reason, which is racism. Or more broadly speaking, they just think we're damn ugly. Oh crap, no, this is not good. That's not good. We spawned in right next to them, facing towards them. Hey, thanks for the lift, Gravity Planet. But if you could not send them towards us, that'd be awesome. I'm surprised they didn't actually kill us there. They spawned in right there. One. 2. actually almost made it. If you hadn't been so quick with the PD laser, Buck would be dead. Yeah, I kind of needed to stop those limpets from catching my ship. Otherwise, Buck would be gone. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look at his name. Oars. His name is Captain Oars, but he's not even in Oars. That's just fucking weird. What a weird guy. One more, come on, one more. Boom. Easy. Well, now we know the reason they hate us. I think that's enough. Yeah, the Vux all have 3-letter captain names, but I'm surprised one of them just so happens to be yours. Let's portal. So there are some important... Some of these portals do actually... In fact, pretty much all of them pop out near important areas. See if I can find the one I'm looking for. Where are we? Oh! Yeah, that happens. The Spothy just yeeted themselves out of existence. That's cool, that's neat. This spot is not super useful, so let's go back. There's a bit more dialogue later. Is there more dialogue? Honestly, at this point, I'm pretty satisfied with how that came to an end. They finally admitted they just hate us. But I can always go back to them later for some more of that sweet, sweet seething and coping. Because the Vux seethe and cope like no other. Except maybe the Dinyari. Well, the Spothy kind of disappeared. Actually, no, wait, hold on. I'm a fool. I think that this is the closest spot to the Spothy. I was just there. I'm wasting a little bit of fuel, but fuel is cheap at this point. We've got plenty of spare credits in the bank. That's a good question. Why did the Spothy disappear? Let's head back to Epsilon Gruis, their homeworld. See what's going on. Yeah, navigating hyperspace is going to be a lot faster with that quasi-space portal. Which makes the speedruns for this game very interesting. Although it's been a very long time since I've watched one of those. Alright, well, that's looking a bit redder than the last time. Did the ur-quan find out that they were now working with us and put a shield around them? What happened? So, okay, there's nobody here on the moon. I'm seeing a little bit of, yeah, some soul crystals and... Captain, this is Lieutenant Robertson, sir. We have located an alien artifact down here. Perhaps more importantly, we have found something which I think may explain what happened to the Spothy. And I don't think you are going to like it. We were investigating a large blue machine when Officer Talbot discovered a message glued to the side of the device. Sir, it's a note from the Spothy High Council. I'll read it to you. Dear Hunams, how are you? We are fine. However, can you thank us for... I'm not going to do that. We are fine. However, can we thank you for letting us study your planet Earth's slave shield? Admittedly, it took some time to replicate the technology ourselves, but we are simply delighted with the results. Yes, sirree, we sure love the idea of putting an impenetrable shield around our planet. Now all those monsters that were just about to attack won't be able to eat us. Thanks. I guess this means we won't be able to send any more officers. Sorry. Well, they want to turn on the shield about now, so we've got to get out going. I'm sure we'll never ever talk with you again, so goodbye and thanks again. Your friends, the Spothy Ruling Council. P.S. This machine is the super powerful hyperwave caster the ur-quan used to trick us into believing that the Grand Master Planet Eaters were coming to destroy Spathiwa. We thought maybe you'd like to have it. I mean, the ur-quan out here pulling more epic pranks. First they get the Ilrath to attack the Pakunk. Then they were gonna... then they convinced the Spathi that the Grand Master Planet Eaters were on their way. Well, that answers that question. And we did get a thing, which is the ur-quan caster. I mean, there's still plenty more that we could be doing. Yeah, all the races have such delightful personalities. The Spathi definitely make a strong first impression when you find Fuifo on Pluto. Alright, now I can use the quasi-portal to go home. Tired of yucky old red hyperspace? Try the shiny new green quasi-space. Now in green raspberry flavor. The music is fire. When the situation is dire, but the music is fire. How long have you been streaming? That is a great question. Almost 7 hours now. Quite a while, actually. I should probably stop at some point. But I've got nothing else going on. Alright.
Hello, Captain. I have some information I think you should hear. We have a major situation, Captain. As of a few days ago, all Spathi starship captains have vanished from our starbase. We don't know how or why, but until we receive replacements from Spathiwa, you will be unable to commission any additional Spathi eluder vessels for your fleet.
Yeah, luckily I wasn't really planning on getting more. I think the one is enough. Yeah, just have those 7 crystals.
Another small load, Captain. Well, I suppose something is better than
What do you mean
nothing.
another small load? My last one was like 14,000.
Return soon, Captain.
That's just nonsensical. And the stream goes on and on and on. That's true. Why wouldn't it? Now, we actually don't really need extra landers anymore, so you can just sell those, because they're basically... I mean, maybe I'll have 2 just in case, because I've got a ton of resources. Although it would be funny to go around and carry all of them, despite how useless they are. I've got all of the upgrades, so they should be pretty much invincible. If you look at the top right, underneath the text, Red October, look at all of those. That's a lot. But I don't think I'm going to need more than 2 at this point. Okay, and now we've got these ships which I can sell. I mean, I can buy these back at any time anyways. And they're just not that good. Instead, I'd like more human cruisers, please. And honestly, I'm really not going to use the Arilu ships. I'm legitimately not going to use these. I have a lot of fun piloting the human cruisers and such. Even against the Mycon, where the Arilu are really good, I find that human cruisers and... both the human cruisers and the Or's Nemesis are actually pretty strong as well. Plus, if you make a small slip-up, you don't just die instantly. So yeah, I've got 1 Spathi, 1 token Spathi, 1 token Arilu, 4 human cruisers, and 3 Or's Nemesis. Seems good to me. Let's fill up these remaining crew pods. Excellent. Now we skedaddle. I think that's everything. Okay. So we do want to find the beast for Admiral Zax. Probably want to talk to the Druge at some point, because the Melnorme did mention the Druge have something we want. And the Thradash, which strictly speaking we don't know where they are, but there is one unknown up here. So guessing that it's them is probably a safe guess. And then the Utwig. So naturally, the key to all of this is to just jump through all of the quasi-portals and see what happens. Did I not recrew the ores? Hold on. Oh yeah, this one's only at... Yeah, that one took damage, okay. My mistake. See, I'm going to be short like 5 crew, that's fine. I'm not going back to the starbase. I will not admit when I made a mistake. Commander Hayes doesn't need to know. Let's skedaddle. Device, quasi-portal, get me out of here. Yeah, I mean, this one's right next to me. Might as well try it. Where are we? Oh, we're in Ilrath space. Cool. I think I'm going to peace out. Oh, wait, no, actually. Hold on. We can go to the Ilrath homeworld. Yeah, this is actually a good time to do that. Might as well. Because if we go, yeah, if I cycle through to F7, yeah. So the Ilrath are down here right now. But if we look at the historical map, they used to be up here. And the reason it's important to go up here is because one of these is their homeworld. Is it Delta Tauri? Zeta, Epsilon. Which one's Delta? Let's just head up to Delta Tauri. Let's see what we find there. I know it's this constellation. You'll see why it's so recommended. Oh, is it just like a really place rich with resources? You know, if I have no information to go up, that's what I'm going to guess. Because I don't remember there being anything else story important in this region, other than going to the homeworld. Alright, what have we got here? Oh, yeah, probably resource rich if I had to guess. Sapphire. Oh yeah, Sapphire worlds. Yeah, Sapphire and Emerald worlds. See, like, I remember Ruby worlds are usually really hot. But you can go to Sapphire and Emerald worlds, which also have exotics. But they're perfectly safe. Yeah, coming straight here is probably a good idea in the early game. It's just getting these safe resources. Very easy, very nice. I'm gonna say that there's probably like one, but I want it. 1.3, so that's like, that's a pretty significant amount. Oh, 6, okay, that's decent. Asteroids look like jumping dolphins when flying on a red background. Huh. I've never heard of asteroids looking like dolphins. And if I had to guess, that's probably a sapphire world right next to the sun, isn't it? These gas giants got nothing. No moons. Sad, pathetic gas giants with no moons. Is this a treasure world or what? Yup. It's an orc world, which is close enough. Yeah, I can see why people recommend Delta Tauri. this place is rich with... There's no environmental hazards. Other than, like, bees, I guess. Meanwhile, there's gold, there's bioforms that you can harvest for data. There's a sapphire world with no hazard. Yeah, this place seems like a pretty good place to farm resources early on. I was not aware of that. It is funny that one of the aliens they put in the game is just a swarm of space bees. I mean, you've got these funky little you've got these Mike Wazowskis running around, and then it's just like regular old bees. How do they even survive on a planet made out of gold? There's no flowers here. Get over here, you green-eyed bastard. I'm gonna kill him. It does kind of look like a spathy, yeah. It's green, it's got one eye on a stalk. Maybe they're related. And these guys are worth so much, too. Which I am going to need a decent amount because I want to buy fuel from the Melnorme, and I also, on top of that, I want to buy more information. Get over here, weirdo. You can't outrun my lander with its upgraded jet boosters. I'm too fast. It's a pretty decent haul. Check out this blue planet. Oh, it's an... That's like 3 sapphire worlds. This place really is the jackpot. And this one's still like a minus 18 degrees, so it's safe. 2 sapphire worlds that are perfectly safe with a ton of resources. Yeah, you should just rush over here in the early game. Get all this data, you get all this... Normally I head down to Alpha Centauri, because while the sapphire worlds are a bit risky, they're very close, so I'm always remember that they're there. And if you just drop in and jump, you can get some decent amount of resources. Goes to planet, takes all resources, annihilates local ecosystem, leaves. Yeah. That's like every game ever. You can call it eco-terrorism all you like. I call it having a good time. See, this one, it's right next to the star and it's still only 100 degrees, which is really not bad by this game's standards. Wow. Yeah, I think the first thing you're going to want to do is like go to some nearby systems, harvest enough resources that you can buy some cargo space and some fuel tanks so that you can get over here and then just harvest everything. It's probably the best way to do it, because this is juicy. If the local life forms did not want to be plundered, they should have invented starships. It's as simple as that. If you don't want to be plundered, just have spaceships. Spin. Oh, there's one more out here. I wonder if this is also good. It looks like a metal world, so it's probably average. It's probably okay. It's probably mediocre. That's at least got a radioactive here. If the Xeno did not want to be killed, they would have chosen to be born as something else. as well soak that up. Let's get those commons. That's true, it did not stop me from harvesting the Vux, but to be fair, the Vux ships look... I mean, they're pretty frail, aren't they? I mean, you just take one look at them and you think to yourself, this guy... You know, if this was an RPG, this guy would drop common loot when defeated. That's how weak the Vux are. Right, a more respectable species, like the Pakunk, well, that's a different story. We do not plunder them. So they've got a bunch of ships hanging out in the outer system, which is kind of funny. What is this? Gold. Lanthanide. I mean, green's fine. I'll take that. I mean, this is at the level where if you have good piloting skills, you can avoid these earthquakes, even without the upgrade for it. But then again, why would you bother with that when right next door is even better with the emerald planets? I mean, at this point, it's kind of overkill to have all these resources. I've got more than enough to buy all the ships I'm going to need for probably the entire game, as long as I'm not, like, losing them left and right. Which I haven't been. I've been winning. Alright, well anyways, let's get out of this planetary orbit, and let's pull an epic prank, YouTuber style. Are you ready for this?
Listen! It is the hideous and inspiring voices of our gods, Dogar and Kazan. Oh, great gods of evil and darkness, what can your humble and devious servants do for you?
It's time to pull an epic prank. Heed these words, our evil children. Leave this place. Seek new prey.
Oh, mighty Dogar. Oh, mighty Kazan. Your devoted servants hear your words and obey your divine and cruel insights. The Pakunk are unfit for our sacramental tortures. We relish the prospect of killing worthy prey. We will leave immediately so that we can begin our glorious evil devotions. But who shall we prey upon next? Who shall suffer our inspired torment? Didn't those loathsome Umga once mention a race near their region of space? Yes, I have it. The Thradash. We will go now and kill all of them.
Yeah, the Thradash have it rough. It's funny, because there are multiple ways in this game for you to screw over the Thradash, now that I think about it. Worship us.
From the chambers of pain, we hear your words, cruel and evil lords of darkness. And as your voice crackles out of the speaker boxes, it sends thrills across our carapaces. Our hairy quills all stand erect, and we pant and wheeze with holy fever. Oh, mighty gods, you are the definition of all that is evil and hideous in this universe. You are the inspiration for all cruelty, deception, and pain. For this, we thank you.
So yeah, they're basically like emos from 2003. Not much of a difference. The Thradash are fun to bully because they have wimpy ships. Well, I think they have... Their ships are good in player hands, but the AI just doesn't use them correctly. From what I understand. Although I don't really use them because I don't find them very fun, but that's what I believe.
Farewell, Dogar and Kazon. We are awed by your malevolent presence, and swear unto you to commit even more violent, treacherous deeds tomorrow than we did today.
They're hard countered by not moving. You would think that, right? You would think that, but that's actually not true. See, the Thradash, they can ram into you at high speeds, and the momentum that they transfer into your ship sends you flying across the battlefield. So you can try not to move, but then they're gonna like skirt around you, come at you from an angle where your guns aren't facing, ram into you and push you, and now you're moving, and that's a problem. So even if you try not to move, like a good player can counter that, from what I understand. Because at least the AI does that by accident sometimes. Like, you can sit there and sit still, and they just ram into you. I mean, I should at least fight some of them. I don't have to, but... You know, it's a spaceship game. Am I not going to fight these guys?
Begone, humans. We would very much like to tear off all your digits, and be entertained fitting them into your orifices. But we are on an evil jihad and cannot be bothered killing you at this time. Perhaps later.
Really? You came all the way to tell me that you're going on an evil quest, and so you can't kill me right now. Sorry, we are too busy to be evil and kill you right now. Surely if I talk to them again, they're not going to
Begone, humans. We would very much...
Wow, they really don't want to attack. That's funny. You locked yourself out of all dialogue. No, that's not true. That's only true once they actually arrive in their space. Maybe I've locked myself out of a dialogue with the Ilrath, but the Thradash you can still talk to before the Ilrath get there. Which is funny because what you can send the Thradash on a sort of a little quest somewhere else. So by the time the Ilrath arrive, there's nobody there, which is kind of funny. Yeah, let's just attack them. Yeah, skip if they're gonna run away, then. So here's the problem: you can't launch any of your boarding crew, but you also kind of doesn't matter because you can kind of guess at roughly where they are. Snipe them. Uh-oh, flamethrower. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Even when they're in stealth mode, the game lags when you're really close. I don't know why, but with the HD mod activated, and both ships are on the screen, even if one of them's invisible, it lags at close ranges. I don't get it. And what gets even crazier is because the lag stops during the victory screen, or during the victory music. Ooh, I missed. I missed. Oh, there we go. See, I lagged, and then I teleported into the planet. Excellent. Cool. Got him. See, during this part of the game, when it zooms in on just your ship, the game does not lag. That was close. So if it zooms in on one ship, it doesn't lag, but if it zooms in on two ships, it gets weirdly laggy. Honestly, for this matchup, fighting the lag is the hardest part. Because as you saw earlier, I kind of teleported into the planet without really being able to do anything about it. Because you do need to get about that close to actually hit your cannons. Good hits, good hits. Well, one more. Yep, there it is. It's real laggy. And they are using their flamethrower to block those shots. Got him. I did lose a couple crew for that one, but I got them. Yeah, maybe it's not present in the Mega mod. I don't know. I haven't used that. And we're kind of too far into the save file to switch over. I'll try it in the future and see if there's any lag issues. It's definitely not an issue if you change back to the old graphics, but it can't be a graphical thing because, like, the other ship is invisible and it's lagging, but when the other ship dies, it stops lagging. Even though it's fully zoomed in. I think it's something to do with the AI. If I had to guess. Because I don't see what else would be using up so much resources in this situation. Got him. Got him. See, fighting this with the human cruiser is very, very difficult. Your missiles don't track, you just gotta fire wildly. Yeah, but the thing is, even if it was fully black, that would still be, even if it's not invisible and it's just a black silhouette, it's still very easy to render, right? There's no reason that something like that should be using up a lot of resources. Ooh, not quite that close. There it is. You gotta find him. Just gotta... Ooh, planet. Hello. Planet snuck up on me. Come on over here, buddy. Yep, that's right. Get a little closer. Nope, that's a miss. It's starting to lag a bit because we're too close. Let's try and get some distance so we stop lagging. Not because I'm scared of the flamethrower, but because I'm lagging. Which then makes the flamethrower a lot harder to avoid. It's a clean hit, okay. That got blocked. It's a hit. Nope. There's the planet. Captain Wet, you've got this, come on. Really, both of those missed? Alright. Come on. Come on. There we go. That's another one. That's another one. One more. One more. Got him. Okay, so we did kill them all. Excellent. Took a little damage. Had to retreat. But we did it. Despite the lag, I am the winner. Let's just heal these up. We're down to 1. That's pretty close. Alright, I think we... Quasi-portal. Yeah, Ilrath versus human is a good matchup for the Ilrath, yeah. I mean, the human missiles have great tracking, but they're not super fast, and the rate of fire is pretty slow. Which is not good against an invisible target. Alright. Let's take a shot at what we were... So we've been there. We've been to this bottom triangle. Let's try some. Let's just go around clockwise, I guess. Well, in this case, giant alien spiders are a joke. I mean, they don't think they're joking. That's for sure. Yeah, so now you can see the Urath moving up because we convinced them to. This position is ironically pretty close to the Thurdash, huh? Now, they did tell us that the Thurdash have the Aqua Helix, which is useful. But I don't think they don't tell us what planet they have it on. Is there multiple points of interest? I don't. By the time I get to Thurdash space, I'm not usually exploring too much. I'm just looking for the main quest by that point. Like it's just like the Thurdash homeworld and the Aqua Helix, right? And I know that you can befriend the Thurdash by killing them because they're silly billies and that's what they're into. But there's also there's a few other pranks you can play. A little joke, if you will. A harmless prank. Oh, for just the giggles, you know? There's a rainbow world in there. Okay. If you talk to them a lot, they tell you about a rainbow world. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Like, yeah, they would tell you about it. I don't know if I'm going to stick around that long, because I'm sure I've got enough, like, data that I'll be fine. Actually, let me check my cargo before I say that. Cargo? Cargo. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong shift. That's why. Manifest. Cargo. No, I could probably use... I don't know if I want to stick around long enough to actually find the Rainbow World, but at least in theory. Well, time to go to sleep. Have a nice day. Have a nice sleep, stochastic turtle. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have the helix on this one. I'm just gonna snag it by doing a little trickery. Where else can you socially engineer an entire species? That's true. That is a unique experience you get. Or maybe I'm in the wrong system or the wrong planet. Or is this their homeworld?
Warning! You have entered Thurdash secured space.
Secured space.
There is nothing valuable here. Go away!
Well, okay. Yeah, I guess it's... Yeah, okay. I'm remembering correctly. It is the... It's not like you wouldn't say that about your homeworld, would you? Well, you're still alive? I took a nap and cooked dinner for my family. This is a long stream, yeah. We're going for a long one today. Explain your presence here, Thurdash.
It is none of your concern, human. Now leave this world before we get really mad.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. Since we have a huge number of ships here, I guess there can't be much harm in explaining this to you. Provided you leave when we're done. So listen carefully. Below us, on the surface of this planet, on the dark continent of Bunt, high on a mountain, in an ancient shrine, resting in a special ceremonial cradle, glowing with its magical blue light, is the... No! I've changed my mind. You don't even know the answer. Sorry.
He goes through this long diatribe, and just before he tells you what it is, no. But he said it was glowing blue, and I'm pretty sure the Milnorme said it was an Aqua Helix, so I think I get the gist of it. I left something important on the surface last week. Can I go down to get it, please?
Okay, go ahead. Hey, wait a minute. You are after our most ancient and important relic, aren't you? You were going to steal it, weren't you? You are sneaky and deceptive, just like the vile Culture 16ers. You shall suffer their same fate. Oblivion.
Oh no! Anyways. Yeah, I don't really want to fight infinite ships, so I think I'm going to peace out. Listen closely to the Oars music. What's it tell you to do? I believe I've heard the Oars music described as a bunch of clowns running at you while vomiting. Which is fair. Tradash are rather talkative despite saying to shut up and fight. Yeah. They're full of lovely little contradictions. So there are a lot of them coming towards us. Let's have a little chat. They're all about like, no talk. Fight. Fight is strong. Good.
So, what's this? An unknown alien species. How wonderful. Someone new to fight. We, the Tradash of Culture 19, famous ur-quan combat.
Famous?
Know well the value of a good fight. Either you win and prove your superiority, or you lose and are vanquished. If the vanquished is lucky, it may survive to learn an important lesson from its defeat. This is the way of the Tradash. We fight and learn and improve. All other cultural schemes are inferior. This is a proven fact. What have you to say before we begin combat?
Yeah, that's great. I love how their whole shtick is fighting, and fighting being good for improvement. But the ur-quan didn't even bring them into the fight. I guess you guys must not have been worth much. Tradash of Culture 19, we sense a bit of hostility here. Can you tell me why that is?
Hostility? Har, har, har. We are not hostile. Hostility is unwarranted aggression. If you want to know about hostility, let us tell you about Culture 12. Culture 12 was so hostile that while they were on their way to their first great battle, Jugka, the battle master, stepped on Nusko, the tactician's foot, causing him great pain. The annoyed Nusko turned on his battle master, Jugka, and sliced his body in half. This miffed Jugka's troops, who took it upon themselves to murder Nusko and his elite troops. The real trouble started when now dead Jugka's master sergeants, Mood and Putt, started arguing about how to kill Nusko. Simple crucifixion or the slower lead tattoo technique. The argument was resolved when Mood and his 500 troops were slaughtered by Putt and his gang. Well, this probably all would have gone down in history as a great day of learning for Culture 12, were it not for the surprise arrival of Culture 12's original enemy, the Yarjog and his cronies, who wiped out Culture 12's army, thus beginning the long and glorious Culture 13. Now that's hostility. We, on the other hand, merely want to kill you.
Oh, yes, of course. They merely want to kill us. Yeah, they talk about how they don't like yapping, they don't like talking, and that they're just all about fighting. But at the same time, they are... Apparently every single one of them is a major history buff, and they love yapping about their cultural history. Your blustering does not impress me. We have requirements which you must fulfill now.
What? You say what? Foolish, pitiful, small-headed being. We will destroy you and everybody on your ship.
Well, that got him angry. Let's just take, I'll take Spiff. See, look at that. I was not moving, and he just rams into me. Remember that. I was sitting completely still, and he just runs up to me and sends me flying. Got him. Alright, Wumps, what you got? Yeah, see, he's gonna dodge. He's a little smarter than the last couple of guys. Look at that. Look at how fast it launched me. And of course, in the process, I am getting free hits with my missiles, but... Oh, this one dodged. Look at that. Oh, got you with the point defense laser. Nice try. Wait. 120,000 killed, 200,000 cannibalized. Explain.
Oh, what a laugh! You are the least battle-worthy creature I've ever seen commanding a starship. We are the ur-quan fighting slaves of Culture 19. Please don't run away. We wish to be your species' new role models. Unfortunately, to do this, we may need to blast you into your component atoms.
Eat the city you are invading. Ah, that makes sense. That sounds like some Warhammer-type strategies. What has made you this way? Why are you so brutal?
Brutal? You don't know the meaning of brutal until you've heard the story of Culture 3. How brutal was Culture 3, you ask? Culture 3 was so brutal that they maimed, tortured, enslaved, and in general brutalized themselves. You see, Culture 2 had made a virtue of stoic resistance to pain, stubborn fortitude, that sort of thing. So when Culture 3 came around, they had a problem. How were they going to impress everyone as being even tougher? Their answer? They would arrive at a battle, stand on a tall hill where everyone could see them, and chop off one of their own limbs. Then they'd wave it around, screaming and shaking it at their enemies. It worked. It scared the hell out of their opponents. They ran like crazy. You could tell who was a real war hero back then by how few arms or legs he had left. War berets were quite different too. Instead of sturdy old warriors walking slowly past their reviewing stands, they tended to roll, and at a good clip too. To you, an inferior alien, this may seem bluntly stupid, the product of a sick, primitive society. You couldn't be more right. Culture 3 was, as you can well understand, only the third Thrabash culture. It was therefore far from the tempered perfection you have encountered here and now.
Naturally. Yeah, the war heroes had to roll through down the parade, and at a good clip, too. What can you tell us about your species?
Talk, bah. Talk is for sissies. Weaklings like those of Culture 14. For 10,000 years, we Thrabash have fought and died, learned and improved. Then, along came Culture 14, which claimed that all this perfect method was wrong. That each time we violently transformed to a new culture, we inevitably blasted ourselves back at least 500 years in development. Some people just cannot accept the cost of progress. Indeed, the foolishness of Culture 14's peaceful whining was revealed when they were conquered by Culture 15 after only a 10-year reign. And did the change to Culture 15 set us back 500 years? No. 2, maybe 300 years tops. The short span of Culture 14's reign is objective proof that as a way of life, peace is a failure.
Yeah. Oh, wait, it doesn't seem like I can give them the, send them on a little side quest. I wonder what I'm missing. Do I have to go to their homeworld? Maybe. Leave in peace.
You leave before the lesson begins? We have so much to teach you. Let us show you just one thing. It's called the surprise attack.
Well, it's not very surprising if you tell me about it. I mean, yeah, I guess I can kill a few more of you. He's dodging the missiles. Alright. I mean, I would be impressed if they were actually getting better AI. No, I got him with that one. Yeah, there we go. Gotcha. Just gotta wait for them to be on the approach. It's the best time to missile. Got him. Yeah, it's just a couple of them. It's easy. Oh, wait. Nope, there's another one. Never mind. More Thredash to kill.
Attention, weak, ugly humans. Upward that wallowing garbage scowl of a ship. Unless you are even more inferior than we believe. And that's hard to imagine. You already know who we are. The Thredash of Culture 19. We are the original ur-quan fighting slaves. The cream of their elite forces. Your instructors in the harsh realities of life. It is time for your next lesson.
I have a secret weapons of great power.
We like secret weapons. We will now give you the opportunity to give them to us.
Yeah, of course that would work. Naturally. Ah, there we go. We've got Captain Kirk on the totally not Enterprise ship. Oh, they bumped me and... got him. Ooh, I missed that. Didn't quite catch that one. Try and face away to trick them to being more aggressive. Yep. Because the AI does keep track of where you're pointing. But the human cruiser can turn around pretty fast. So you just face away to trick them into being more aggressive, and then spin around and double missile. Easy. Is it the... wait... Rip 2 red shirts. Yeah, a couple red shirts died. I'm sure that in the episode, Captain Kirk watched the consoles explode for the millionth time as people go flying. Oh no, we lost... what were the names again? Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Straight Delta Draconis. There we go. Yeah, I forgot. I just forgot where their homeworld was, so I actually went and looked that. I went and looked it up. Because I am not going to check every star in this system for what might be me misremembering whether or not you can actually talk to them at their homeworld. Ooh, come on. Ooh. There we go. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. I might just straight up be misremembering, but I'm going to try it. Converse.
Perhaps humans can fight after all. If our reports are accurate, we will test this hypothesis in the laboratory of life. In glorious battle, your puny, inadequate weaponry is no match for the Thredash Mark 6 blaster.
It does 1 damage.
4 megawatt energy.
It does 1 damage.
Nor can your slow, bloated tubs compare to our flash turbo-boosted warships. We have nothing to fear. Ah, you, the stupid, weak alien who has appeared here at our homeworld.
What do you desire, creature? Our friendship? Our submission? Foolish, dumb weakling. We, the 19th Sculptor of the Thrynash Empire, have an enormous fleet of ships here with which to instruct you. We will gladly attack you. In fact, it is a requirement that we do so, since we are ur-quan slaves, and you are obviously an independent. But know this, pay close heed. While it is true we keep count of the number of our ships you destroy, we consider attacking our homeworld so irrevocably stupid that any victories you may score here through a sheer stroke of luck will not be added to your personal victory tally. Now, what do you wish of us before we attack?
I think that's actually real. From what I remember, they do keep track of the number of ships you destroy. And if you destroy enough of them, they actually like you. Because it proves your superiority, obviously. Yeah, no.
Then I guess we'll...
I guess I just don't have the information to actually unlock the dialogue option I'm thinking of. Yeah, and at the home planet, they just have unlimited ships, so there's no point in fighting. You just get out of there. Yeah, I'm not even sure what you're supposed to do to unlock that option. Because I know that there's another dialogue option where you send them to fight. You basically convince them to go fight the Korra, which causes them to leave their entire sphere of influence to move over, and then they come back beaten and bruised, and then the Ilrath will show up and just sweep and just demolish them. But regardless, I'm gonna do it. That's one option for dealing with. Well, overall, there's three options. Like the Ilrath can wipe them out, and then you can pick up the Aqua Helix. You can send them to fight the Korra, and while they're gone, you can pick up the Aqua Helix. Or you can make friends with them. And you want to know how to make friends with them? You guessed it. More combat. Yeah. What more can you tell us about Culture 19?
What? More talk? It amazes me that you ever got out of the orbit of your home planet. Yak. Yammer. Oh, very well, we will talk for a moment. Our Culture 19 is the most formidable ever to appear in Thrynash space. Admittedly, we said something similar about Culture 18, but it is true. With our rather swift defeat by the ur-quan and subsequent enslavement, we realized that it was time for a change. A new culture had to be established. So of course, we began a thermonuclear exchange to decide who would lead this new culture. We were all quite disappointed when the ur-quan in orbit above our homeworld launched waves of fighters who intercepted all our missiles. The ur-quan explained that slaves were not permitted to engage in such destructive conflicts. So my people, being superior, introduced a super lethal poison into our opponent's water and air, thus ending the conflict. The ur-quan were not particularly happy about this resolution and killed all our leaders, which, under other circumstances, would have started a larger inter-Thrynash war. But the ur-quan appointed new leaders, apparently chosen at random, and explained that further disobedience would result in the destruction of our species. Frustrating, huh?
Yeah, frustrating. We couldn't do it the traditional way of using thermonuclear weapons. Damn shame. We wish nothing from you, save your friendship.
Perhaps, after we have made you our slaves, we can accommodate your wishes.
Doubtful.
Until then...
I guess we'll just be going
Then
now.
I guess we'll just be attacking you now.
Ain't that a shame? It doesn't have to be this way. Alright, Belt, you're up. Turn sideways. We've got one. There we go. I did it. This is what I mean by the Earthling cruiser. Despite being fairly cheap, it's actually pretty versatile and has good matchups against a number of ships. It's a really good starting ship. It's got the relatively easy to learn. I mean, it's got its weapon has a tracking, right? It's got one of the few tracking weapons in the game. On top of being fairly maneuverable and long range. But it's also kind of hard to master because of its slow acceleration. So there's a lot of room to get good with the ship, but it's also just very easy to use. Yeah, come on, come on. Yeah, he's trying to bait me into using the missile. That's interesting. Or at least he's approaching very cautiously. Not anymore. Gotcha. Fourth, the Korra goes to them. Yeah, that is technically a fourth way of getting the Aqua Helix. If you can't figure it out fast enough, the Korra will eventually go to them. And then you can pick it up. That is technically a possibility. Yeah, you don't have enough energy, my guy. Yeah, the ur-quan's relationship with the Thredash is like a stern parent telling them to cut it out. Behave yourselves. Stop the nuclear war. Alright, we forbid it. Let's just repair up all of our cruisers. Get the crew back up to max. Because we're gonna be hunting some Thredash. We gotta kill a few of them to earn their respect. I don't think there's any new dialogue. I guess I'll check on the next one. I should just check, but I think I'm pretty good. Ooh. Did it get me a little bit there? Come on. They're using it conservatively. Got him. The old double missile trick. Oh wow, they actually managed to intercept the missile with their main gun. It was probably an accident though. Got him. Oh, that didn't quite work. That was close. Ooh, I took a lot of damage there. I should have slowed down. I really should have slowed down there. He's low on battery, so I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, you don't have enough energy left to dodge. Just barely made it out. There we go. Barely made that one out. Once again, we can go repair that cruiser. Back up to full. If you keep asking them why they're angry, they keep making new and new things. Alright. Might as well.
Inferior aliens.
Yeah. Why are you so brutal? Mention the ur-quan. What is your relationship with them? Ah! There it is. I think this is the line of dialogue that unlocks what I'm talking about.
Foolish question. We are their slaves, dolt. What else would we be? When the ur-quan first appeared in our space, over 50 years ago, coming from the direction of the Ophiuchi stars, we attacked them with gusto, zipping in to fire our Mark 6 blasters, and then theoretically zipping back out to prepare for another attack run. Unfortunately, before we could zip out, our ships were either blasted to smithereens by the ur-quan's fusion bolts, or were picked apart by the swarms of ur-quan fighter vessels. You may wonder why we didn't use our afterburners to escape. The answer is simple. 50 years ago, our ships had not yet been modified for this enhancement. It was not until 2143 that maintenance engineer Rio invented the afterburner effect. When he accidentally stuck his cigar in the aft fuel valve of the ship he was working on, waboom! The ship took off like a barn out of hell, and Rio was fried to a crisp. Yes, we remember Rio with much fondness. Of course, we have refined the device, and now that our entire fleet has been fitted with the Rio afterburners, perhaps now the ur-quan will let us fight at their side as true battle thralls.
Yeah, because they were left out of the First War. Why didn't you fight against the Alliance, and where are the ur-quan? I do like how they invented their entire afterburner gimmick just by accident with a cigar. So they don't have bats, but they do have a concept of hell. Yeah, they've got fargs.
We wanted to. Oh, how we wanted to. After all, we were the first battle thralls the ur-quan enslaved in this part of space. We thought we had priority, but the ur-quan thought we were too weak to hold our own in the upcoming battles, so they left us here to guard the flank. If only we had been stronger and less troublesome. Another reason the ur-quan wouldn't take us with them was because we kept picking fights with the new battle slaves, like the Umbablabis or those religious idiots, the Ilrath. Where did they go, you ask? This is a secret, of course. We can't tell you. If we told you that they were fighting a secret war against a mysterious invader, you might find some way to use that information against our masters. So forget it. No secrets.
Yeah, so this is the easier way of getting them. Like, we can either just wait for the Ilrath to show up and clean them out. Which is funny that he just mentioned that they were picking fights with the Ilrath. We could fight a bunch of them ourselves until they respect us through the power of violence. Or we could do a little social engineering. Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you go impress your ur-quan masters and show off your afterburner modification by attacking the ur-quan's enemy?
What foolish stupidity! Why, that's as dumb an idea as... What did you say? Attack the ur-quan's enemy? Help them win their war? Why, that's an excellent idea. I'm glad I thought of it. We shall marshal our forces and leave at once. Stupid, human, pitiful, weakling dog. You have been helpful. So as a reward, you may leave alive. And when we return from our glorious campaign, we may even honor you with a retelling of the many great battles we shall certainly win. Until then, get lost!
Yeah, so they are going to lose a significant chunk of their forces doing this. Which is then going to make them a lot more vulnerable to the incoming Ilrath. Now, it is kind of fun to blow up their ships until you get them on your side. Partly because you can actually build their ships. Right? You kill all their ships and then they become culture, they evolve from culture 19 to culture 20. And you even get to name it. You can call it culture 20, or you can just name it after yourself again. Which is awesome. You can get a little silly with it. It'll be a little goofball mode. For now, I'm going to... where was I? The bubble moved. And I have to think of everything in terms of how close it is to the bubble. Hold on. Yeah, because normally it's right above, like, the Thredash thing moved downwards, and it's normally right above it. So, here. Yeah, it's Draconis. Okay. Sometimes I just forget the names of the systems and I just go by how close they are to, like, landmarks, like text, which is a problem when the text starts moving. Also change what they study and how they introduce themselves. That's true. You can change them how you. It's funny because like most players are probably never going to do that. Are going to destroy enough ships to unlock the little path where you become their new masters. But if you do, you get to customize what they call themselves, how they introduce themselves. You can just go nuts with it. It's pretty funny. And of course, this planet is now left completely unguarded, which is great because there's something I want. It's a little energy signature in the bottom, in the center right. Captain, we have discovered some sort of alien shrine here on the surface. The building is immensely old, at least 2,000 years. Inscribed around the perimeter of the cylinder shrine are innumerable hieroglyphs, which document the history of each of the 19 Thradash cultures. From what we have seen, we have learned that the Thradash have risen to starfaring technology at least 3 separate times, only to nuke themselves back into the Stone Age again and again and again. The real surprise, Captain, was what we found inside the shrine. We knew the Thradash kept something down here. We didn't know what it was until we went inside the shrine. In the exact middle of the structure was a tall dais of white stone. Set atop this dais was an immense aqua gemstone, somehow shaped into a flat, twisted ribbon, like a DNA helix. The aqua helix emitted incredible light pulses, illuminating the cavernous shrine like a giant strobe light. At least it did, until Private Hendrix decided to see what would happen if he grabbed the artifact. The helix immediately ceased glowing, and has remained quiescent ever since. We will bring the Aqua Helix back aboard the ship for further investigation. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if the Rhino people survive their next little escapade, maybe I'll mold them into a new culture. Although now that I've taken the Aqua Helix, that might not be an option. Might not be an option anymore. I'm not sure. I think that ship has sailed, but so be it. Okay, I'm pretty sure one of these is going to take me where I want to go. I just don't know which one, so I'm going to go through all of them. I've got the fuel. One of them will eventually take me where I want to go. So where is this? Wow, the Thradash really moved. They are booking it. Well, this isn't exactly where I want it to go, but there is this star which stands out quite a lot. And this one does actually have something important. I remember that. It's the closest star to this portal. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think the Malnorme mentioned... I know they mentioned the Bervixies, which were the species that lived here. I just don't remember if they mentioned the planet, or the star, which they might have. Yeah, those afterburners must work in space too. I think that's the only explanation here. It's an energy signature. Another report from the surface. We found immensely powerful hyperwave transmitters here on the surface of this moon. It is sending a strong hyperwave signal outwards into the unexplored anti-spinward region of the galaxy. Since this equipment is extremely valuable, we have found no sign of any intelligent life on this moon. We have decided to disassemble the transmitter and bring it back onto the ship. Yeah, it's simple. Oh, there's some squid guys. We could play a little squid game and harvest them for their DNA. There sure is a lot of them. It's the planet of the squids and the bees. Isn't that awesome? It's not even a planet, it's a moon. There's so many of them. There is a lot of you guys. They're piling up. Look at them go. And we killed a bunch of them all at once. Perfect. Mushroom. That's right, mushroom. With tentacles. As if a normal mushroom wasn't scary enough. Have you seen a fungus up close? They're not fun guys, I can tell you that. Get over here. I'll take the bees, please. There's one last one. Yeah, let's kill you. Well, we're not really killing them. We're just putting them to sleep with a stun gun. It's not as violent as some people would have you believe. There we go. Get a sideways drift. Bacha, bacha. Yeah, that's what I had in mind. And this place is a little special because there's energy signatures everywhere. This new Star Sector update looks crazy. Exactly. These ruins seem to be remnants of a civilization which called itself the Bavixies. All their cities have been reduced to radioactive slag by some form of energy weapon, similar to the ur-quan's fusion blaster. From evidence we have gathered here, we can conclude that this entire civilization was destroyed from orbit sometime in the last 8 to 12 Earth years. There are no survivors. Well, that's, pretty bleak. I don't suppose these guys did it. Again, there's a ton of them. How did they get to the moon? It looks like a lot of the same species that live on the planet also live on the moon. Which just really begs the question, how? Did they set up a moon base and then let out all the squid tentacles when they got there? They're like, hey, this is a good idea. No one's going to want to live on a moon base unless we bring the squid tentacles with us. Please. Alright, what is it? What even is this? It's like a cactus, but it's like juicing itself. I have so many questions. Well, I'll take the biodata. I want more fuel and more intel. Take that. Thank you. And I think this is the last one. Yeah, that's everything. So that takes care of that. I guess since I'm close to the Druge, I could go down to them. Because they do have something I need. But I was kind of hoping to do the Vux quest as soon as possible. Because the Pakunk are starting to move again. Yeah, I think I've got to hurry it up. As much as I would like to go talk to the Druge, I've got to hurry this up and find the right portal. Is it this one? Where are we? Well, we're not where I want to be. So we're gonna have to pass on that. Did I get both of these? Near Draconis, near Arcturus. Yeah, not exactly what I'm looking for. Near Metis. Let's try this one. Safety save? Yeah, I guess so. Come on. Nope, that's the wrong one. We're down in the bottom right. I'm not even sure there's anything out here worth getting. I think this one's kind of a troll. Maybe. So no, not that one. Honestly, I'm going to go through all of them, aren't I? Let's take this one. Save early, save often. No. I prefer to lose hours of work when something unexpected happens. So, yeah, there we go. Okay. I think it's Gamma. It's Gamma Linsis, right? It's one of them. It's one of the Linsis stars, and it's yellow. That's good enough for me. It's Delta Linsis? Is it? Yeah, you saw the Thredash. They jumped over here, and every round they're shrinking. They're shrinking real fast. Alright, let's head over to Delta Linsis. Definitely Delta? Alright. I'm gonna take your word for it. Green, purple. It's definitely going to be the green one. I want to look at the purple one first. I forget. Yeah, this out of all the clues, this is kind of the weakest ones. But then again, you're doing this to revive a species. So most of the other clues are pretty easy to follow. This one is vague on purpose. Purple. Although it is a bit... You gotta go, like, pull up your encyclopedia. Because this was 1992, remember? You gotta pull up your encyclopedia and look up the myth that he's even talking about. That, and, yeah, the other thing is, you don't need to solve this one to win. It's just cool. It's just very cool. Even if you mess up the Shafixty, like, whole line, you don't need them. Well, this is the thing he's talking about. Look at this beautiful creature. Stunning and brave. Gorgeous. And it's... Yep. I just joined. Well, you joined at a great time. And damn, what is this game? This game is Star Control 2. Sometimes known as the Ur-Quan Masters. It's a game from 1992. And it's pretty fun. We've finally been trapped in this... We've finally trapped this hideous beast, which has been so hard to capture these past few days. I swear, we emptied our stun batteries into that thing over a dozen times before it even slowed down. You know, normally it does feel like that. I'll be honest. Normally this is a pretty annoying battle where you have to, like, kite it over and over. But this time I just did it really quickly, so all of that dialogue sounds wrong. A few more shots to its bobbed head, and it went down. But we had only a few seconds to get it into the magnetic restraints before it started thrashing around again. Even as I make this report, that damn monster's shrieking like a steam engine and trying to tear its way free. I hope we know what we're doing, bringing that thing aboard. If it gets free inside the ship, Captain, well, I just don't want to think about it. Returning to ship. Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious. Please go back to the starbase and learn about this thing. Oh yeah, that is something I could do, couldn't I? I normally just take it straight to the guy who wants it. I don't think I've seen anyone actually take it back to the starbase. Oh, and the not sure, but this seems easier than the PC version. Yeah, no, I played it on this exact version of the game, and taking down that monster is usually harder. I just got it's a really easy run this time. Alright, well, I'll take it back to... Yeah, I'll save, and I'll take it back to home. Because I've never done that before. Maybe... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the devs who are like, congratulations for bringing this here. You weren't supposed to do that, but good job. So it's Centauri. Okay. Alright, let's see what happens. Although I do have to be quick with this. You know, I'm going to tell the Pekunk to go back home. Probably. Yeah. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to tell the Pekunk to go back home. And then I'm going to finish reviving the Shavixti. What version is this? ur-quan Masters? Yeah, ur-quan Masters HD version. I hear there's another version that's like a mega mod that I haven't tried before. Missed it right at the last second. Come on. Swing it in, swing it in, swing it in, swing it in. There we go. Commander.
Welcome back, Captain.
I have minerals to offload. Yeah, we're up to like 30,000 RU.
You are to be commended. Keep up the good work.
We've effectively got infinite resources at this point. Analysis.
The analysis reads as follows. Subject, Aqua Helix device. Data, this device is composed of a light blue super hard substance which rates Mohs 13. The object is composed of a flat ribbon of homogeneous material approximately 1 meter in length, and it is twisted in a perfect helix. Focused ion and nucleomagnetic scans reveal little about its interior. Summary: unknown design, unknown origin, unknown function. The next entry in the analysis is Subject Hyperwave Broadcaster, UMGA design. Data: this unit is capable of generating extremely intense hyperwave transmissions, though it is otherwise similar to our own casters. Summary: this thing would be great for practical jokes. You could scream boo from an orc cloud to scare the pants or whatever off of everyone in the system. If you used it in hyperspace, there's no telling who might hear you and come running. The next entry in the analysis is Subject Hyperwave Broadcaster, unknown design. Data: this technology is new to us, but though a bit primitive by Alliance standards, is capable of generating a very strong signal. Summary: should you wish to call someone in hyperspace or send a message through a mile of steel, this baby will do just fine. The next entry in the analysis is Subject Hostile Alien Creature. Data:
This is newly promoted junior scientist Hawkins reporting. Dr. Chu, you know, he's the leader of the section. He's still in sick bay. He's been there ever since that thing took a swipe at him and he got too close to the cage. I guess it's got like triple jointed arms or something with spikes and razor plates all over. The data? Oh yeah, right. The subject is a xenoteratomorph, a big honking one I might add. It eats everything: plants, animal tissue, wood, ceramics, plastic, asbestos fibers, several types of metal chairs, a desk, and about half of everything a security officer wears. What it doesn't eat, it chews. And what it doesn't chew, well, it breaks up into tiny little pieces. What? Summary? Oh yeah, summary. The sooner you get that thing off the starbase, the less likely it is that thing will get loose and kill us all. I guess that's it.
That's the end of our scientist's report.
That is pretty unique. I like that one. What game is this? ur-quan Masters?
Try to avoid getting gruesomely killed, Captain.
I'll try. Don't you worry. I'm on it. Once again, I'm gonna ignore fuel. I'm just gonna leave the modules as they are. It's all about the shipyard. Get crew. Gotta fill up our losses. Get this thing off the station before it kills everyone. Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm pretty happy with the ships that I've got. I just need to replace the crew. So we'll get out of here. Damn, dude, just end the stream at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's been a little over 8 hours. So I think now is a good time to save and call it. So, for everyone who's still here, thank you all for coming. Hope you had a good time. Tomorrow I'll be back with Starsector. I'll be doing Starsector again, and then next week we'll continue this playthrough where I left off. Yeah, thank you everyone for showing up. I'll see you next time.